Have you ever pondered on who Jesus of Nazareth really was and why he still holds such a significant place in history today? This figure, born more than 2,000 years ago, has shaped the course of human civilization through his teachings, forming the basis of Christianity. His influence permeates our culture, ethics, and laws, even in this modern age. Understanding Jesus and his role in Christianity offers a deeper insight into our shared human history and collective ethos. Join us as we journey through the life of Jesus, exploring his influence and the key events that shaped Christianity. Born in Bethlehem around 7 BC, Jesus' early life was filled with extraordinary events. He was born to Mary and Joseph, a humble carpenter, under miraculous circumstances that signified his divine origin. His birth was marked by celestial signs, and wise men from the east came to honor him. His family fled to Egypt to escape King Herod's massacre of infants, returning to Nazareth only after the tyrant's death. In this socio-political backdrop of Roman occupation and Jewish expectation of a Messiah, Jesus grew up. His upbringing was likely typical of Jewish boys of his time, learning the Torah and his father's trade. But he was not an ordinary child. At the age of 12, he astonished scholars with his understanding of religious texts, hinting at his extraordinary destiny. These early years were just the beginning of an extraordinary journey that would change the course of human history. At the age of 30, Jesus began a public ministry that would forever change the world. His teachings, brimming with wisdom, compassion, and profound understanding of human nature, resonated deeply with those who heard them. He spoke in parables, offering lessons on morality, faith, and the kingdom of God, and his words ignited a spark in the hearts of many, leading them to follow him. The miracles attributed to Jesus further cemented his influence. From healing the sick, the blind, and the lame, to feeding thousands with just a few loaves of bread and fish, these supernatural acts were seen as divine proof of his message. His followers grew in number, spreading word of his teachings and miracles, and thus, the seeds of Christianity were sown. But it wasn't just his miracles that drew people to him. It was his message of love, compassion, and forgiveness. He taught that love should extend even to one's enemies, and that forgiveness should be given freely. He preached about humility, urging his followers to be servants rather than masters. Yet his teachings were not accepted by all. His message challenged the status quo, and this stirred controversy among the religious and political leaders of the time, leading to tension and conflict. With his message of love and forgiveness, Jesus touched the hearts of many, but also stirred controversy. His ministry, his teachings, his miracles, they all played a crucial role in the formation and growth of Christianity, one of the world's most widespread religions. Jesus' revolutionary teachings culminated in a tragic yet triumphant event, his crucifixion and resurrection. The crucifixion, a brutal form of Roman execution, was the dramatic end to Jesus' earthly life. But in the Christian narrative, this was not the end of the story. Rather, it marked the beginning of a new chapter, the resurrection. This event is central to the Christian faith, a turning point in human history. It is believed that Jesus, after 3 days in the tomb, rose from the dead, defeating death itself. This extraordinary event symbolized the promise of eternal life, a cornerstone of Christian doctrine. Jesus' death was not an end, but a transformative beginning. His crucifixion, while tragic, was seen as a necessary sacrifice, a testament to his unending love for humanity. As he hung on the cross, he asked for forgiveness for those who had wronged him, embodying the very teachings he had lived by. The resurrection, on the other hand, showcased the divine power of Jesus, reinforcing his identity as the Son of God. As the first to rise from the dead, he paved the way for the hope of eternal life for all who believe in him. These pivotal events, the crucifixion and resurrection, did more than just mark the end of Jesus' earthly journey. They solidified the foundation of Christianity, shaping a faith that has endured for over 2,000 years. Through his death and resurrection, Jesus became a symbol of hope and redemption for Christians around the world. So, who was Jesus, and why does he continue to impact our world today? Jesus, the central figure of Christianity, was a man whose teachings on love, forgiveness, and faith have influenced billions. His life, from humble beginnings to the ultimate sacrifice, has shaped the course of human history. His legacy endures in the hearts of believers and the foundations of modern society. Whether a believer or not, the life of Jesus and his teachings continue to shape our world, making him one of the most influential figures in human history. Thank you for joining us on this journey. If you found this video insightful, Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. What if you were told that one man nearly brought all of Europe under his control? A man whose name would echo through the annals of history, synonymous with both grand ambition and grand failure. That man is Napoleon Bonaparte, Emperor of the French and the architect of the Battle of Waterloo. Today, we delve into the life and reign of Napoleon, a man who rose from obscurity to become one of the most powerful figures in European history. In the late 18th century, France was a nation in turmoil. The French Revolution had upended the old order, leading to a power vacuum that was ripe for the taking. Enter Napoleon Bonaparte, a skilled military officer with a keen mind for strategy. Napoleon seized power in a coup d'état and declared himself Emperor of the French. Under Napoleon's reign, France underwent a series of radical reforms. He established the Napoleonic Code, a legal framework that influenced many civil law jurisdictions worldwide. He also modernized the French education system and initiated significant infrastructure projects. However, Napoleon's ambition was not limited to France. He sought to expand his empire across Europe. This led to a series of wars known as the Napoleonic Wars, which spanned more than a decade and involved many of Europe's leading powers. One of the most significant battles during this period was the Battle of Waterloo. Fought in June 1815, the Battle of Waterloo was Napoleon's last stand. Facing a coalition of European powers, Napoleon suffered a crushing defeat that effectively ended his reign. But why is the Battle of Waterloo so important? This battle marked the end of the Napoleonic era and ushered in a century of relative peace in Europe. It also demonstrated the importance of coalition warfare and the potential for a single battle to reshape the political landscape of a continent. While Napoleon's reign ended in defeat, his legacy is far from forgotten. His reforms in France laid the groundwork for the modern French state, and his military strategies are still studied in military academies around the world. In conclusion, Napoleon Bonaparte was a man of grand ambition and equally grand failures. His reign as Emperor of the French was marked by radical reforms and relentless warfare. The Battle of Waterloo, Napoleon's final defeat, marked the end of an era in European history. We hope you found this exploration of Napoleon Bonaparte and the Battle of Waterloo enlightening. If you did, we would appreciate it if you could give this video a like. And if you want to discover more fascinating stories from history, make sure to hit the subscribe button. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to sharing more historical insights with you in the future. Who was Muhammad and why is he so pivotal in Islam? Unraveling the life of this revered figure will take us on a journey through the annals of history, from the heart of Mecca to the bustling city of Medina and beyond. Born around the year 570 CE in Mecca, now in modern-day Saudi Arabia, Muhammad was a member of the respected Hashemite clan of the Quraysh tribe. Orphaned at a tender age, he was cared for by his grandfather and later his uncle. When Muhammad was around 40 years old, while meditating in the cave of Hira, he had a life-altering experience. It was here that he received his first revelation from the angel Gabriel. Over the next 23 years, these divine revelations would continue, forming the basis of the Quran, the holy book of Islam. The teachings of Muhammad revolved around the oneness of God, or Allah in Arabic, a concept known as Tawheed. He firmly rejected the polytheistic beliefs prevalent in Mecca, emphasizing instead monotheism. His teachings also encompassed moral and ethical guidance, social justice, compassion, and the concept of individual accountability in the afterlife. As his message began to resonate and gain followers, Muhammad faced increasing opposition from the Quraysh tribe and the leaders of Mecca. The changes his teachings brought to the social and economic fabric of the city threatened the existing power structure, leading to intensified persecution of early Muslims. In the face of this persecution, in the year 622 CE, Muhammad and his followers embarked on the Hijra, or migration, to the city of Yathrib, later known as Medina, meaning City of the Prophet. This event marks the starting point of the Islamic calendar. In Medina, Muhammad was instrumental in building a community grounded on Islamic principles. Over the subsequent years, Muhammad's influence and the number of his followers grew. By 630 CE, he returned to Mecca, which had by then embraced Islam. Muhammad undertook the cleansing of the Kaaba, the sacred house of worship in Mecca, from idols, re-establishing it as a place of monotheistic worship. On June 8, 632 CE, Muhammad passed away in Medina. His death signaled the end of prophethood as Muslims believe him to be the final messenger of God. His daughter Fatima and son-in-law Ali were significant figures in the early Islamic community. The legacy Muhammad left behind is vast and influential. As the seal of the prophets in Islam, his teachings, recorded in the Quran and Hadiths, form the bedrock of Islamic theology, ethics and law. His life and teachings continue to guide over 1 billion Muslims worldwide, influencing not only their spiritual beliefs but also their daily lives. In conclusion, the life of Muhammad, marked by a steadfast commitment to monotheism, social justice, and moral integrity, has laid the foundation for one of the world's major religions. His impact reaches far beyond the religious sphere, shaping cultural, legal, and societal norms across diverse regions. Even today, the life and teachings of Muhammad continue to be studied, revered, and followed, underscoring his enduring influence and significance.
How did a Virginia plantation owner become the cornerstone of a nation's identity? Today we delve into the life and legacy of George Washington. Born in Westmoreland County, this towering figure became an instrumental leader, statesman, and the first president of the United States. We'll explore his early life, military career, leadership in the Revolutionary War, and pivotal role in the Constitutional Convention. A journey through Washington's life offers a lens into the birth of a nation, so join us as we explore his path from Virginia to the very fabric of American history. Born into a prosperous Virginia family, Washington's early life set the stage for his future role as a military leader. George Washington, the eldest son of Augustine Washington and Mary Ball Washington, grew up amidst the colonial gentry. His education was basic yet practical, and his upbringing on his family's plantation instilled in him a strong sense of duty and discipline. As a young man, he was exposed to the military, an experience that would shape his future in profound ways. His first taste of military life came during the French and Indian War when he served as a young officer in the Virginia militia. Despite the hardships and challenges he faced, this period provided Washington with invaluable insights into military strategy and leadership. His resilience, strategic acumen, and unwavering commitment to his duty during this conflict laid the groundwork for his future leadership role during the American Revolution. From a young officer in the Virginia militia, Washington was on a path to become a pivotal force in America's struggle for independence. In 1775, Washington's life took a dramatic turn as he was appointed Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army. Tasked with leading the American colonies against the might of the British Empire, Washington faced a daunting challenge. The Revolutionary War was an uphill battle, marked by hardships such as the brutal winter at Valley Forge, yet Washington's strategic acumen and ability to inspire his troops proved invaluable. His leadership shone during key moments like the Battle of Saratoga in 1777, a turning point that boosted American morale and drew French support. Then in 1781, the Siege of Yorktown saw Washington's forces, aided by French allies, effectively end the conflict by capturing British General Cornwallis and his troops. The subsequent Treaty of Paris in 1783 marked a defining moment as it formally recognized the United States' independence. Despite the odds, Washington's leadership was instrumental in securing America's independence. With the war won, Washington's role shifted from military leader to statesman, guiding the nascent United States through its early political challenges. In the aftermath of the Revolution, the newborn nation grappled with the task of forming a stable government. Washington's leadership was once more called upon during the Constitutional Convention of 1787. Here he was elected as the president of the convention, his commitment to a strong but balanced central government influencing the crafting of the United States Constitution. Following the convention in 1789, Washington was unanimously elected as the first president of the United States, a testament to his enduring popularity. His presidency was characterized by the establishment of key institutions, including the formation of the first cabinet and the laying down of the foundations of a federal government. Throughout his presidency, Washington navigated challenges such as the Whiskey Rebellion in 1794 and complex issues related to foreign policy. His neutrality proclamation in 1793 underscored a policy of non-involvement in European conflicts, setting the tone for his successor's foreign policies. In a show of commitment to the principle of a peaceful transfer of power, He chose not to seek a third term, setting a precedent for future presidents. His farewell address in 1796 warned against political factionalism and foreign entanglements, advice that resonates even today. Through his presidency, Washington laid the groundwork for the United States as we know it today. Retiring to his Virginia estate, Washington's influence on the United States did not end with his presidency. After bidding adieu to public life, he returned to Mount Vernon, embodying the quintessential Republican virtue, a citizen leader returning to his private life after serving his country. His retirement years were spent managing his estate and reflecting on the nation he had helped build. Even in his absence from political life, Washington's legacy continued to shape the nation. His vision for America as a land of opportunity and freedom resonated through the years, influencing generations of leaders and citizens alike. His commitment to a strong, balanced central government set the tone for the future development of the United States. His principled leadership, his dedication to the cause of independence, and his unwavering belief in the American people all contributed to the enduring image of Washington as the father of his country. From a Virginia plantation to the annals of American history, George Washington's life and legacy remain a guiding force in the nation he helped shape.
Few names have marked English literature as indelibly as William Shakespeare. A man of extraordinary linguistic prowess, his impact resonates profoundly through the annals of English literature and beyond. His unique ability to craft compelling narratives and complex characters has left an indelible mark on the literary world. Yet, Shakespeare's influence extends beyond his narratives and characters. He was a linguistic innovator, a wordsmith who created hundreds of new words, phrases, and expressions. Some of these creations include words we use daily like lonely, radiance, or even uncomfortable. Phrases like green-eyed monster, in a pickle, and wild goose chase also took root from his fertile mind. These contributions have enriched our language, making it more expressive, vivid, and nuanced. Shakespeare's influence on the English language is so profound that his works are still studied, performed, and admired more than 400 years after his death. Born in 1564 in Stratford-upon-Avon, England, William Shakespeare was the son of a glover and alderman. He spent his early years in this tranquil market town nestled in the heart of England, where he received his education. Young Shakespeare was exposed to the classics early on, studying the works of Roman playwrights and poets in Latin. At the tender age of 18, he married Anne Hathaway, a woman 8 years his senior, and they had 3 children. But Stratford's quiet life couldn't contain Shakespeare's ambitions for long. He packed his quill and dreams and moved to London, seeking a life in the theater. Yet, a fog of mystery shrouds the years from 1585 to 1592, often referred to as his lost years. Despite countless theories, the truth about what he did during this time remains elusive. Despite the mystery surrounding his early years, it was in London where Shakespeare would make his mark. By the mid-1590s, Shakespeare had become a well-known playwright in London. In the bustling heart of the city's vibrant theater scene, he began crafting plays that would soon become timeless classics. During this period, he penned works such as Romeo and Juliet, a tragic romance that has since become synonymous with forbidden love. He also wrote A Midsummer Night's Dream, a whimsical tale of love and mischief set in an enchanted forest, and The Merchant of Venice, a story of morality, justice, and mercy that continues to provoke thought and discussion centuries later. At this time, Shakespeare also became deeply involved with the Lord Chamberlain's Men, a prominent theatrical company. This association would later evolve into the King's Men, under the patronage of King James. This period marked a significant stride in Shakespeare's career, solidifying his status as a master playwright. Shakespeare's works were not only popular during his time but have stood the test of time. In the early 17th century, Shakespeare returned to Stratford and continued to write until his death in 1616. His later years were filled with the creation of some of his most profound works. Plays like Macbeth, a tragic tale of ambition and treachery, King Lear, a heart-rending story of a father and his daughters, and The Tempest, an enchanting expedition of magic and betrayal, were all penned during this period. His death on April 23, 1616, was an immense loss to the world of literature. However, Shakespeare's legacy was far from over. The bard's words continued to echo in theaters and classrooms, his stories retold and his characters reimagined. 7 years after his death, in 1623, the first folio was published. This monumental collection of Shakespeare's plays, compiled by his friends and fellow actors John Hemingway and Henry Condell, ensured the preservation of his works. Without the first folio, 18 of Shakespeare's plays, including Macbeth and The Tempest, might have been lost to the annals of time. Shakespeare's influence extended beyond his lifetime, his words transcending centuries. His plays have been translated into every major living language and are performed more often than those of any other playwright. His words and phrases have permeated our language, and his themes and characters have become a part of our collective consciousness. Shakespeare's death marked the end of an era, but his works live on, shaping the world of literature to this day. From his humble beginnings to his rise as a renowned playwright, William Shakespeare has left an indelible mark on the world of literature. His journey from the quaint town of Stratford-upon-Avon to the bustling city of London is as captivating as his plays. His body of work, spanning 39 plays, 154 sonnets, and 2 narrative poems, continues to enthrall audiences worldwide. His profound influence on English literature is undeniable. Even after more than 4 centuries, the world continues to celebrate William Shakespeare, a testament to his enduring genius. Picture this. The year is 1861, and the United States is on the brink of a civil war. The nation is divided, the tension between the North and South palpable. The core of the discord, issues such as slavery and states' rights. The northern states, industrial powerhouses, are pushing for a unified nation and the abolition of slavery. The southern states, on the other hand, are agricultural societies relying heavily on slave labor and are staunch advocates of states' rights. In the midst of this turmoil, the election of 1860 takes place. The stakes are high, and the outcome will determine the future of the nation. The victor? A tall, lanky lawyer from Illinois named Abraham Lincoln. As the 16th President of the United States, he is tasked with the monumental challenge of steering the nation through its most tumultuous period. And so begins the presidency of Abraham Lincoln, a man who would be tested like no other. Born into a poor family in Kentucky, Lincoln's journey to the presidency was far from easy. Raised in a humble log cabin, young Lincoln's thirst for knowledge was insatiable. Even with limited access to education, he would often be found immersed in a book, teaching himself everything he could. The family moved to Illinois when Lincoln was just 21, marking a significant shift in his life. Here, Lincoln's political ambitions began to take shape. He diligently served in the Illinois legislature, earning respect and recognition for his eloquent speeches and pragmatic approach. His political journey continued to the U.S. House of Representatives, where he served a single term. Though his tenure was short, it was impactful. Lincoln's stand against the expansion of slavery won him national recognition, paving the way for his presidential run. In the year of 1860, Abraham Lincoln, the self-taught lawyer from a log cabin, ascended to the highest office in the land. Lincoln's rise to power was testament to his belief in hard work and perseverance. President Lincoln's term was defined by one of the darkest periods in American history, the Civil War. This horrific conflict erupted just a month after Lincoln took office, and the burden of a nation divided fell heavily on his shoulders. Lincoln, a man of principle, was determined to preserve the Union at all costs. He saw the United States as a unique experiment in democracy, a last best hope for the world. His actions during the war reflected this belief. He was not a passive observer but an active participant, making strategic decisions that shaped the course of the war. He was not afraid to take risks, as his support for the controversial Emancipation Proclamation demonstrated. The Emancipation Proclamation, issued in September of 1862, was a turning point in American history. It declared that all enslaved people in Confederate-held territory were to be freed. This was a bold move, one that faced criticism from many corners. But for Lincoln, it was a necessary step towards ending the institution of slavery and restoring the Union. Yet the Civil War was not just a political struggle for Lincoln, it was also a deeply personal one. He lost his 11-year-old son Willie to typhoid fever in 1862, a tragedy that plunged him into profound grief. He also faced criticism from both his allies and enemies, who questioned his leadership and his handling of the war. Despite these hardships, Lincoln remained unyielding. He was driven by a deep conviction that the Union must be preserved, and that slavery must end. He navigated the stormy waters of the Civil War with courage and determination, making decisions that were often unpopular, but that he believed were right. Through it all, Lincoln remained steadfast, guided by his belief in a united America. He was a beacon of hope in a time of darkness, a leader who held firm in the face of adversity. His actions during the Civil War have left an indelible mark on American history, a testament to his unwavering commitment to the ideals of freedom and equality. Tragically, Lincoln's life was cut short, but his impact on America is immeasurable. In April 1865, an assassin's bullet silenced the voice of a leader, but not the echo of his deeds. The immediate aftermath of Lincoln's death was a nation in mourning, a country bereft, grappling with the loss of its guiding light in the darkest of times. Yet, as the dust of grief settled, Lincoln's legacy began to take shape. His leadership during the Civil War, his unyielding commitment to the Union, and his unflinching courage in the face of adversity became the bedrock of American resilience. His Emancipation Proclamation, a bold stroke of his presidential pen, didn't just end the institution of slavery. It marked the beginning of a long journey towards equality and justice. Every chapter of American history since then bears Lincoln's imprint. His ideals continue to guide, his words continue to inspire, his vision continues to shape America. Abraham Lincoln, a man of humble beginnings who rose to the highest office, left an indelible mark on American history.
Adolf Hitler, a name that would later become synonymous with evil, was not born a monster, but a child in Braunau am Inn, Austria, in 1889. As a child, he was shaped by his complex relationship with his stern father and doting mother. Young Adolf harbored dreams of becoming an artist, a pursuit his father vehemently opposed, leading to much familial strife. Venturing to Vienna as a penniless, aspiring artist, Hitler experienced firsthand the harsh realities of life. The city's political climate, brimming with nationalist ideologies, anti-Semitism, and social Darwinism, profoundly influenced his budding political ideas. His struggle for survival, coupled with his failure to gain recognition as an artist, hardened his views and planted seeds of bitterness and resentment. The young man who once dreamt of painting landscapes and portraits was slowly transforming, his worldview being shaped by his experiences and the volatile socio-political environment of his time. Hitler's early life was fraught with failures, disappointments, and rejections, laying the groundwork for the man he would become. From a failed artist to the Führer of Nazi Germany, Hitler's rise to power was as unexpected as it was terrifying. In the aftermath of World War I, Hitler found a new calling not in the realm of art, but in the tumultuous world of politics. Serving in the German army, the war had left him disillusioned and bitter. He blamed Germany's defeat on traitors within the country and was convinced of a Jewish conspiracy against the German people. In 1919, Hitler joined the German Workers' Party, a small group of nationalists and anti-Semites. This party would later evolve into the National Socialist German Workers' Party, or the Nazi Party as we know it today. Hitler's charisma and powerful oratory skills quickly propelled him to the forefront of the party. In 1923, Hitler and his followers attempted to seize power in the infamous Beer Hall Putsch. The failed coup resulted in Hitler's imprisonment, during which he penned Mein Kampf, outlining his vision for Germany's future. Upon his release, Hitler continued to build the Nazi Party, exploiting the economic turmoil of the Great Depression and stoking nationalist and racial sentiments. By 1933, Hitler had ascended to the position of Chancellor, and within a year he consolidated his power, becoming the Führer, the absolute dictator of Germany. The once struggling artist had now become a political force, a feared dictator, and the architect of a war that would change the world. Hitler's thirst for power didn't stop at the borders of Germany. It ignited a global conflict that led to the deaths of millions. In September of 1939, Hitler's ambitions took a deadly turn as he orchestrated the invasion of Poland, setting the stage for the Second World War. His vision of a German-ruled Europe led to a brutal campaign across the continent, leaving a trail of destruction and death in its wake. But it wasn't just the battlefield that bore witness to Hitler's reign of terror. Behind the lines, the Führer's darkest hour was unfolding, the Holocaust. Under his direction, the Nazis systematically exterminated 6 million Jews in concentration camps, ghettos, and extermination centers. This horrific genocide, fueled by Hitler's fanatical anti-Semitism, remains one of the most chilling and heartbreaking chapters of human history. From the invasion of the Soviet Union in 1941 to the fall of Berlin in 1945, Hitler's war machine rumbled on, causing untold suffering and loss. His grip on power remained unwavering until the bitter end, even as Allied forces closed in and his once invincible Third Reich crumbled around him. Under Hitler's reign, Germany became a killing machine, orchestrating the largest genocide in history and plunging the world into a devastating war. In the end, even Hitler could not escape the consequences of his actions. As the final days of World War II unfolded, Hitler found himself cornered, both by the relentless advance of the Allied forces and the weight of his own deeds. Retreating to the fortified depths of his bunker, he was a shadow of the man who had once held the world in the grip of terror. As Berlin crumbled under the onslaught of the Allies, Hitler chose to end his own life, a final act of defiance against a world that had turned against him. In the aftermath of his death, his lifeless body was discovered, a chilling reminder of the man who had unleashed unimaginable horror upon the world. The fall of Hitler marked the end of the Nazi regime, a dark chapter in human history finally closed. Yet, Hitler's reign of terror ended not with a bang, but with a whimper, leaving behind a legacy of destruction and horror that the world will never forget.
Have you ever wondered who Aristotle was and why his ideas still influence us today, over 2 millenniums later? Imagine a world steeped in philosophy, a cradle of civilization, ancient Greece. It was here, in this intellectual epicenter, that Aristotle, a philosopher and polymath, crafted theories that echo through the corridors of time. His teachings, a sublime blend of science and philosophy, still permeate various fields of knowledge, from politics to biology. To understand the man, we must first delve into his life and the world he was born into. Aristotle was born in 384 BC in Stagira, a small town in northern Greece. His upbringing was steeped in intellectual curiosity, nurtured by his parents. His father, Nicomachus, held the prestigious position of being a court physician to the Macedonian king. From Nicomachus, Aristotle inherited a scientific mind and a deep interest in the natural world. As a young boy, Aristotle was exposed to the inner workings of the court, observing the dynamics of power and politics. This experience would later inform his philosophical treatises on ethics and politics. When Aristotle turned 17, he embarked on a journey to Athens, the intellectual heart of ancient Greece. There, he joined Plato's Academy, a powerhouse of philosophical thought and discourse. In the hallowed halls of the Academy, Aristotle was not merely a passive student. He engaged actively with philosophical ideas, challenging and refining them. His intellectual prowess was evident even then. While studying under Plato, young Aristotle began developing ideas that would later revolutionize the world. After Plato's death, Aristotle, now a philosopher in his own right, traveled across the Aegean. His quest for wisdom led him to the shores of Asia Minor and the island of Lesbos. Here, Aristotle immersed himself in the study of the natural world, an exploration that would shape the trajectory of science for centuries to come. He meticulously observed and documented the diverse species of flora and fauna, pioneering a systematic approach to biology. His curiosity extended to the heavens, investigating the mysteries of the celestial bodies and phenomena. His intellectual journey was interrupted when he received a summons from Macedonia. King Philip II, an admirer of Aristotle's wisdom, requested his services to educate his son, a young boy with a fiery spirit and boundless ambition. This boy was none other than the future conqueror of empires, Alexander the Great. In the royal court of Macedonia, Aristotle imparted the treasures of knowledge to the young prince, shaping his mind and worldview. He introduced Alexander to the great epics of Homer, the complexities of politics, and the subtleties of philosophy. The bond between the philosopher and the prince was more than that of a teacher and student. It was a profound relationship that would leave a lasting imprint on the annals of history. Aristotle's influence on the young prince was profound and far-reaching. After Alexander ascended to the throne, Aristotle returned to Athens and established his own school, the Lyceum. This was not just a school, it was the fertile ground where Aristotle's genius bloomed, and where his profound contributions to various fields took root. From philosophy to biology, physics to politics and ethics, Aristotle's intellectual curiosity knew no bounds. At the Lyceum, the philosopher's teachings were as varied as they were vast. His work, Metaphysics, delved into the very fabric of reality, exploring concepts of existence, truth, and the nature of being. It's here that Aristotle introduced the world to the notion of first principles, the basic foundational elements of any subject that are self-evident and undeniable. In Nicomachean Ethics, Aristotle gave us a blueprint for a good life. He spoke of virtue not as a static state but as a dynamic practice. He advocated for the golden mean, a balance between excess and deficiency, as the path to moral and intellectual virtue. His ethics were not about rules but about character, cultivating virtues to lead a fulfilling and meaningful life. Aristotle's Politics is a seminal work in political philosophy. He viewed the city-state as a natural community and argued that the highest good for human beings is the good life possible in such a community. He explored the nature of justice, the value of democracy, and the pitfalls of tyranny. His work in biology and physics laid the groundwork for centuries of scientific thought. He was the first to classify animals into groups based on their characteristics, and his theories on motion and causality were revolutionary for his time. These are but glimpses into the vast intellectual landscape that Aristotle traversed. His work was encyclopedic, his insights profound, and his influence immeasurable. Aristotle's death in 322 BC marked the end of an era, but his legacy lived on, shaping the course of Western thought. So why does Aristotle's work continue to resonate with us today? His ideas, spanning from politics to ethics, from science to philosophy, continue to shape our understanding of the world. His belief in the power of rational thought serves as the bedrock of many fields of study. His teachings foster critical thinking and inspire us to question, to ponder, to learn. In the words of Aristotle himself, "The roots of education are bitter, but the fruit is sweet." His teachings continue to bear fruit, enlightening minds and shaping societies across the globe. Imagine a time of grandeur, when warriors and philosophers alike shaped the course of human history. Welcome to the era of Alexander the Great. This was a period of immense cultural and political change, punctuated by the rise of mighty city-states and the flourishing of intellectual thought in ancient Greece. The stage was set for a new age of exploration and conquest. Into this world steps Philip II of Macedon, a visionary leader with ambitions that would forever alter the trajectory of Greek history. Philip's military reforms and diplomatic maneuvers laid the groundwork for an empire that his son Alexander would inherit and expand in ways that were hitherto unimaginable. Under Philip's tutelage, Alexander was groomed for greatness. He was imbued with a fervor for knowledge, a thirst for glory, and a desire to transcend the boundaries of the known world. This was the stage upon which Alexander the Great was set to play his part, a part that would echo through the centuries. Born into royalty, destined for greatness, Alexander's journey was anything but ordinary. His tale begins in the year 356 before Christ, in the Kingdom of Macedonia. As the son of King Philip II, young Alexander was tutored by none other than the great philosopher Aristotle, who filled his mind with concepts of politics, philosophy, and dreams of a unified world. In his early years, Alexander's military prowess shone through. He led his first military campaign at the young age of 16, showcasing a strategic intellect far beyond his years. His victories were not just a testament to his military genius, but also to his ability to inspire and lead his men with unwavering courage and conviction. The year 336 before Christ marked a turning point in Alexander's life. His father, King Philip, was assassinated, thrusting Alexander onto the throne at the tender age of 20. Yet, he rose to the challenge, assuming the mantle of leadership with a maturity and determination that belied his age. His ascension to the throne marked the beginning of a series of conquests that would forever etch his name in the annals of history. From the Battle of Issus, where he defeated the mighty Persian king Darius III, to the Battle of Gaugamela, where he again met Darius in a decisive victory, Alexander's military genius knew no bounds. His thirst for conquest did not end there. He ventured into Egypt, establishing the city of Alexandria, a testament to his vision of a cosmopolitan world. His campaigns further extended to the exotic lands of India, pushing the boundaries of the known world. In just a decade, Alexander had carved an empire from Greece to Egypt and as far east as India, a feat unmatched in history. His journey, marked by extraordinary victories and relentless ambition, truly embodies the essence of a king's journey. But what happens when the sun sets on an empire? What becomes of the conqueror's legacy? When Alexander the Great breathed his last in 323 BC, his empire, which stretched from Greece to Egypt and as far east as India, did not die with him. In the wake of his death, a power struggle ensued among his generals, each vying for control over the vast territories Alexander had conquered. This tumultuous period, known as the Wars of the Diadochi, led to the division of the empire into several successor kingdoms. These successor kingdoms, ruled by Alexander's former generals, carried forward his legacy in their own ways. Ptolemy took control of Egypt, Seleucus claimed Mesopotamia and Central Asia, while Antigonus found his power base in Asia Minor. These were not mere fragments of a fallen empire. They were the seeds of new civilizations, each bearing the imprint of Alexander's rule. Yet the legacy of Alexander the Great extended far beyond the boundaries of his physical empire. His conquest catalyzed a cultural revolution, spreading Greek influence and Hellenistic culture across the known world. From the architecture of Alexandria in Egypt to the scholarly pursuits of Pergamon in Asia Minor, the echoes of Alexander's Greece were heard far and wide. This Hellenistic culture, a fusion of Greek and Eastern elements, became a force of its own. It introduced the Greek language as the lingua franca of the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East. It fostered advancements in philosophy, science, and art, setting the stage for the later rise of Rome and the European Renaissance. Even today, Alexander the Great's legacy remains. His achievements resonate in our modern world, a testament to the enduring power of one man's ambition. A man, a king, a conqueror, Alexander the Great. His empire may have fragmented, his life may have been short-lived, but his influence, that has proven to be timeless. In a time when the world was stirring with the winds of change, a man was born who would play a crucial role in shaping the future of a nation. The year was 1743, a period when the American colonies were still under British rule, and the concept of an independent United States was a distant dream. This was the world that welcomed Thomas Jefferson. Born into a prominent Virginia family, Jefferson was privy to the best education of his time. However, it wasn't just academia that piqued his interest. Even as a young man, Jefferson displayed an insatiable curiosity about the world around him. He was an avid reader, a skilled violinist, and had a deep appreciation for architecture, horticulture, and philosophy. Fast forward to the year 1776. The colonies were embroiled in a war for independence, a war that was as much about ideas as it was about soldiers and cannons. Jefferson, now a member of the Continental Congress, was chosen to draft the Declaration of Independence. The document was more than just an assertion of freedom from the British Crown. It was a proclamation of the basic human rights that every individual is entitled to: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. After the successful revolution, Jefferson continued to serve his newly formed country in various capacities. As the Secretary of State under President George Washington, he advocated for a strict interpretation of the Constitution, favoring states' rights. Later, as Vice President under John Adams, he continued to champion democratic ideals. The year 1800 marked a significant milestone in Jefferson's political career. He was elected as the third President of the United States. His presidency was marked by significant achievements, including the Louisiana Purchase and the Lewis and Clark expedition. These actions doubled the size of the nation and opened the door for westward expansion, shaping the future of the country. Yet Jefferson was not just a politician, he was a visionary and an intellectual. He founded the University of Virginia, envisioning it as a place where students could study in an environment of academic freedom. His love for books led to the establishment of the Library of Congress. Jefferson's life journey came to an end on July 4, 1826, exactly 50 years after the adoption of the Declaration of Independence. His last words, "Is it the fourth?" reflect his deep commitment to the cause of freedom and democracy. As we look back on Jefferson's life, his contributions to the United States continue to resonate. His belief in the inherent rights of individuals became the bedrock of American democracy. His vision of an educated citizenry laid the foundation for a robust educational system. His advocacy for a balanced power between the federal and state governments continues to shape American politics. In a time of tumultuous change, Thomas Jefferson emerged not just as a leader, but as a beacon of enlightenment. His legacy, etched in the annals of American history, serves as a reminder of the power of ideas and the indomitable spirit of freedom. Henry VIII, an infamous king, a notorious heartbreaker, and a ruthless monarch. But who was he really? History remembers him as England's infamous king, known far and wide for his 6 wives. His reign, which spanned from the year 1509 to 1547, is filled with tales of love, power, and betrayal. But there's more to this monarch than meets the eye. So, let us journey back in time to understand the man behind the crown. Born in 1491, Henry VIII was not expected to be king. But fate had other plans. The second son of Henry VII and Elizabeth of York, young Henry was initially destined for a religious life. Yet, when his older brother Arthur passed away unexpectedly, the course of his life changed dramatically. Suddenly, he was next in line for the throne of England. At the tender age of 17, Henry VIII ascended to the throne, following the death of his father. But that wasn't the only major change in his life. He also married his brother's widow, Catherine of Aragon, a political move that strengthened England's alliances. Catherine was a strong and capable queen, but their marriage would set the stage for the tumultuous love life that Henry VIII is now infamous for. And so began the reign of Henry VIII, a reign that would be marked by controversy and change. Henry VIII's love life was anything but ordinary. 6 wives, a carousel of marriages that would shock and intrigue the world. First came Catherine of Aragon, a Spanish princess. Their marriage began with promise, but ended in disappointment when she failed to produce a male heir. Henry, ever impatient, sought an annulment that the Pope would not grant, so he took matters into his own hands. Anne Boleyn was next. She was vivacious, intelligent, and refused to be Henry's mistress. She would be his queen or nothing at all. Their marriage brought about the English Reformation, but also the beheading of Anne, accused of adultery and treason. Jane Seymour, Henry's third wife, finally gave him a son, but she paid the ultimate price, dying shortly after childbirth. Then, there was Anne of Cleves, a political marriage arranged sight unseen. It was doomed from the start due to lack of chemistry. It ended in an annulment, and Anne lived out her days in England ironically as the king's beloved sister. Catherine Howard, young and naive, was next. Her indiscretions led to her execution, marking another tragic chapter in Henry's tumultuous love life. Finally, Catherine Parr, the survivor. She outlived Henry, bringing stability to his later years, and acting as a mother figure to his children. Through his turbulent marriages, Henry VIII changed the face of England forever. Henry VIII's most significant act was not in the realm of marriage, but in the realm of religion. This king, known for his marital escapades, made a move that would forever change the religious fabric of England and the world. Henry VIII's break with the Roman Catholic Church was a dramatic turning point. His desire for a male heir, coupled with the Vatican's refusal to annul his marriage to Catherine of Aragon, led him to take drastic measures. He initiated the English Reformation, a series of events that resulted in the establishment of the Church of England. This wasn't a simple change of affiliation, but a seismic shift in power dynamics. The king was now not just the head of state, but also the head of the church. This move had far-reaching implications. It changed the course of English history, sparked religious conflict, and shaped the nation's identity. In his quest for power and control, Henry VIII forever altered the religious landscape of England. Henry VIII, a king whose reign was marked by scandal, religious upheaval, and a legacy that still resonates today. Beyond his notorious marital exploits, Henry VIII was a transformative figure in English history. His break from the Roman Catholic Church and the establishment of the Church of England was pivotal. This monumental shift still shapes the religious landscape in Britain today. Culturally, Henry's reign was a vibrant period that influenced literature, music, and the arts. The king himself was a patron of the arts and an author, his actions nurturing the blossoming of the English Renaissance. But how is this larger-than-life king remembered today? He stands as a symbol of absolute monarchy, a ruler who wielded his power with an iron fist. His story continues to captivate, inspiring countless books, films, and TV series. Henry VIII, a complex and controversial figure whose life and reign continue to fascinate us centuries later. Have you ever wondered, how did we, as a species, come to be as we are today? Our journey begins with the intriguing concept of evolution, a process that has shaped life on Earth over billions of years. At the heart of this complex process stands a man, Charles Darwin, whose groundbreaking work has played an integral role in our understanding of life itself. Grasping the essence of evolution is key to comprehending our very existence. One man dared to challenge the status quo and journey into the unknown. His name was Charles Darwin. Born in Shrewsbury, England in 1809, Darwin was the fifth of 6 children. His childhood was filled with curiosity and an innate love for nature. He was fascinated by the variety of life forms around him, a fascination that would shape the course of his life. His early education was a mix of homeschooling and formal education, but it was clear that his heart was in the great outdoors. His family, noticing his interest, enrolled him at Edinburgh University to pursue a career in medicine. Yet, the sight of blood made him queasy, and he soon realized that medicine was not his calling. So, he shifted gears and headed to Cambridge University, where he studied divinity. His time at Cambridge was instrumental in honing his observational skills and fueling his passion for nature further. Little did he know, these studies were merely a prelude to the grand adventure that awaited him. In 1831, Darwin embarked on a 5-year voyage around the world on the HMS Beagle. This was no ordinary journey. It was a voyage that would shape the world's understanding of life itself. The HMS Beagle, a 10-gun brig sloop of the Royal Navy, set sail from Plymouth, England, bound for far-off lands. Its mission was to conduct hydrographic surveys, but for Darwin, a self-funded passenger, it was a chance to explore the natural world. The ship journeyed from the shores of South America to the remote Galapagos Islands, a pristine archipelago straddling the equator in the Pacific Ocean. Here, Darwin encountered a dazzling array of species, many of which were found nowhere else on Earth. He observed finches with different beak shapes, giant tortoises varying in shell shape, and iguanas that swam in the sea. What struck Darwin was not just the diversity of life, but the variations within species from island to island. This led him to ponder, were species really fixed and unchanging as commonly believed? Or could they adapt and evolve over time? The seeds of a revolutionary idea, the theory of evolution, were planted. Darwin's observations on the Beagle voyage challenged the conventional wisdom of his era. He dared to question, to explore, to think differently. His keen eye for detail and insatiable curiosity set the stage for one of the most transformative theories in the history of science. This voyage was not just a journey across the globe, but a journey towards a groundbreaking discovery. After years of painstaking research and observations in 1859, Darwin published On the Origin of Species. This groundbreaking book laid the foundations for the theory of evolution, changing the way we understand life on Earth. The cornerstone of Darwin's theory is natural selection, a process where individuals with traits most suited to their environment are more likely to survive and reproduce. Over generations, these advantageous traits become more common, shaping the species. He coined the term survival of the fittest to encapsulate this idea, a phrase that still resonates in our modern understanding of evolution. But Darwin's theory didn't just shake up the scientific world. It sent shockwaves through religious communities, challenging long-held beliefs. Many saw the idea of evolution as a direct threat to the biblical account of creation, sparking a fierce and ongoing debate between science and religion. The response was mixed. While some welcomed the new understanding of life's complexity, others vehemently rejected it. Darwin himself was aware of the potential for controversy. He once wrote, "I am quite conscious that my speculations run quite beyond the bounds of true science." Despite the controversy, Darwin's theory of evolution changed the course of science. It provided a framework to understand the interconnectedness of life, the diversity of species, and our own place in the natural world. It wasn't just a new theory, it was a revolution in thought, a seismic shift in our perception of ourselves and our world. Charles Darwin passed away in 1882, but his legacy lives on. His life was a voyage of discovery that revolutionized our understanding of biology. His theory of evolution, born from keen observation and tireless research, fundamentally reshaped our view of life on Earth. Today, Darwin's insights continue to illuminate our path as we delve deeper into the mysteries of existence. In the grand tapestry of life, Darwin's theory of evolution continues to be a thread that ties us all together, reminding us of our shared journey through time.
Dive into the year 1533 when the world welcomed a future queen, Elizabeth, born to King Henry VIII and Anne Boleyn. Amidst a tempestuous political climate, her arrival was a beacon of hope. Tragically, her mother was executed when she was just 2.5 years old, a loss that would cast a long shadow over her early life. The early years of Elizabeth were fraught with uncertainty and danger, shaping a queen who would later rule with resilience and determination. Fast forward to 1558, Elizabeth ascends the throne amidst religious unrest and political instability. Prior to her reign, her half-siblings, Edward VI and Mary I, had each taken a turn on the throne. Edward, a fervent Protestant, sought to establish his faith as the kingdom's religion. His reign, however, was short, and Mary, a staunch Catholic, reversed many of his reforms, earning the moniker Bloody Mary for her brutal suppression of Protestants. In the midst of this religious turmoil, Elizabeth, the daughter of Anne Boleyn, found herself declared illegitimate after her mother's execution. Her path to the throne was far from straightforward. She faced numerous obstacles, including imprisonment and the threat of execution. But Elizabeth was not one to be easily deterred. She was a survivor, a woman of formidable intelligence and steely determination. Against all odds, she navigated through the tumultuous political landscape of her time. Despite the odds, Elizabeth ascended the throne at 25, ready to guide her kingdom through the storm. Elizabeth reigned for 44 years, a period known as the Elizabethan era, marked by significant changes and progress. It was a time of exploration, innovation, and a definitive shift in England's position on the global stage. Elizabeth, in her wisdom, established policies that set the stage for England's transformation into a world power. She encouraged overseas exploration, leading to the establishment of English colonies in the New World. This would later form the foundation of the British Empire. Perhaps one of the most intriguing aspects of Elizabeth's reign was her decision to remain unmarried, thus earning her the nickname, the Virgin Queen. This decision had far-reaching political implications. It allowed her to maintain control without the influence of a husband, and it kept England free from the political entanglements that a marriage alliance could bring. Elizabeth's reign wasn't without challenges, however. The Spanish Armada, a fleet sent by Spain in an attempt to invade England, was a significant threat. Yet under Elizabeth's leadership, England successfully defended itself, boosting national morale and solidifying England's naval supremacy. Let's not forget the religious conflict within England. Elizabeth navigated these treacherous waters with admirable finesse. She established the Church of England as the country's primary religion, yet ensured that it was broad enough to accommodate some diversity of belief, thus maintaining relative peace. However, the Elizabethan era wasn't just about politics and conflict. It was a time of cultural renaissance. The arts and literature flourished under Elizabeth's patronage. The works of William Shakespeare and Christopher Marlowe, among others, were born in this period, leaving an indelible mark on the world of literature. Under Elizabeth's rule, England emerged as a significant global power, a legacy that would continue for centuries. Her reign was undeniably a turning point in England's history, setting the stage for the country's future as a global power and cultural epicenter. Elizabeth's death in 1603 marked the end of an era, but her legacy was far from forgotten. This remarkable woman, known to us as the Virgin Queen, left an imprint on the world stage that still reverberates centuries later. Elizabeth's reign brought about a period of relative peace and prosperity to England, a stark contrast to the tumultuous years that preceded her ascension to the throne. She navigated her nation through the treacherous waters of international politics, deftly managing relationships with powerful nations and ensuring England's sovereignty. Her influence on the British monarchy was profound, setting the tone for future monarchs to prioritize diplomatic relations and national interests. Beyond politics, she also left a lasting cultural impact. Literature and arts flourished during her reign, a period often referred to as the Elizabethan era. It was a golden age of creativity and innovation, birthing some of the most revered works in English literature. William Shakespeare, Christopher Marlowe, and Thomas Kyd were just a few of the luminaries who thrived under her patronage. Religiously, Elizabeth ensured the continuation of Protestantism in England, navigating the delicate balance between the Catholic and Protestant factions within her kingdom. This religious stability was a cornerstone of her reign, which helped to shape the religious landscape of England for generations to come. Elizabeth I, the Virgin Queen, left an indelible mark on history, her reign shaping the course of England and the world in ways that resonate even today.
Have you ever wondered how the world would look if we shared everything equally? If the concept of wealth and power was eradicated? This is a reality that Karl Marx, a philosopher and economist, dreamed of in the 19th century. Born in the small town of Trier in Prussia on May 5, 1818, Marx was the third of 9 children. His father, Heinrich Marx, was a successful lawyer and a passionate advocate for enlightenment, who introduced Marx to the works of Voltaire and Kant. His mother, Henriette Pressburg, was a Dutch Jew who came from a wealthy family. Marx attended the University of Bonn at the age of 17. However, his wild behavior led his father to transfer him to the more serious and academically orientated University of Berlin. It was here that Marx first became interested in philosophy, and where he was introduced to the works of G.W.F. Hegel, whose teachings deeply influenced him. In 1841, Marx earned a doctorate in philosophy from the University of Jena. His early work was devoted to the philosophy of reality and human nature. But as time went on, Marx grew more interested in social reform and economic theory. In 1844, Marx met Friedrich Engels in Paris. They found that they shared similar views on philosophy and capitalism, which led to a lifelong friendship and collaboration. The two wrote the Communist Manifesto in 1848, a groundbreaking work that discussed the class struggle and the problems of capitalism. However, Marx's views were not well received. His revolutionary ideas led to his expulsion from multiple countries, and he eventually settled in London in 1849. Here, he continued to write and publish his ideas, most notably in his work Das Kapital, which critiqued political economy. Marx's philosophy, often known as Marxism, centers around the idea of communism, abolishing private property and ending class struggle. He believed that capitalism, while it may create wealth, also creates social inequality. He argued that workers, the proletariat, are exploited by the bourgeoisie, or the capitalist class, who own the means of production. Marx saw communism as the solution to this problem, with the proletariat overthrowing the bourgeoisie and establishing a classless society. On March 14, 1883, Marx passed away in London. Despite his death, his ideas continue to influence political, economic, and social thought to this day. His critique of capitalism and his vision of a classless society have inspired countless revolutions and political movements around the world. In conclusion, Karl Marx was a man of big ideas. Born into a middle-class family, he grew to challenge the very foundations of society and economy. His philosophy, while controversial, has had a profound impact on our world. From his early days in Prussia to his final years in London, Marx dedicated his life to understanding and critiquing the world around him. His work, particularly the Communist Manifesto and Das Kapital, has left a lasting legacy, one that continues to be debated and discussed more than a century after his death. Whether you agree with his views or not, there's no denying that Marx has left an indelible mark on human history. In the annals of history, few names bear as much weight as that of Julius Caesar. Known for his military acumen and political prowess, this Roman general and statesman left an indelible mark on the world. But to understand his life and legacy, we must first delve into the world he was born into. Caesar's world was the Roman Republic, a time of great upheaval and change. The city of Rome, once a mere collection of mud brick huts, had grown into a sprawling metropolis, the heart of a vast and powerful empire. Yet, beneath the veneer of strength, the Republic was riddled with corruption, inequality, and political strife. Born in the year 100 BC, Julius Caesar came from a patrician family that traced its lineage back to the founders of Rome. Despite his noble birth, Caesar's early life was far from privileged. His father died when he was 16, leaving him the head of the family. Despite this, Caesar showed great promise from a young age. His first significant achievement came in 75 BC, when he was captured by pirates while traveling to Rhodes. Displaying remarkable courage and cunning, Caesar managed to turn the tables on his captors and secured his own release. In the following years, Caesar's star rose rapidly. He served with distinction in the military, earning the coveted civic crown for his bravery. He climbed the political ladder, becoming aedile, praetor, and finally, in 59 BC, consul of Rome. As a politician, Caesar was known for his eloquence, his ambition, and his willingness to break with tradition. In 58 BC, Caesar embarked on the Gallic Wars, a series of campaigns that would expand the borders of the Roman Empire and cement his reputation as one of Rome's greatest generals. His victories in Gaul were not just military triumphs, but also a masterclass in the art of winning hearts and minds. Yet, it was his return to Rome in 49 BC that would set the stage for his most dramatic act. With the famous crossing of the Rubicon, Caesar sparked a civil war that would bring down the Republic and pave the way for the rise of the empire. In 44 BC, Caesar was named Dictator Perpetuo, dictator in perpetuity. He introduced a series of reforms aimed at addressing Rome's social and economic problems. But his power and reforms were not welcomed by everyone. On the Ides of March, Caesar was assassinated in a conspiracy led by Brutus and Cassius. Caesar's legacy is profound and far-reaching. His life and death marked a turning point in history, shaping the course of Western civilization. His military strategies are still studied in war colleges today, He gave his name to the title of Caesar, which would become the title for emperors across Europe, including Kaiser in Germany and Tsar in Russia. Moreover, Caesar's influence extends beyond the realms of history and politics. His life has inspired countless works of literature and art, from Shakespeare's Julius Caesar to the Hollywood epic Cleopatra. His life, his achievements, and his death continue to captivate us, serving as a reminder of the power of one individual to shape the course of history. In the grand tapestry of time, Julius Caesar stands out as a pivotal figure, a man who dared to dream, to strive, and to change the world. His is a story of ambition, power, and legacy, a story that continues to resonate more than 2 millennia after his death.
In the annals of history, few periods stand out as vividly as the Victorian era, a time of profound change marked by industrial revolution, cultural transformation, and a queen whose reign defined an epoch. This era, named after Queen Victoria, spanned from the year 1837 to 1901. Born on May 24, 1819, to Edward, Duke of Kent and Victoria of Saxe-Coburg, Princess Alexandrina Victoria lived a sheltered early life. Her father died shortly after her birth, leaving her mother as her sole guardian. Under the strict Kensington system designed by her mother and Sir John Conroy, Victoria was isolated from other children and potential influences. Upon the death of her uncle, King William IV, on June 20, 1837, Victoria ascended the throne at the tender age of 18. This marked the dawn of the Victorian era, a period that would see Britain rise to unprecedented heights of power and influence. Queen Victoria's reign was a veritable roller coaster of highs and lows. Early in her reign, she survived multiple assassination attempts and faced criticism over her perceived favoritism towards the Whig Party. However, she demonstrated remarkable resilience and determination, characteristics that endeared her to her subjects. In 1840, Victoria married her first cousin, Prince Albert of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha. Their partnership was both a love match and a political alliance. Together, they had 9 children, who married into various European royal families, earning Victoria the nickname the Grandmother of Europe. During her reign, Queen Victoria oversaw vast changes in British society and culture. The Industrial Revolution changed the face of the nation, turning it into the world's leading industrial and naval power. The expansion of the British Empire, the establishment of a comprehensive railway network, and significant advancements in science and technology marked this era. However, Queen Victoria's reign was not without its challenges. The Irish potato famine, the Crimean War, and various uprisings within the empire tested her leadership. But through it all, Queen Victoria remained a symbol of stability and continuity. Queen Victoria's reign came to an end on January 22, 1901, when she passed away at the age of 81. Her death marked the end of the Victorian era, a period that had seen Britain transformed from a constitutional monarchy into a global superpower. In summary, Queen Victoria's life and reign were marked by monumental shifts in British society, culture, and politics. Her reign, which lasted for over 6 decades, saw the transformation of Britain into the world's leading industrial and naval power. Despite facing numerous challenges, Queen Victoria remained a symbol of stability and continuity, guiding her nation through a period of unprecedented change and growth. As we delve into the annals of history, the Victorian era stands as a testament to Queen Victoria's leadership, resilience, and enduring legacy. From a sheltered princess to the queen of an empire, Victoria's life was a saga of determination, resilience, and the indomitable spirit of a queen who left an indelible mark on her nation and the world.
In the heart of the 15th century, Europe was in the grip of the Catholic Church. The Church's influence was absolute, permeating every aspect of life, from education to politics. It was a time of change, with the Renaissance in full swing, humanism on the rise, and a thirst for knowledge and discovery that was slowly beginning to challenge the Church's authority. Enter Martin Luther, born on November 10, 1483, in the small German town of Eisleben. His parents, Hans and Margaret Luther, were ambitious for their son, and Martin was initially groomed for a career in law. However, a close brush with death during a thunderstorm in 1505 prompted him to abandon this path and join the Augustinian monastery in Erfurt. Luther's years in the monastery were marked by intense spiritual struggle. He was ordained a priest in 1507, and soon became a respected theologian and professor at the University of Wittenberg. But beneath the surface, Luther was grappling with doubts about the Church's teachings, particularly the practice of selling indulgences, which he viewed as a gross distortion of the Christian faith. In October 1517, Luther decided to voice his concerns. He wrote a document known as the 95 Theses, a direct challenge to the Church's authority and its practices. This radical act ignited what we now know as the Protestant Reformation. Despite facing excommunication and the threat of death, Luther refused to recant his views. He was declared a heretic in 1521, but his ideas had already begun to spread. Luther continued to write and preach, developing the foundations of what would become the Lutheran Church. Luther's later years were marked by controversy, including his harsh writings against Jews, which have been widely criticized. He passed away on February 18, 1546, but his legacy lived on, transforming the religious and political landscape of Europe. In summary, Martin Luther was a pivotal figure in the Protestant Reformation. Born in 1483, he initially pursued a career in law before turning to the Church. His 95 Theses challenged the Catholic Church's authority and sparked a religious revolution. Despite facing excommunication and threats to his life, Luther stood by his beliefs, establishing the foundations of the Lutheran Church. His controversial later years and death in 1546 marked the end of an era, but his impact continues to be felt to this day. Such is the tale of Martin Luther, a man whose courage and convictions forever changed the course of history. In the face of immense opposition, he dared to question, to challenge, and ultimately, to change the world. "Death is the solution to all problems. No man, no problem." A chilling quote from the man himself, Joseph Stalin. This statement, in its stark simplicity, gives us a glimpse into the mind of one of the most controversial figures in history. A man whose rule defined an era and whose impact reverberates to this day. Born in Gori, Georgia in 1878, Joseph Stalin, originally named Ioseb Vissarionis Dzhugashvili, led a life marked by struggle and strife from the start. The son of a cobbler and a washerwoman, both of whom were former serfs, Stalin's early life was one of poverty and hardship. Stalin's political journey began in his early 20s when he joined the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. His political acumen and unwavering loyalty saw him rise through the ranks, and in 1922, he became the General Secretary of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Stalin's leadership style was characterized by his ruthless tactics and iron-fisted control. He implemented a series of 5-year plans to rapidly industrialize the Soviet Union and transform it into a global superpower. His policies led to significant economic growth, but also resulted in widespread famine and the loss of millions of lives. During World War II, Stalin played a crucial role in leading the Soviet Union to victory against Nazi Germany. His strategic decisions and ability to mobilize resources effectively contributed to the defeat of the German forces. However, his leadership was also marked by brutal purges and the suppression of political dissent. After the war, Stalin's grip on power tightened even further. He implemented policies of forced collectivization and launched a campaign against perceived enemies of the state, resulting in the imprisonment and execution of millions. His reign of terror continued until his death in 1953. Despite his controversial legacy, Stalin remains a significant figure in history. His leadership shaped the course of the Soviet Union and had a profound impact on global politics. His policies and actions continue to be debated and analyzed to this day. Stalin's ascension to power, however, was not without controversy. He was known for his ruthless tactics, purges, and political repression, a period now infamously known as the Great Purge. This period saw the execution and exile of many of Stalin's political rivals and critics, consolidating his power and instilling fear in the hearts of his subjects. Stalin's rule was defined by his 5-year plans, ambitious economic policies aimed at rapidly industrializing the Soviet Union. These plans brought about significant change, transforming the Soviet Union from an agrarian society into a major world industrial power. However, this rapid industrialization came at a tremendous human cost. Millions of people were forced into labor, and countless lives were lost due to famine and harsh working conditions. Stalin's leadership during the Second World War is another pivotal point in his career. His role in the defeat of Nazi Germany is often lauded, but the path to victory was marred by strategic blunders, mass executions, and a disregard for the loss of life, traits that had become synonymous with Stalin's rule. Stalin's death in 1953 marked the end of an era, but his impact on the USSR and the world is undeniable. His policies shaped the Soviet Union into a global superpower, a status that significantly influenced world politics during the Cold War. Yet the human cost of Stalin's rule cannot be ignored. His regime was marked by widespread human rights abuses, mass repressions, and the deaths of millions of people. Stalin's legacy is a complex one, a blend of political achievement and human tragedy. His life serves as a stark reminder of the dangers of absolute power and the human cost of political ambition. As we delve into history, it becomes clear that Stalin's influence extends far beyond his lifetime, shaping not only the course of the Soviet Union, but also the trajectory of world history. In the end, Joseph Stalin, a man of humble beginnings, left an indelible mark on the world, a mark that continues to evoke a mixture of awe, fear, and controversy. As we look back at his life and rule, we are left with a complex portrait of a man whose impact on history is as profound as it is contentious. Albert Einstein, a name synonymous with genius, completely transformed the way we understand the universe. Born in the late 19th century, this theoretical physicist's intellectual prowess led to groundbreaking work that still resonates today. His crowning achievement, the theory of relativity, revolutionized modern physics, altering our perception of space and time. Einstein's work transcended the scientific community, leaving an indelible mark on our everyday lives. But who was this extraordinary man before he became the world-renowned physicist? Born in 1879 in Ulm, Germany, Albert Einstein was not the typical child prodigy. His early years were characterized more by struggle than by success. School, in particular, proved a challenge. The rigid educational system failed to ignite his young mind, leaving him feeling uninspired and out of place. But a spark did come. At the age of 5, a simple compass became the catalyst for Einstein's lifelong fascination with physics. The unseen forces moving the needle stirred his curiosity, setting him on a path of scientific exploration. Einstein's formal education continued at the Swiss Federal Polytechnic in Zurich, a place that finally fostered his intellectual growth. Here, he delved into the complexities of physics and mathematics, laying the groundwork for his future theories. But even in this supportive environment, Einstein remained a rebel, often clashing with professors and challenging the status quo. Einstein's journey to becoming a leading scientific figure was not always smooth sailing. But the trials of his early years would ultimately shape the brilliant mind we admire today. Einstein's career took off when he published 4 revolutionary papers in 1905, known as the Annus Mirabilis papers. These papers, published in the prestigious Annalen der Physik, shook the very foundations of physics, propelling a young Einstein into the limelight. The first of these papers tackled the photoelectric effect. Einstein proposed that light, rather than being a wave as was commonly believed, could also be thought of as a stream of particles called photons. This radical idea would later earn him the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1921. The importance of this work can't be overstated. It was a crucial stepping stone towards the development of quantum mechanics, a theory that would go on to transform the face of modern science. But Einstein wasn't done. His next major breakthrough was the development of the special theory of relativity. This theory, which includes the famous equation E equals mc squared, fundamentally altered our understanding of space and time. It proposed that the laws of physics are the same for all observers, regardless of their state of motion. And it introduced the mind-boggling concept that energy and mass are interchangeable, that one can be transformed into the other. Then, in 1915, Einstein published his general theory of relativity. This theory described gravity not as a force, as Sir Isaac Newton had proposed, but as a curvature of space-time caused by mass and energy. It was a dramatic departure from the traditional understanding of gravity, and it has stood the test of time, passing every experimental test thrown at it over the last century. Throughout his career, Einstein's revolutionary ideas continually challenged the status quo, forcing scientists to rethink their understanding of the universe. His work has had a profound and lasting impact on the field of physics, setting the stage for much of the scientific progress we've seen in the last century. Einstein's scientific achievements not only revolutionized physics but also made him a global celebrity. His iconic status, matched only by his scientific prowess, has cemented his place in history as one of the greatest minds of all time. Einstein's legacy stretches far beyond his scientific contributions. The man who once scribbled equations on napkins left an indelible mark on not just science but on culture and philosophy as well. Known for his unruly hair and mischievous eyes as much as his mind-bending theories, Einstein became a symbol of genius, a pop culture icon that transcends time. Beyond his scientific endeavors, Einstein was a staunch pacifist, a man who abhorred violence and once declared, "I would rather be a man of paradoxes than a man of prejudices." His philosophy of life, interwoven with his scientific views, has influenced countless thinkers, fostering a culture of questioning and exploration. Einstein's influence on the philosophy of science is profound. He challenged the accepted notions of space and time, ushering in a new paradigm that continues to shape the way we perceive reality. His theories, though a century old, are still being tested and proven correct, affirming his genius and solidifying his place in the annals of scientific history. His enduring legacy is evident in the multitude of advancements made in the fields of physics and cosmology. Every satellite that orbits our planet, every GPS system that guides us, stands as a testament to Einstein's groundbreaking work. Albert Einstein, a man whose name has become a byword for genius, continues to inspire and intrigue us with his remarkable life and groundbreaking work. Have you ever pondered over the audacity and courage it took for Christopher Columbus to set sail into the unknown, challenging the boundaries of human knowledge and the perceived limits of our world? Our story begins in the year 1451, in the bustling port city of Genoa, Italy, where our protagonist, Christopher Columbus, was born. From a young age, Columbus was drawn to the sea, taking his first voyage to the island of Chios in the Aegean Sea at the tender age of 14. This early exposure to seafaring life ignited a burning passion in Columbus, a passion that would shape the course of his life and alter the trajectory of human history. Fast forward to 1473. Columbus, now a seasoned mariner, made his home in Lisbon, Portugal, where he married and started a family. However, domestic life could not quell his thirst for exploration. His mind was consumed with a radical idea: a westward sea route to Asia. At the time, the East was a land of untold riches and exotic spices, but reaching it required a perilous journey around Africa. Columbus believed there was a better way. Over the next 6 years, Columbus pitched his daring plan to the monarchs of Portugal and Spain, only to be met with ridicule and rejection. But Columbus was not one to be easily deterred. His persistence finally paid off in 1492, when King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella of Spain agreed to sponsor his expedition. On August 3, 1492, Columbus set sail with 3 ships, the Santa Maria, the Pinta, and the Nina, embarking on a voyage that would forever change our understanding of the world. After 10 weeks at sea, land was sighted on October 12th. Columbus believed he had reached the Indies, but in reality he had stumbled upon a new world, the Americas. Columbus made 4 voyages to the New World, establishing colonies and initiating widespread exchange between the Old World and the New. However, his later years were marred by political controversy and financial strife. He passed away in 1506, unaware of the full impact of his discoveries. In summary, Christopher Columbus, a Genoese mariner, dared to challenge the known boundaries of the world. His audacious plan of finding a westward route to Asia led him to the discovery of the Americas. While his later years were fraught with hardship, his voyages marked the beginning of centuries of transatlantic conquest and colonization, forever changing the course of human history. It's crucial to remember that history is never as simple as it seems. Columbus's voyages sparked an era of exploration and expansion, but they also led to the exploitation and devastation of indigenous cultures. As we reflect on Columbus's legacy, we must grapple with these complexities, acknowledging both the remarkable achievements and the profound costs of his voyages. In the end, the story of Christopher Columbus serves as a powerful reminder of the boundless capacity of human curiosity, courage, and the relentless pursuit of the unknown. We begin in the 17th century, a time of discovery, exploration, and the birth of modern science. This was an era where the mysteries of the universe began to unravel, thanks to the scientific revolution. Renowned figures like Galileo Galilei and Johannes Kepler had already set the stage with their groundbreaking discoveries. But amongst these pioneers, there was one individual who was about to take a giant leap for mankind. In this era of scientific revolution, one man's work would forever change our understanding of the universe: Isaac Newton. Born in 1643 in Woolsthorpe, England, Isaac Newton was destined to become one of the greatest minds of his time. He was born into a farming family, but young Isaac had little interest in the rural life. Instead, he was drawn to the mysteries of the world around him. His early years were marked by an insatiable curiosity and a passion for learning. This passion eventually led him to Trinity College, Cambridge. Here, Newton's interest in science and mathematics was kindled. Under the tutelage of notable scholars, he began to explore the laws that governed the world. He studied the works of the great thinkers of his time and began to form his own theories. It was at Cambridge that Newton first began to shine as a scientific mind. A world of knowledge opened up for Newton at Cambridge, setting him on the path to groundbreaking discoveries. Newton's time at Cambridge led to some of the most significant scientific discoveries in history. His inquisitive mind and relentless pursuit of knowledge allowed him to delve into areas of science that were largely unexplored. Firstly, let's talk about Newton's laws of motion. These three laws, which we know so well today, were revolutionary at the time. The first law, often referred to as the law of inertia, states that an object will remain at rest or move in a straight line at a constant speed unless acted upon by an external force. The second law provides a calculation for force, stating that it's equal to mass times acceleration. The third law, probably the most famous, states that for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. Next, Newton's law of universal gravitation. This law proposes that every particle of matter in the universe attracts every other particle with a force directly proportional to the product of their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between their centers. In simpler terms, this is why apples fall from trees, and why we stay grounded on our planet. Newton's contributions were not just limited to physics. He also invented calculus, a branch of mathematics that deals with rates of change and the accumulation of quantities. Calculus has served as a fundamental tool in physics and engineering ever since. Lastly, Newton made significant strides in the study of light and color. He performed a series of experiments with prisms, which showed that white light is composed of a spectrum of colors. This contradicted the prevailing theory of the time that colors were modifications of white light. Each of these discoveries in their own right would be a monumental achievement. But to have all of these attributed to one man is nothing short of extraordinary. Newton's discoveries not only revolutionized science but also our understanding of the world. Newton's later life was as intriguing as his scientific career. After his groundbreaking work on gravity and optics, Newton stepped into a completely different realm. In 1696, he was appointed the Warden, and later the Master, of the Royal Mint. Here, he applied his keen intellect to reforming Britain's currency, even going as far as to personally oversee the prosecution of counterfeiters. In 1705, Queen Anne knighted Newton, making him Sir Isaac Newton. This was a rare honor for someone whose achievements were in the realm of science, underscoring the profound impact of his work. But Newton's interests weren't confined to the visible world. He quietly delved into the mysteries of alchemy, seeking to transform base metals into gold. While these pursuits didn't yield the desired results, they demonstrate the breadth of Newton's curiosity. Newton was also a deeply religious man. He spent considerable time studying the Bible and exploring the nature of the divine. His religious beliefs, in fact, were integral to his scientific philosophy, as he saw the laws of nature as divine creation. Newton's life, however, was not without controversy. He was known to be difficult and solitary, often embroiled in disputes with his contemporaries. Yet these aspects of his personality do not overshadow his monumental contributions to science. Isaac Newton passed away in 1727, leaving behind a legacy that continues to shape our understanding of the universe.
Have you ever pondered the profound impact a single ruler can have on the course of history? In the annals of time, Charlemagne stands out as a figure of immense influence, a man whose actions echo through the centuries. Today, we delve into the life of this remarkable ruler, often referred to as the Father of Europe. Born in 742, Charles the Great, or Charlemagne as we know him today, came into a world in turmoil. The former glories of the Roman Empire were but a memory, and Europe was a fractured landscape of warring tribes and kingdoms. Charlemagne's ascension to power in 768, sharing the throne with his brother Carloman, marked the dawn of a new era. Charlemagne's reign was characterized by relentless expansion. He conquered and Christianized the Lombards in Italy, the Saxons in northern Germany, and the Avars in Central Europe. His military campaigns not only expanded his territory, but also spread Christianity, shaping the religious landscape of Europe. However, Charlemagne's influence extended beyond military conquests. He understood the power of education and the written word. During his reign, he initiated what historians now refer to as the Carolingian Renaissance. This period saw a revival in literature, architecture, and arts, all driven by Charlemagne's desire to foster learning and culture. The crowning moment of Charlemagne's reign came in the year 800 on Christmas Day. Pope Leo III crowned him Emperor of the Romans, a title last held by Romulus Augustus over 3 centuries prior. This act symbolized the fusion of Roman, Christian, and Germanic cultures, and marked the beginning of what would later become the Holy Roman Empire. Charlemagne's death in 814 marked the end of an era, but his legacy was far from over. His empire fragmented, but the cultural and religious foundations he laid down continued to shape Europe. His reign set the stage for the feudal system and the eventual rise of nation-states. In this exploration of Charlemagne's life and reign, we've unearthed the story of a ruler whose influence stretched far beyond his lifetime. His military achievements, his commitment to education and culture, and his role in shaping the religious landscape of Europe have left an indelible mark on history. As we look back, we see in Charlemagne a ruler who truly earned his moniker as the Father of Europe. To summarize, Charlemagne's reign was a period of expansion and cultural revival. His military campaigns spread Christianity across Europe, and his commitment to education sparked the Carolingian Renaissance. Charlemagne's crowning as Emperor of the Romans marked the beginning of the Holy Roman Empire, laying the groundwork for the Europe we know today. His legacy, therefore, is a Europe culturally and religiously shaped by his actions. In the grand tapestry of history, Charlemagne's threads run deep, his influence undeniable, and his legacy enduring. The Father of Europe might have been a title bestowed upon him, but it's one Charlemagne earned through a lifetime of unparalleled achievements.
Could one man truly embody the spirit of progress? Could he steer a nation towards a new era of reform? Enter Theodore Roosevelt, the 26th President of the United States, a man who not only believed in progress, but lived it. Born on October 27, 1858 in New York City, Roosevelt was a frail child, plagued by illness. But he refused to succumb. Instead, he embraced a strenuous life, building physical strength through rigorous exercise. Roosevelt's journey into politics began in 1881 as a New York State Assemblyman. He was the youngest ever to serve in that role. His tenure was marked by his relentless fight against corruption and his advocacy for civil service reform. The year 1884 brought a devastating personal tragedy. Roosevelt lost both his mother and his wife on the same day. Retreating from politics, he moved to the Dakota Territory where he lived as a rancher and a sheriff. But the call of public service was too strong. In 1889, President Benjamin Harrison appointed Roosevelt as the U.S. Civil Service Commissioner. He served with distinction, rooting out corruption and advocating for merit-based appointments. His reputation as a reformer grew. Roosevelt's political ascent continued. He served as the New York City Police Commissioner, Assistant Secretary of the Navy, and the Governor of New York. His dedication to progress and reform was unwavering. He fought against corruption, championed labor rights, and pushed for government regulation of industries. In 1900, Roosevelt's political career took a monumental leap. He was elected vice president under President William McKinley. But fate had a bigger plan. McKinley's assassination in September 1901 catapulted Roosevelt into the presidency. He was just 42, the youngest ever to hold the office. Roosevelt's presidency was a testament to his belief in progress. He championed the progressive movement, undertaking massive economic and social reforms. He broke up corporate monopolies, regulated industries, and championed labor rights. He was a conservationist at heart, establishing national parks, forests, and monuments. Roosevelt's second term ended in 1909, but he was far from done. In 1912, he ran for president again as a candidate of the Progressive Party, also known as the Bull Moose Party. Though he didn't win, his campaign left a lasting impact. Theodore Roosevelt, a cowboy, a soldier, a reformer, a statesman, and above all, a progressive. He lived a life larger than most, driven by a relentless pursuit of progress. His legacy, a nation transformed, a people empowered, and a new era of reform ushered in. A true testament to the power of one man's belief in progress. Have you ever wondered how a single individual could redefine the landscape of classical music? Enter Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, a prodigy whose fingers first danced across the keys of a piano when he was just 5 years old. From that tender age, Mozart composed over 800 works that would echo through the centuries, each one a testament to his genius and creativity. Born in the winter of 1756 in the city of Salzburg, Austria, Mozart was immersed in the world of music from his earliest days. His father, Leopold Mozart, was a respected composer in his own right, and he wasted no time in sharing his craft with his son. It was under Leopold's watchful eye that young Mozart composed his first piece at the age of 5, showing a talent that would only grow with time. Mozart's early life set the stage for a career that would forever change the course of music history. Imagine a world where the symphony as we know it did not exist. Now let's journey back to the mid-18th century, to the teenage years of a young Austrian prodigy, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. His family's extensive tours across Europe exposed him to a myriad of musical styles, acting as a canvas for his blossoming artistry. During these formative years, Mozart absorbed the influences of Italian opera, German orchestral music, and the intricate French style. But his genius was not just in imitation but in transformation. He took these diverse influences and wove them into a unique musical language that was all his own. In his late teens, Mozart made a significant move to Vienna, which marked a prolific period in his life. It was here that he composed many of his symphonies, sonatas, and operas, each piece showcasing his evolving musical style. Works like The Marriage of Figaro and Don Giovanni were not just pieces of music, they were experiences, journeys into human emotion and complexity. But Mozart's true revolution lay in his transformation of the classical symphony. Before Mozart, symphonies were often simple and light, but Mozart saw potential for more. He expanded the symphony, making it more complex, more expressive. His symphonies were not just a sequence of pleasant sounds, they were narratives, they were conversations. They were explorations of the human spirit. Mozart's works were marked by their emotional depth, their complexity, and their expressiveness. His music could make you laugh, cry, and think, all in the span of a few bars. And it was this emotional richness, this depth of expression that set Mozart apart. Today, centuries after his death, Mozart's music continues to enchant us, to move us. His symphonies, his operas, his sonatas, they all speak to us across the boundaries of time and space. They remind us of the power of music, the power of creativity, the power of human emotion. Mozart's influence on classical music is undeniable. His compositions continue to inspire and captivate audiences around the world. His musical evolution was not just a personal journey, but a transformation of the symphony, a revolution in the world of music. What if Mozart's music had never existed? Would classical music as we know it be the same? Let's delve into the lasting impact of Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart's work, a legacy that reverberates throughout the ages. Mozart's life was a symphony cut short, with his untimely death at the age of 35. Yet in that limited span he composed over 600 works, a prodigious output that continues to astonish us. His music, characterized by its emotional depth, technical finesse, and thematic sophistication, set new standards for the classical genre. The echoes of Mozart's influence can be heard in the compositions of those who followed him. Beethoven, who was just a teenager when Mozart passed away, was deeply inspired by Mozart's work. He even took some of his early compositions to Mozart for critique. The seeds of Beethoven's revolutionary style can be traced back to Mozart's innovations. Mozart's music was not just influential, it was transformative. His compositions brought about a paradigm shift, pushing the boundaries of what was considered possible in music. They embodied a perfect blend of the complex and the accessible, the intellectual and the emotional, the profound and the playful. This balance is what makes Mozart's music enduringly popular and universally appealing. Yet Mozart's genius was not immediately recognized. After his death, his music fell into relative obscurity, only to be rediscovered and appreciated years later. This rediscovery led to a Mozart revival, a renaissance that saw his music being performed more frequently and studied more intensively. His works became the cornerstone of classical music education, shaping the minds and skills of countless musicians. Today, over 2 centuries later, Mozart's music continues to be performed, studied, and revered. His symphonies, sonatas, and operas are staples of the classical repertoire, testament to his enduring influence. Scholars continue to analyze his compositions, peeling back the layers of his genius, while musicians strive to capture the sublime beauty of his melodies. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, a name synonymous with classical music, a composer whose influence echoes through the ages and a legacy that continues to inspire.
Ever wondered how much of our modern society is influenced by the thoughts of a philosopher who lived over 2,000 years ago? Let's take a journey back to ancient Greece, to the time of Plato, a philosopher whose profound insights continue to shape our world. His life and works, particularly The Republic, provide a rich tapestry of ideas that still resonate today, from politics to education and beyond. So buckle up, history enthusiasts. Time to delve deeper into the life of this extraordinary thinker. Born into a politically active family in Athens around 428 or 427 BC, Plato had the privilege of receiving the finest education. As a sign of an influential and aristocratic lineage, Plato was immersed in the political landscape from an early age. His initial interest was in politics, stirred by the bustling Athenian democracy that surrounded him. His education was broad and comprehensive, encompassing subjects such as philosophy, poetry, and gymnastics. He was tutored by the most esteemed scholars of his time, including the renowned Cratylus, a student of Heraclitus, known for his doctrine of flux and fire. Plato's intellectual pursuits didn't stop at the theoretical. His early years were also marked by his active participation in wrestling and the musical arts, highlighting his belief in nurturing both the mind and body. However, despite his political background and diverse education, it was his encounter with Socrates that truly ignited his philosophical flame. Little did he know, his life was about to take a monumental turn thanks to one man. Enter Socrates, the man who would change the course of Plato's life forever. Socrates, a philosopher known for his relentless questioning, became an influential figure in Plato's life. Their meeting wasn't just a chance encounter, but a pivotal moment that would shape Plato's philosophical journey. Socrates' method of inquiry, his relentless pursuit of truth, was a powerful catalyst that spurred Plato's own philosophical ideas. Theirs was a bond born out of mutual respect and intellectual curiosity, a bond that would be tested by the harsh winds of Athenian politics. The execution of Socrates, sentenced to death by drinking a cup of poison hemlock, shook Plato to his core. Witnessing the unjust death of his mentor brought a profound change in Plato. Devastated by his mentor's death, Plato left Athens, embarking on a journey that would further shape his philosophy. This journey would take him to new lands, expose him to diverse cultures, and challenge his understanding of the world. Plato traveled extensively, absorbing knowledge and ideas from various cultures and thinkers. This journey of enlightenment began with Egypt, an ancient civilization with a profound understanding of mathematics and geometry. The mysteries of the Nile and the pyramids undoubtedly sparked Plato's curiosity, further shaping his philosophical ideas. His travels then took him to the heart of the Mediterranean Italy, where he encountered the Pythagoreans. Their philosophy, which blended mathematics, music, and mysticism, had a profound influence on Plato. He was captivated by their belief in the transmigration of souls, an idea that found its way into many of his dialogues. The island of Sicily was next on Plato's itinerary. There, he attempted to mold a philosopher-king in the form of Dionysius the Younger, the tyrant of Syracuse. This endeavor proved unsuccessful, but it further emphasized Plato's belief in the importance of philosopher-kings for a just society. Upon returning to his beloved Athens, Plato embarked on his most significant venture, the establishment of his academy. This institution, nestled in the groves of Academus, was a testament to Plato's commitment to intellectual exploration and dialogue. It was here that Plato, surrounded by eager minds, wrote his seminal works, including The Republic. The Academy was more than just a school. It was a vibrant intellectual community where ideas were freely debated and explored. It was an embodiment of Plato's belief in the power of knowledge. Plato's Academy, the first institution of its kind, would become a beacon of knowledge for centuries to come. Plato, a philosopher, a teacher, and a writer, left behind a legacy that continues to shape our world. Plato's major works, particularly The Republic, have become cornerstones of Western philosophy. In The Republic, he explores justice, fairness, and the ideal society, ideas that continue to resonate in today's political and social discourse. His dialogues, infused with his mentor Socrates' teachings, have been instrumental in shaping philosophical thought, from ethics to metaphysics. Plato's influence extends beyond philosophy. His work in mathematics, particularly his theory of forms, has informed mathematical thinking. His thoughts on education, as outlined in The Republic, have influenced educational systems worldwide. In 347 BC, Plato passed away, but his ideas did not. His writings, his teachings, they survived, transcending time and geography. They have become an integral part of our intellectual heritage. And so, the philosopher who once roamed the streets of Athens lives on in the minds of thinkers, shaping our society from beyond the grave.
Like most tales from the annals of history, the story of 17th century France is one of power, intrigue, and revolution. It was an era marked by religious turmoil, political upheaval, and the emergence of France as a dominant power in Europe. The stage was set for a ruler who could harness these tumultuous times and lead France into a golden age. Enter Louis XIV, the Sun King. Born on September 5, 1638, Louis XVI was not destined for the throne. He was the third in line, a mere prince, but fate had other plans. By the time he was 4, a series of untimely deaths saw him ascend to the throne, a child king in an adult world. Raised in the shadow of the Fronde, a civil war that had ravaged France, the young king learned a valuable lesson. To maintain control, he must never share power, and so, he didn't. Instead, he moved his court to Versailles, a gilded cage of his own making, where he could keep a watchful eye on his nobles. Louis XIV's reign was marked by a series of ambitious endeavors. He expanded the borders of France, fought 3 major wars and several minor ones, and fostered an environment of artistic and cultural growth. His reign saw the birth of French classicism, with luminaries like Molière and Racine gracing his court. But the Sun King's reign was not all golden. His decision to revoke the Edict of Nantes, a decree that had granted religious freedom to the Huguenots, led to a mass exodus of Protestants, a blow to the French economy. His wars, while expanding French territory, left the country in a state of financial ruin. Despite these challenges, Louis XIV's reign is often hailed as the epitome of an absolute monarchy. His centralization of power and patronage of the arts left an indelible mark on France and Europe. His reign, lasting 72 years and 110 days, remains the longest recorded of any monarch in European history. To sum up, Louis XIV's reign was a complex mesh of grandeur and decay. His legacy, a testament to absolute power and the consequences thereof. A king who, in his quest for glory, transformed a country and left an irreplaceable mark on the pages of history. So, as the sun sets on our tale, we remember Louis XIV, the Sun King, a beacon of power and a symbol of the golden age of France. In the late 18th century, Europe was in the throes of change. The Age of Enlightenment was drawing to a close, and the French Revolution was about to shake the continent to its core. Amidst this turbulent backdrop, in the city of Bonn, Germany, a child was born who would grow to become one of the most celebrated composers in the history of music. His name was Ludwig van Beethoven. Born in December 1770, Beethoven was introduced to music at a very early age. His father, a court musician, was his first teacher, but it was under the tutelage of Christian Gottlob Neefe, a renowned German opera composer, that young Beethoven truly began to flourish. In 1787, Beethoven made his first journey to Vienna, the city that would become his home and the heart of his musical career. It was here that he would meet and learn from the great Joseph Haydn, further honing his already impressive skills. Beethoven's compositions would come to define the transition from the classical period of music to the Romantic. His early works, like his Symphony No. 1 in C major, showed the influence of his classical predecessors, yet even then, his unique style was becoming evident. The turn of the century marked a tragic period in Beethoven's life as he began to lose his hearing. Despite this, he continued to compose, and some of his most famous pieces were created during this time. His Symphony No. 9 in D minor, known as the Choral, which includes the famous Ode to Joy, was written when he was almost completely deaf. Beethoven's late works were characterized by their intellectual depth, their formal innovations, and their intense, highly personal expression. His last string quartets, for instance, are some of the most profound works in all of music. The life and works of Ludwig van Beethoven are a testament to the human spirit's resilience and the power of music. Despite facing numerous challenges, Beethoven never ceased to create, and his music continues to inspire millions around the world. In this video, we journeyed through the life of Beethoven, from his early years in Bonn through his formative period in Vienna to his final years as a titan of music. We explored his works, which span the transition from the classical to the romantic periods in music, and his indomitable spirit, which allowed him to continue creating even as he lost his hearing. In the end, Beethoven's story is not just about music. It's a tale of perseverance, of innovation, and of the timeless power of art. Even now, nearly 2 centuries after his death, Ludwig van Beethoven's legacy continues to resonate, a testament to the enduring power of his genius. Dive into the turbulent waters of the 19th century, an era that saw the United States torn apart and stitched back together. This was a time of profound transformation, defined by the bloody conflict of the American Civil War and the monumental struggle to abolish slavery. From the ashes of war, the Reconstruction period emerged, an era that sought to heal a divided nation. Amid these revolutionary changes, a myriad of figures made their mark on history, yet one man rose to prominence: Ulysses S. Grant. Born in 1822 in Ohio, Ulysses S. Grant was a child of humble beginnings. The son of a tanner, he was no stranger to hard work. His education at West Point Military Academy demonstrated an early propensity for strategy and leadership, skills which would prove invaluable in the years to come. After graduation, Grant found himself on the front lines of the Mexican-American War, where his fearlessness in battle earned him commendation. But the transition to civilian life was far from smooth. Grant struggled to find his footing, grappling with a series of failed business ventures and financial hardship. Yet adversity did not dampen his spirit. He found solace in his family, and the discipline he learned in the military helped him navigate through these turbulent times. Little did he know, his true calling was just around the corner, waiting to be unearthed by the tumultuous tide of history. But it was the Civil War that would ultimately shape Grant's destiny. When the nation split, Grant found his calling. Ulysses S. Grant, a name that stands tall in the annals of American history, rose to prominence during the Civil War. His strategic brilliance was evident in his decisive victories, and his relentless pursuit of the enemy earned him the appointment as General-in-Chief. But Grant was more than just a war hero. After the smoke of the battlefield cleared, he stepped into the role of the 18th President of the United States. His presidency was a time of both triumph and turbulence. He fought tirelessly for civil rights, championing the 15th Amendment, which granted African American men the right to vote. Yet, his administration was not without its dark clouds. He grappled with corruption within his ranks, a struggle that tainted his tenure. Despite these trials, his commitment to the nation never wavered. Despite the trials of his presidency, Grant left a lasting mark on the nation. Ulysses S. Grant's story did not end with his death in 1885. His legacy endures in the preserved Union and his noteworthy contributions to civil rights. His strategic acumen continues to influence military approaches worldwide. And let's not forget his posthumous memoirs, a testament to his life and times, solidifying their place in American literary history. Today we remember Ulysses S. Grant as a man who, despite his flaws, shaped the United States in its most critical hour. Would you believe that the man who painted the Mona Lisa also designed a helicopter 4 centuries before the Wright brothers? This genius, this polymath, this enigma, was none other than Leonardo da Vinci. Born out of wedlock in a tiny hamlet in Italy in the year of 1452, Leonardo da Vinci was truly a man ahead of his time. His father, a notary, and mother, a peasant woman, saw in him a spark that was not ordinary. Little did they know that their son would one day be known as the epitome of the Renaissance man. Da Vinci's early life was spent in Vinci, Italy, and it was here that he began his artistic journey. He started his apprenticeship at the age of 14 under the guidance of the renowned artist Andrea del Verrocchio. The young Leonardo showed his mettle early on, assisting Verrocchio on his famous work, The Baptism of Christ, where he painted the angel holding Jesus' robe, a detail that outshone his master's own work. But Leonardo's genius was not confined to painting alone. His inquisitive mind and keen interest in the world around him led him to study a wide range of subjects. He delved into the mysteries of nature, the intricacies of human anatomy, and even the principles of flight. His famous notebooks, filled with meticulous sketches and detailed observations, are a testament to his relentless pursuit of knowledge. In the late 15th century, Leonardo moved to Milan. His work during this period was nothing short of groundbreaking. It was here, in the court of Ludovico Sforza, that he painted The Last Supper, a masterpiece that continues to captivate audiences with its emotional depth and innovative use of perspective. Yet Leonardo's most famous work would come later. In the early 16th century, he painted the Mona Lisa, a portrait of a woman whose enigmatic smile has puzzled art lovers for centuries. It's not just a painting, it's a study of human emotion, a masterstroke from a genius at the peak of his powers. Leonardo da Vinci passed away in 1519, leaving behind a legacy that continues to inspire and influence the world. His work, his ideas, and his vision have shaped the course of art, science, and technology in ways that are impossible to quantify. So, what makes Leonardo da Vinci so special? It's not just his artistic brilliance or his scientific curiosity. It's his ability to see the world in a way no one else could. He saw the beauty in a smile, the symmetry in nature, and the potential in human ingenuity. His works are not just pieces of art, but windows into his extraordinary mind. His life and work remind us that the boundaries of our knowledge are only limited by our imagination. Leonardo da Vinci, a man born in the 15th century, dreamed of a world that was centuries ahead of his time. And in doing so, he showed us that the power of human creativity knows no bounds. This, ladies and gentlemen, was Leonardo da Vinci, a man of art, a man of science, a man of vision. His life and work have left an indelible mark on the world, shaping our understanding of art and science. His legacy continues to inspire and challenge us, reminding us that the pursuit of knowledge and the expression of creativity are the highest forms of human achievement. What if a single man could change the course of history and usher in an era of peace, prosperity, and relative internal stability for an empire that spanned 3 continents? This isn't a hypothetical question. It's the story of Augustus, the first emperor of Rome, and the architect of the Pax Romana. Born as Gaius Octavius into an old and wealthy equestrian branch of the plebeian gens Octavia, on September 23, 63 BC, Augustus would go on to carve a unique place in history. His birthplace, Rome, was a city of political intrigue and power struggles, but young Octavius was far removed from it all. That was until the murder of his great-uncle and adoptive father, Julius Caesar, in 44 BC. Suddenly thrust into the center of Roman political life, Augustus, a mere teenager, found himself in a deadly game of power. He allied himself with Mark Antony and Marcus Lepidus in the Second Triumvirate, and they together pursued Caesar's assassins, leading to the decisive Battle of Philippi in 42 BC. The victory was a turning point not just for Augustus but for all of Rome. Over the next decade, the Second Triumvirate would crumble and Augustus and Antony would turn on each other. The final showdown took place at the Battle of Actium in 31 BC, where Augustus emerged victorious, leaving him the unchallenged ruler of Rome. In 27 BC, the Roman Senate named him Augustus, meaning the revered one, marking the beginning of his reign and the start of the Roman Empire. Augustus was a shrewd politician and a competent military leader, but he was also a visionary. He understood that Rome needed more than just military victories to thrive. He initiated extensive reforms, transforming Rome from a city of brick to a city of marble. He expanded the road network, established a standing army, created an official courier system, and even formed a special force of firefighters. Yet his most significant achievement was the ushering in of the Pax Romana. This 200-year period of relative peace and stability across the Roman Empire began with Augustus. It was a time when arts, literature, and architecture flourished, and trade expanded across the empire. Augustus reigned for 41 years, a reign marked by prosperity and relative peace. He died on August 19, AD 14, leaving behind a legacy that would shape the course of Western civilization. In his last words to the Roman people, he asked, "Have I played the part well? Then applaud as I exit." And indeed, the world did applaud. His life was a performance that changed the Roman world, bringing about an era of peace and prosperity that was previously unimaginable. So when we ponder the question we started with, the impact of a single man on the course of history, we need only to look at Augustus. His story is a testament to the power of vision, leadership, and political acumen. From an unassuming teenager to the first emperor of Rome, Augustus's life is a story that continues to captivate, even 2,000 years after his death. In the 18th century, the world was a place of rapid change and discovery. The Age of Enlightenment was in full swing, with philosophers, scientists, and thinkers challenging old beliefs and striving for knowledge and understanding. This was a time when humanity began to look at the world with new eyes, And one man, in particular, would forever change the way we perceive and categorize the natural world around us. His name was Carl Linnaeus. Born in the rural heartland of Sweden in 1707, Carl Linnaeus had a fascination with the natural world from an early age. Encouraged by his father, a church minister and avid gardener, Linnaeus spent his childhood exploring the diverse flora and fauna of his surroundings. This early exposure to nature would set the course for the rest of his life. In 1727, at the tender age of 20, Linnaeus enrolled at Lund University to study medicine. But his passion for botany quickly took center stage, and he transferred to Uppsala University a year later. There, he made a profound impact, so much so that he was appointed as a lecturer while still a student. His innovative teaching methods and passion for botany quickly attracted a following. Linnaeus's major breakthrough came in 1735 with the publication of his work Systema Naturae. In this seminal work, he proposed a new system for classifying living organisms, based on shared physical characteristics. This was a radical departure from the prevailing method of classification based on an organism's habitat or behavior. Linnaeus's system, which we refer to today as Linnaean taxonomy, is the basis for the modern system of binomial nomenclature. In 1758, Linnaeus published the 10th edition of Systema Naturae, considered the starting point of zoological nomenclature. This work included every known animal and plant species at the time, all neatly classified and named according to his system. This was an incredible feat, demonstrating not just his keen observational skills, but also his ability to synthesize vast amounts of information. But Linnaeus's contributions to science were not limited to taxonomy. He also made significant advancements in ecology, describing the relationships between organisms and their environment. In addition, he was a pioneer in the field of ethnography, studying and documenting human cultures. When Linnaeus passed away in 1778, he left behind a legacy that continues to shape our understanding of the natural world. His system of classification gave us a universal language to describe and understand the diversity of life on Earth. It's an integral part of biology, used by scientists around the globe. In summary, Carl Linnaeus was a man ahead of his time, a visionary who saw the world through a lens of curiosity and wonder. His contributions to biology, from taxonomy to ecology, have been instrumental in shaping our understanding of the world around us. His legacy is a testament to the power of observation, curiosity, and the relentless pursuit of knowledge. So, the next time you marvel at the diversity of life on Earth, spare a thought for Carl Linnaeus, the man who gave us the tools to understand it. Ever wondered how a Hollywood star ended up leading one of the most powerful nations in the world? This is the story of Ronald Reagan, a man who wore many hats. From a radio sports announcer to a Hollywood actor, from a governor to the 40th President of the United States. Reagan was born on February 6, 1911, in Tampico, Illinois. His humble beginnings, however, didn't stop him from dreaming big. His journey from a small town to the glamorous world of Hollywood and then to the White House is nothing short of fascinating. Reagan's Hollywood career spanned over 2 decades. He appeared in over 50 films, but his place in history was not secured by his acting career. Instead, it was his political career that brought him into the limelight. Reagan's political journey began when he served as the governor of California from 1967 to 1975. His tenure as governor set the stage for his eventual rise to the presidency. His presidency, from 1981 to 1989, was marked by a series of significant events. The end of the Cold War, the infamous Iran-Contra affair, and his economic policies, commonly known as Reaganomics, are just a few key aspects of his presidency. Reagan's economic policies were a blend of tax cuts, deregulation, and domestic spending cuts. This combination, Reagan believed, would boost the economy. While his policies were controversial, they undeniably left a lasting impact on the American economy. Reagan's presidency was not without its controversies. The Iran-Contra affair, a secret U.S. arms deal that aimed to free 7 American hostages held in Lebanon, was one of the most significant controversies of his time in office. In spite of the controversies, Reagan's charisma and communication skills earned him the nickname, the Great Communicator. His ability to connect with people and his unwavering optimism were key to his popularity. In conclusion, Ronald Reagan was a man of many talents. From his humble beginnings to his rise to the presidency, his journey was marked by determination and resilience. His presidency, while controversial, had a profound impact on America and the world at large. Whether you agree with his policies or not, there's no denying that Ronald Reagan was a significant figure in American history. His legacy continues to shape the U.S., making his story worthy of exploration. Thank you for joining this journey through the life and legacy of Ronald Reagan. Don't forget to subscribe for more intriguing stories of remarkable figures in history. Until next time, keep exploring, keep learning, because the world is full of fascinating stories waiting to be uncovered. Ever wondered why Charles Dickens, a man from the early 19th century, still holds a significant place in the world of literature today? This enigma, born in the year 1812, has left an indelible mark on the literary world. So buckle up as we delve into the life, the works, and the multifaceted impact of Charles Dickens on literature and society. Our first stop is Dickens's humble beginnings in Portsmouth, England. Born to a naval clerk, Dickens's early life was fraught with financial instability and hardship. This period of his life played a pivotal role in shaping his perspective, and consequently, his writing. Works like David Copperfield and Great Expectations teem with instances that mirror Dickens's own life experiences. Next, we explore Dickens's literary journey, which began when he was just a young lad of 12. His first piece of published work was a sketch in the monthly magazine in 1833. This marked the beginning of an illustrious career that would span 3 decades. Dickens' works are renowned for their vivid characterization, his sharp social commentary, and his incisive critique of the Victorian era's socio-economic disparities. In the third section, we delve into Dickens's most significant works, such as A Tale of Two Cities, Oliver Twist, and David Copperfield. These novels, among many others, established Dickens as a literary genius and a keen observer of human nature and society. His works often highlighted the harsh realities of poverty, child labor, and the class divide, issues that were prevalent in his time and sadly, continue to persist today. Lastly, we examine Dickens's lasting legacy and his influence on literature and culture. His works have been adapted into countless films, plays, and television series, further testament to the timeless nature of his narratives and characters. To summarize, we journeyed through Dickens' early life and how it influenced his literary career. We explored his most significant works, their themes, and their impact on society. And finally, we delved into his enduring legacy that continues to inspire and influence literature and culture. The life and works of Charles Dickens serve as a reminder of the power of literature to reflect society's realities, to critique its failings, and to inspire change. His stories, teeming with unforgettable characters and profound social commentary, continue to resonate with readers across generations. Thank you for joining us on this exploration of Charles Dickens's life, works, and legacy. If you found this interesting, feel free to share, comment, and subscribe. Until next time, keep exploring the fascinating world of literature. Did you ever wonder about the man who was instrumental in spreading Christianity across the Roman Empire? A man who, despite not being one of the original 12 apostles, left an indelible mark on the history of Christianity? This man is none other than Paul the Apostle, a figure shrouded in both reverence and controversy. From his dramatic conversion on the road to Damascus, to his relentless missionary journeys, Paul's life is a testament to his unwavering faith and dedication. This video will delve into his life, examining the key events that shaped him and his impact on Christianity. Paul the Apostle was born around AD 5 in the city of Tarsus in today's Turkey. Originally named Saul, he was a zealous Pharisee who vehemently opposed the early Christian movement. Yet his life took a dramatic turn when he had a vision of Jesus Christ on the road to Damascus. This pivotal moment, his conversion to Christianity, marked the beginning of his journey as an apostle. His missionary journeys are another crucial aspect of his life. Paul undertook 3 significant missionary journeys across the Roman Empire, spreading the message of Jesus Christ. Despite facing numerous challenges, his determination never waned. His letters, known as the Pauline epistles, provide a glimpse into his thoughts and teachings, offering valuable insights into early Christian theology. Paul's teachings have had a profound influence on Christianity. His interpretation of Jesus' message helped shape Christian theology, particularly the concepts of faith and grace. His views on the law of Moses and the inclusion of Gentiles in the Christian community were groundbreaking, leading to the widespread growth of Christianity beyond the Jewish community. Finally, the circumstances of Paul's death further highlight his dedication to his faith. Arrested in Jerusalem and later transferred to Rome, Paul was martyred around AD 67. His legacy lives on, though, in the numerous churches he founded and the significant portion of the New Testament his writings constitute. In summary, Paul the Apostle, once a staunch opponent of Christianity, became one of its most influential figures. His conversion, missionary journeys, teachings and martyrdom all contributed to the spread and development of Christianity. His writings continue to be a vital part of Christian theology, shaping the faith of millions around the world. Thank you for joining in this exploration of the life and impact of Paul the Apostle. Feel free to share your thoughts in the comments below, and don't forget to subscribe for more fascinating insights into historical figures. Until next time, keep exploring the pages of history. Did you know that Benjamin Franklin, one of America's founding fathers, was also a leading scientist, inventor, and philosopher in the 18th century? His was a life of contrasts, a tapestry woven with threads of political might and scientific prowess. His influence wasn't confined to the birth of a nation but permeated the realms of science and philosophy, ushering in an era of enlightenment. A man of many talents, many faces, a true enigma. Join us as we delve into the life of this extraordinary man. Born in Boston in 1706, Benjamin Franklin was destined to leave an indelible mark on the world. A man of humble beginnings, Franklin was the 15th of 17 children, and he quickly learned the importance of hard work and perseverance. He began his career as a printer's apprentice, but his ambitions led him far beyond the print shop. Franklin entered the political arena in his 30s, serving as a clerk for the Pennsylvania Assembly. His political acumen shone through as he climbed the ranks, eventually becoming a delegate to the Second Continental Congress. In this role, he was instrumental in the drafting of the United States Constitution. His wisdom and foresight helped shape a document that would guide the nation for centuries to come. Franklin's influence extended beyond American borders, as he also served as a diplomat to France, fostering the alliance that would prove pivotal in the American Revolution. But beyond the world of politics, Franklin's genius also shone brightly in the realm of science. Benjamin Franklin, the scientist, captured lightning in a bottle, quite literally. Let's delve into Franklin's scientific exploits. Fueled by an insatiable curiosity, he ventured into the uncharted realm of electricity. His infamous kite experiment, flying a kite in a storm, was not just a daredevil act, but a groundbreaking endeavor that led to the understanding of positive and negative electrical charges. But Franklin didn't stop at theory. He put his newfound knowledge to practical use, inventing the lightning rod. This simple device, still used today, protects buildings from lightning strikes, demonstrating Franklin's profound impact on our lives. Franklin's inventiveness extended beyond electricity. He designed bifocal glasses, merging the concepts of nearsighted and farsighted lenses into one. He also invented the Franklin stove, a device that efficiently radiated heat in homes, providing warmth during harsh winters. Franklin's inventions were not just products of curiosity but were solutions to the problems of his time. His legacy as a scientist and inventor truly stands the test of time. Franklin's contributions didn't stop at his inventions or his political career. His influence is deeply ingrained in the fabric of American values, as seen in the democratic principles he helped shape. A staunch advocate of education and self-improvement, Franklin's belief in the power of knowledge and reason still resonates in our schools and universities today. As a cultural icon, Franklin's image of the self-made man, who climbed to prominence through hard work and perseverance, remains a potent symbol of the American dream. His witty aphorisms, penned under the pseudonym Poor Richard, continue to inspire and entertain, underscoring his enduring relevance in literature and philosophy. Beyond the shores of America, Franklin's legacy extends to the global stage. His scientific discoveries and political philosophies have influenced countless thinkers and leaders, shaping the course of human progress. Benjamin Franklin, a man of many talents, left an indelible mark on the world that continues to influence us today. From his humble beginnings in Boston to his enduring legacy, Benjamin Franklin's life is a testament to the power of curiosity and intellect. This remarkable founding father, whose fingerprints are etched deep in the annals of American history, was a scientist who harnessed the power of lightning and a diplomat who helped shape a nation. His contributions, inventions, and wisdom continue to resonate centuries later. Thank you for joining us on this journey through the life of Benjamin Franklin. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more enlightening content. What if I told you that one of the most controversial wars in modern history was ignited by a single claim: the presence of weapons of mass destruction? Welcome to an intricate exploration of George W. Bush's presidency and the Iraq War. In the annals of American history, few presidents have been as polarizing as George W. Bush, the 43rd President of the United States. His presidency, marked by the tragic events of September 11, 2001, and the subsequent Iraq War, has been a topic of intense debate among scholars, political pundits, and the general public. To understand Bush's presidency, we must first delve into the early years of his term. Sworn into office on January 20, 2001, the country was at peace, and the economy was healthy. However, the tranquility was shattered within the first year of his presidency with the devastating attack on September 11. This event set the course for Bush's presidency, embarking the United States on a global war on terror. The Iraq War, a significant part of the war on terror, is another pivotal point of Bush's presidency. Initiated in 2003 with the claim that Iraq possessed weapons of mass destruction, it led to a long and costly conflict. Despite the absence of these weapons, the war led to the removal of Saddam Hussein from power, but at a high cost. Thousands of lives lost, a destabilized region, and a deeply divided American public opinion are just some of the consequences of this war. In the aftermath of the Iraq War, Bush's approval rating plummeted. His handling of Hurricane Katrina, economic recession, and various other domestic issues further complicated his presidency. Despite these challenges, Bush remained steadfast in his commitment to the war on terror and the democratization of Iraq. The legacy of George W. Bush's presidency is complex. From a period of relative peace to a nation at war, his tenure saw a dramatic shift in American foreign policy. His decisions, particularly the Iraq War, continue to shape the geopolitical landscape of the Middle East. In summary, George W. Bush's presidency was a time of significant change and controversy. Marked by the tragic events of September 11 and the subsequent Iraq War, his presidency has been a topic of intense debate. Whether viewed as a steadfast leader in a time of crisis or a president who led the nation into a costly and unnecessary war, the impact of his decisions continues to reverberate today. As we delve into the intricacies of history, remember that each event, each decision, and each person is a thread in the complex tapestry of our shared past. The presidency of George W. Bush and the Iraq War is but one such thread, a testament to the power and responsibility of leadership. Thank you for joining us in this exploration of history. Your time and interest are greatly appreciated. If you found this information intriguing, feel free to share it with others who might also appreciate this deep dive into the past, and stay tuned for more captivating journeys into history. Our story starts in the late 19th century with Churchill's birth into an aristocratic family. His early life was marked by a tumultuous educational journey, with a penchant for adventure and rebellion that would follow him into his adult life. This adventurous spirit led him to South Africa as a war correspondent during the Second Boer War, where he was captured and subsequently escaped, marking the beginning of his rise to fame. As we move forward, we delve into Churchill's political career, a roller coaster of victories and defeats, marked by his tenacity and unyielding spirit. From his early years as a member of parliament to his ascent to the position of prime minister, Churchill's political journey was anything but smooth. Yet, it was his leadership during the Second World War that would forever etch his name in the annals of history. Churchill's role during World War II was nothing short of monumental. His inspiring speeches and steadfast resolve played a pivotal role in bolstering the morale of the British people during the darkest hours of the war. His strategic foresight and diplomatic prowess were instrumental in forging alliances that ultimately led to victory. In the final section, we discuss Churchill's legacy. From his Nobel Prize in Literature to his enduring influence on modern leadership and politics, Churchill's impact extends far beyond his lifetime. His indomitable spirit and unwavering commitment to his country serve as an inspiration to leaders around the world. In summary, Winston Churchill's life was a tapestry of extraordinary events and achievements. From his early adventures as a war correspondent to his leadership during one of history's darkest hours, Churchill's journey was marked by resilience and determination. His legacy continues to inspire and influence, solidifying his place as one of the most significant figures of the 20th century. Thank you for joining this exploration of Winston Churchill's life and legacy. Stay tuned for more insightful journeys into the lives of other notable figures from history. And remember, history is not just about the past, it's about understanding our present and shaping our future. Until next time, keep exploring and keep learning. Ever wonder how a boy born into poverty became one of the most feared and respected leaders in history, founding an empire that spanned continents? Our story begins in the 12th century, in the harsh and rugged landscapes of Mongolia. Here, amid the windswept steppes and towering mountains, a boy named Temujin was born into a world of turmoil and uncertainty. This was a time when Mongolia was fragmented, a land divided among warring tribes and clans. The social and political chaos presented both peril and opportunity. Out of this tumultuous environment, Temujin, a boy of humble beginnings, would rise. He was shaped by these harsh realities, his character forged in the crucible of struggle and survival. His path was marked by perseverance and strategic brilliance. Temujin, the boy from the steppes, would become Genghis Khan, the founder of an empire that stretched from the Pacific to the heart of Europe. So how did this boy, born into a world of chaos and strife, rise to become the mighty Genghis Khan? The rise of Genghis Khan is a tale of cunning, strategy, and sheer willpower. Born as Temujin in the harsh steppes of Mongolia, he endured a challenging childhood marked by poverty and power struggles. Yet it was this crucible of adversity that forged the future Khan's resilience and strategic acumen. Temujin's early exploits were as dramatic as they were decisive. He overcame internecine feuds, forged alliances, and consolidated his power among the fractious Mongol tribes. But it was not just his political savvy that set him apart. Temujin was a military innovator, leveraging the Mongols' mastery of horseback riding and archery to devastating effect on the battlefield. The Mongol army, under his leadership, became a disciplined and highly mobile force. They could strike swiftly and retreat just as quickly, leaving their enemies bewildered and defeated. This innovative approach to warfare, a blend of tactical flexibility, psychological warfare, and unmatched mobility, was key to Temujin's rise. In 1206, Temujin was acknowledged as Genghis Khan, the universal ruler. This wasn't just a personal triumph, it was a transformative moment for the Mongol tribes. Fragmented and fractious no more, they were now united under a single banner, poised to carve out an empire. But Genghis Khan's ambitions didn't stop at uniting the Mongol tribes. He had his eyes set on the world. The Mongol Empire, under the rule of Genghis Khan, was much more than a horde of warriors on horseback. Now let's delve into the vast expanse of the Mongol Empire, a realm that stretched from Eastern Europe to Asia's heart, an empire more extensive than any other in history. But it wasn't just about the size. It was the intricate administrative system that Genghis Khan implemented, which truly set his empire apart. Picture a highly efficient postal system, known as the Yam, which connected the vast reaches of the empire. Couriers on horseback traveled across a network of relay stations, delivering messages and goods with remarkable speed. This system was so effective it was like the internet of the 13th century. Genghis Khan's rule was also marked by an unprecedented level of religious tolerance. He believed that to control a diverse empire, he needed to respect and accommodate various faiths. From Christianity to Buddhism, Islam to shamanism, all religions were allowed to flourish. This approach fostered peace within his diverse empire and allowed the free exchange of ideas and cultures. Trade was another area where Genghis Khan's innovative spirit shone. He established and protected the Silk Road, the most significant trade route of the ancient world. Goods, ideas, and cultures traveled along this route, promoting a vibrant exchange between East and West. Genghis Khan's rule was not just about conquest. His reign ushered in a period of cultural exchange and technological advancement that reverberated across the globe. His innovative administrative system, religious tolerance, and focus on trade and communication transformed his empire into a hub of cultural diversity and economic prosperity. So, when we think of Genghis Khan, let's remember him not just as a conqueror, but as a pioneer who bridged cultures, fostered innovation, and shaped the world in ways that still resonate today. Genghis Khan's legacy is not just one of conquest, but also of innovation and cultural exchange that shaped the world as we know it. The death of Genghis Khan didn't mean the end of the Mongol Empire. Far from it, the empire continued its reign, driven by the successors of the Great Khan. They carried forward his legacy, expanding the empire even beyond its original bounds. But like all great empires, it was not immune to decline. Over time, internal strife, rebellions, and the sands of time wore it thin. Yet the echoes of Genghis Khan's mighty empire can still be felt today, a testament to the indomitable spirit of a boy born into chaos who rose to rule the world. Ever wondered how a king could trigger a civil war that would change the course of his nation's history forever? Today we're embarking on a journey through time, back to the early 17th century to the life of King Charles I. Born into royalty, young Charles ascended to the throne amid a flurry of expectations. However, his reign quickly became a hotbed of controversy, sowing the seeds for the English Civil War. To understand the reasons behind the English Civil War, we must delve deeper into the reign of Charles I. Charles I's reign was marked by constant clashes with Parliament, but what was the root cause of this discord? Let's step back in time to the 17th century when Charles I ascended to the throne. He was a monarch who strongly believed in the divine right of kings, a belief that kings derived their authority from God, not from their subjects. This concept, however, didn't sit well with the English Parliament. The first major point of contention arose over the issue of taxation. Charles I believed that as a king, he had the right to raise taxes without Parliament's consent. But Parliament, the representative body of the English people, vigorously disagreed. This dispute led to several bouts of tension, with Charles I even dissolving the Parliament several times. Furthermore, Charles I's religious policies added fuel to the fire. He wished to move the Church of England towards a more ceremonial style of worship, which was not favored by the predominantly Puritan Parliament. His attempt to impose this style of worship in Scotland led to the Bishops' Wars, further straining his relationship with Parliament. These disputes over taxation and religious freedoms were not just minor disagreements, they were the sparks that ignited a dangerous powder keg. The English society was becoming increasingly divided, with the monarch and Parliament representing opposing sides. As tensions escalated, the stage was set for a conflict that would shake England to its core. This was the beginning of a turbulent period, a time that would lead to the cataclysmic English Civil War. How did the discontent during Charles I's reign explode into a full-blown civil war? This is where our story takes a dark turn. The English Civil War, a series of armed conflicts and political problems, was ignited by the deep-seated resentments between Charles I and Parliament. The war kicked off in earnest in 1642 with the Battle of Edgehill. It was a bloody conflict, neither side gaining a decisive victory. But it set the tone for the war, a struggle not only for political power, but also for the very soul of the nation. Prominent figures played crucial roles in this bloody ballet. On one side, the royalists, led by Charles himself, and his nephew Prince Rupert of the Rhine, a charismatic and daring military leader. On the other side, the parliamentarians with pivotal figures like Oliver Cromwell and Thomas Fairfax. As the war raged on, Charles I's role became increasingly fraught. His decisions, often seen as high-handed, only served to alienate him further from his subjects. This culminated in his trial for high treason and his eventual execution in 1649. The execution of a king was a momentous event, unheard of at the time, and it sent shockwaves through the nations of Europe. The monarchy was abolished, and a republic, known as the Commonwealth of England, was declared. Charles I's execution marked the end of a tumultuous period in English history, but his legacy continues to shape our world today. So, was Charles a failed king who brought about his own downfall, or a martyr who stood up for his beliefs? This question has stirred historians for centuries. Some view him as an ineffective leader, whose high-handedness sparked the English Civil War. Others consider him a principled monarch, defending his divine rights against an increasingly assertive Parliament. Whether you see him as a villain or a hero, there's no denying that Charles I's reign had a profound impact on England and the world. Thanks for watching, and don't forget to comment with your own thoughts on Charles I. Did you know that one man's invention has been lighting up our world for more than a century now? That man is none other than Thomas Edison. His practical incandescent light bulb, a simple yet profound invention, sparked a revolution that forever changed the course of humanity. Before Edison, our world was shrouded in darkness when the sun set, limiting the potential of human activity. With the advent of the light bulb, darkness was no longer a constraint. It extended the day, enabling productivity beyond sunset, and transformed our homes, streets, and cities into illuminated spaces, safe and vibrant at all hours. It was a spark that ignited countless other innovations, paving the way for the technology-rich world we inhabit today. So, who was this man who brought light into our lives, and what else did he contribute to our world? Born in 1847, Thomas Alva Edison was not just an inventor, he was a man of many talents. Growing up in Ohio and Michigan, his curious nature was apparent from a young age. Despite facing hardships, including a hearing impairment and limited formal education, Edison's intellectual curiosity was insatiable. He sold newspapers and candy on trains, where he also conducted his first scientific experiments. His breakthrough came in 1876, when he established his laboratory in Menlo Park, New Jersey. Here, Edison's innovative spirit truly took flight. The Wizard of Menlo Park, as he was fondly known, rapidly gained fame with his invention of the phonograph, a device that could record and replay sound. However, it was his development of a practical electric light bulb in 1879 that truly changed the course of history. This invention catapulted Edison into the global spotlight, making him one of the world's greatest inventors. Edison's journey was indeed a testament to his genius, but what were the other inventions that made him a household name? While Edison is most known for the light bulb, his genius extended far beyond just that. His inventive mind also brought forth the phonograph, making him the father of recorded sound. Imagine a world without music on demand, without audiobooks or voice memos. That's a world without Edison's phonograph, but Edison didn't stop there. He went on to pioneer the motion picture camera, laying the foundation for the billion-dollar film industry we have today. From the silent black and white classics to the special effects-laden blockbusters, all of it traces back to Edison's kinetoscope. Beyond entertainment, Edison improved upon existing technology of his time. He made significant enhancements to the telegraph and telephone, making communication faster and more efficient. His work propelled us into an era of instant communication, an era we still inhabit today. Edison's inventions were indeed revolutionary, but what was it that drove him to create such groundbreaking inventions? Scene script. Thomas Edison once said, "Genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration." This was a man who truly embodied his words. He spent countless hours in his lab, relentlessly testing, failing, and learning from those failures. Edison's tenacious work ethic and his approach to invention were nothing short of revolutionary. He viewed failure not as a setback but as a stepping stone to success. Each failed experiment was a lesson learned, bringing him one step closer to his goal. This unique mindset was the catalyst that fueled his numerous groundbreaking inventions. Edison's innovation didn't stop at the light bulb or the phonograph. His inventions revolutionized the way we live, work, and communicate. They paved the way for the technological advancements we enjoy today. From the electricity that powers our homes to the music we listen to, his influence is everywhere. Thomas Edison's legacy continues to light up our world, reminding us that with determination and hard work, anything is possible. Have you ever wondered who was the mastermind behind the most printed book in the world, the King James Bible? The answer is none other than James I, a monarch of paramount historical significance who ruled both England and Scotland during the early 17th century. Living in an era rife with religious tensions, James I was a king who sought unity. His solution? A new translation of the Bible that would bridge the divide between the Church of England and the Puritans. This decision led to the creation of the King James Bible, a work of profound literary and religious importance that continues to be read and revered today. A Bible that was not just a book but a tool of unity, a symbol of accord, and an emblem of his reign. So let's delve deeper into the life of this influential monarch and his timeless contribution to literature. Born in 1566, James I ascended to the throne under complex circumstances. Born as James Stuart, he was crowned as James VI of Scotland when he was just a year old. His mother, Mary Queen of Scots, was forced to abdicate, and young James was thrust into the world of royal politics. His reign in Scotland was filled with religious strife and political turmoil. Yet, despite these challenges, James proved to be a shrewd and diplomatic ruler. He managed to keep the peace, skillfully navigating the treacherous waters of 16th century politics. But James was not just a king. He was also a scholar. He had a keen interest in literature and theology. His intellectual curiosity and love for learning were evident in his policies and actions, from his efforts to promote education to his support for scholars and writers. But it was his contribution to the world of literature and religion that would immortalize his name. In 1604, James I undertook an ambitious endeavor that would leave an indelible mark on the English-speaking world. He commissioned a new translation of the Bible, a project that would involve some of the finest biblical scholars of the time. This was no easy task. The scholars had to pore over ancient scripts in Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek, translating them into an English that was both true to the original text and accessible to the common people. All the while, King James I stood as a guiding force, overseeing the project with a keen eye, ensuring that the translation upheld the doctrines of the Church of England. The process was fraught with challenges and took 7 long years, yet the result was nothing short of a masterpiece. Upon its completion in 1611, the King James Bible would not only influence religious thought, but also shape the English language itself. Although James I's reign was fraught with controversy, his legacy lives on in the King James Bible. This monumental work of literature has not only shaped the English language as we know it, but it has also left an indelible imprint on our culture and society. Its influence can be seen in everything from famous literary works to everyday phrases and idioms. Shakespeare, Milton, and countless other writers have drawn from its rich well of language and narrative. The King James Bible continues to be one of the most widely read versions of the Bible today. Its poetic language and profound insights into the human condition have made it a timeless classic. It's a testament to the enduring vision of James I, a king whose ambition and intellect made him a pivotal figure in the annals of British history. So next time you see a King James Bible, remember the fascinating story of the king behind its creation. Thanks for tuning in, and don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more intriguing historical content. Consider this. What if there were no absolute truths, no universal moral values, and no divine purpose? This is a glimpse into the mind of Friedrich Nietzsche, the philosopher who declared that God is dead. Born in the mid-19th century Germany, precisely in the year 1844, Nietzsche was a curious child, drawn early on to the enigmatic world of philosophy. As he grew, so did his ideas, challenging the very cornerstone of societal norms and religious beliefs. His health, however, wasn't as robust as his intellect. Nietzsche battled grave health issues throughout his life, a struggle that played a significant role in shaping his philosophical outlook and writings. His bold assertions and radical ideas were considered controversial during his time, sparking debates and criticism. Even today, his philosophy continues to generate conversations, influencing a wide range of disciplines from psychology to pop culture. Nietzsche's radical thinking laid the groundwork for his philosophy, which we will delve into next. At the core of Nietzsche's philosophy lies 2 intertwined concepts, the overman and the will to power. Let's dive into the idea of the overman first. This is Nietzsche's vision of the ideal human, a person who creates their own values and lives by them. Not bound by societal norms or religious dogmas, the overman is a trailblazer, a pioneer who carves out their own path in life. They're not influenced by the herd mentality, but instead, they stand out. They lead. They are creators of their own destiny, and in the process, they elevate the human spirit. Now let's turn to the will to power. According to Nietzsche, this is the primary driving force in humans. It's not about survival or reproduction, it's about exerting power. But don't get mistaken, this isn't about domination or oppression, it's about the power over oneself. It's about pushing boundaries, challenging oneself, and constantly striving to become a better version of oneself. It's about living a life of self-overcoming, a life of constant growth and evolution. Together, the overman and the will to power form the bedrock of Nietzsche's philosophy. They challenge us to question our values, to push our limits, and to strive for self-improvement. They encourage us to be creators, not followers. They inspire us to be the authors of our own life stories. These concepts are not just abstract ideas, they have profound implications on how we view ourselves and the world. Nietzsche's declaration that God is dead is perhaps his most well-known idea, but what does it truly mean? Nietzsche wasn't announcing the death of a divine being, but rather the demise of the idea of God as a source of absolute moral principles. He observed a cultural shift in his time, a movement away from religious doctrine dictating moral absolutes. But Nietzsche didn't leave us in the moral abyss. He presented a solution in the form of the concept of eternal recurrence. This idea proposes that all events will repeat themselves in exactly the same way forever. It's a call to live our lives as if we would have to live them over and over again, thereby pushing us to make the most of each moment. These ideas challenge us to examine our own beliefs and values, and they continue to provoke thought and debate today. Nietzsche's philosophy has had a lasting impact, influencing many fields including philosophy, psychology, and literature. His bold ideas have been interpreted, dissected, and reimagined in countless ways, continuing to spark thought-provoking debates in contemporary times. Nietzsche challenged us to question traditional norms and values, to confront our fears and anxieties, and to seek out our own truth. Nietzsche once wrote, "He who has a why to live can bear almost any how." His philosophy invites us to find our own why, to embrace the uncertainty of life and to create our own meaning. Have you ever wondered how one man's vision could pull a country from the brink of despair? Enter Franklin Delano Roosevelt, a name that echoes through the annals of American history. Born into privilege in the late 19th century, young Franklin was groomed from an early age for public service. His journey to the presidency was not a straight path, but a winding road marked with personal trials and political triumphs. The year was 1933, a time when the United States was caught in the suffocating grip of the Great Depression. Unemployment was rife, poverty was widespread, and the American dream seemed like a distant memory. The nation was in dire straits, craving leadership and hope. As the 32nd President of the United States, Roosevelt faced a nation in crisis. But he had a plan. Roosevelt's plan was called the New Deal, a series of programs aimed at providing relief, recovery, and reform for a nation in need. The New Deal was not just a single policy, but a collection of initiatives, each designed to address a specific issue that the United States faced during the Great Depression. The first key element was the creation of Social Security. This provided a safety net for the elderly, the disabled, and the unemployed. It was a revolutionary concept at the time, offering financial support to those who needed it most. Social Security continues to provide vital assistance to millions of Americans today, a testament to its enduring impact. Next was the establishment of the Works Progress Administration, or WPA. The WPA put millions of unemployed Americans back to work on public projects, from building roads and bridges to creating art and literature. It was a bold move, injecting money directly into the economy and helping to stimulate growth. The infrastructure we enjoy today owes much to the WPA's initiatives. Then came regulations to stabilize the banking industry, such as the Glass-Steagall Act. This act separated commercial and investment banking, aiming to prevent the risky practices that had contributed to the Wall Street crash of 1929. It brought stability to the financial sector and restored public confidence in the banking system. The New Deal was transformative, reshaping the American social and economic landscape. It brought immediate relief to those suffering in the depths of the Great Depression, but it also laid the groundwork for long-term recovery and reform. The policies implemented during this time continue to influence our society and economy today. In essence, the New Deal was more than just a series of policies. It was a beacon of hope in a time of despair, a testament to Roosevelt's vision and leadership. It demonstrated that with innovative thinking and determined action, a nation can rise from the ashes of economic calamity and pave the way for a brighter future. But what is the lasting impact of Roosevelt's presidency and his New Deal policy? Let's delve into that. Roosevelt's policies have sculpted the contours of modern American society, leaving an indelible mark that is still discernible today. His New Deal acted as a blueprint for subsequent presidents, providing them with a framework of how to respond to economic crises. His programs, such as Social Security, have become so integral to our lives that it's hard to imagine a time before they existed. The Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, another brainchild of Roosevelt, continues to safeguard our money, instilling confidence in our banking system. But Roosevelt's legacy extends beyond his policies. He redefined the role of government in American life, demonstrating that it could be an active force for good, a protector of the people. Roosevelt's legacy is not just in the policies he implemented, but in the hope he inspired. He showed a nation that even in the darkest times, there is always a way forward.
Have you ever wondered why we dream? Or perhaps why certain memories remain suppressed, only to be revealed in unexpected moments? These are questions that one particular man spent his life trying to answer: Sigmund Freud, the father of psychoanalysis. In the heart of Austria, in 1856, a great mind was born. Sigmund Freud, a neurologist by profession, is best remembered for his profound contributions to the understanding of the human mind. His theories, though controversial, have shaped the world of psychology and continue to influence the field today. Freud's journey into the world of psychology was not a straightforward one. Initially, he was a medical student, interested in neurology. He was fascinated by the workings of the brain and dedicated much of his early career to studying it. However, his interest in the human mind led him to develop a new discipline, psychoanalysis. Psychoanalysis, in Freud's own words, is a method of treating mental disorders by investigating the interaction of conscious and unconscious elements in the mind. He proposed that our behaviors, thoughts, and emotions are significantly influenced by unconscious aspects of our minds. This was a revolutionary concept at the time and sparked much debate. One of Freud's most well-known theories is the structure of the human psyche, which he divided into three parts: the id, the ego, and the superego. The id represents our basic instincts and desires. The ego is our conscious self that mediates between the id and the outside world, and the superego is our moral compass, formed by societal and parental standards. Freud also introduced the concept of psychosexual stages of development, arguing that our childhood experiences significantly shape our adult personalities. He further explored the realm of dreams, suggesting that they are a gateway to our unconscious desires and fears. Despite his significant contributions, Freud's theories have been subject to criticism. Many argue that his theories lack empirical evidence and are overly focused on sexual impulses. However, even his critics cannot deny the significant impact he has had on psychology and the understanding of the human mind. In the year 1939, Freud's life came to an end, yet his legacy continues to live on. His theories, though controversial, brought about a new perspective on human behavior and the workings of the mind. They sparked discussions, debates, and further research, pushing the boundaries of psychology as a science. In conclusion, Sigmund Freud, the neurologist turned psychoanalyst, forever changed our understanding of the human mind. His theories, despite their controversies, opened up a new world of understanding about our behaviors, thoughts, and emotions. Freud's life and work serve as a reminder that the exploration of the human mind is a journey that is far from over. Before we wrap up, remember to like this video and subscribe to our channel for more intriguing explorations into the lives of extraordinary individuals. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the life and work of Sigmund Freud. Until next time.
What if I told you that the face on the $10 bill was not just one of the founding fathers of the United States, but also the man who established the country's first national bank? This is none other than Alexander Hamilton, a figure whose influence on the American economy and political landscape remains significant to this day. Born around 1755 on the Caribbean island of Nevis, Alexander Hamilton's early life was marked by hardship and loss. Orphaned at an early age, he was left in precarious circumstances. Yet, Hamilton's intelligence and determination propelled him towards a destiny far beyond the confines of his birthplace. Hamilton's journey to the American colonies in the mid-1770s coincided with the burgeoning revolutionary spirit. His eloquence and leadership abilities drew the attention of George Washington, who appointed him as his aide-de-camp. Hamilton's role in the Revolutionary War was instrumental, not just on the battlefield, but also in the political arena. Post-war, Hamilton's vision for a strong, centralized economy led to the establishment of the first bank of the United States. As the first Secretary of the Treasury, Hamilton's financial plan laid the groundwork for the modern American economic system. His belief in a national bank, a public credit system, and a strong federal government continue to resonate in today's fiscal policies. Hamilton's life was cut short in a duel with Aaron Burr in 1804, marking a tragic end to a remarkable life. Yet, his legacy lives on, not just in the institutions he helped create, but also in the principles that continue to guide the nation. In conclusion, Alexander Hamilton's life exemplifies the American dream, rising from obscurity to influence a nation's destiny. His vision for a strong, centralized economy continues to shape America's economic policies. His life, fraught with personal tragedy and professional triumph, serves as a testament to his indomitable spirit. Thank you for spending these moments with us. If you enjoyed this exploration of Alexander Hamilton's life and legacy, please show your support by liking this video and subscribing to our channel. Your support helps us bring more historical figures to life. Have you ever wondered how one man, armed with nothing but the power of his beliefs, could bring an empire to its knees? Today, we delve into the life and philosophy of Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, an Indian nationalist leader who became a symbol of nonviolence and civil disobedience worldwide. Gandhi, often referred to as Mahatma, meaning great soul, was born on October 2, 1869 in Porbandar, India. His early life, like any other, was unremarkable, but the seeds of his future greatness were already being sown. His mother's deep religious devotion, his father's role as a community leader, and his own brushes with truth and falsehoods were all stepping stones on his journey to becoming the Mahatma. Gandhi's philosophy was rooted in ahimsa, or nonviolence, and satyagraha, or insistence on truth. These weren't just abstract concepts, but guiding principles that he applied to every aspect of his life and the Indian independence movement. He believed that non-violence was the greatest force at the disposal of mankind, more potent than even the mightiest weapons of destruction. The Salt March of 1930 was a shining example of Gandhi's philosophy in action. In protest against the British salt tax, Gandhi and his followers marched 240 miles to the Arabian Sea, making their own salt along the way. This act of peaceful defiance garnered international attention and marked a significant turning point in the struggle for Indian independence. Gandhi's impact wasn't confined to the political sphere. His ideas on self-sufficiency and simple living continue to inspire millions. He spun his own clothes, lived in a self-sufficient community, and advocated for the dignity of manual labor. By doing so, he sought to break the chains of dependency and promote a sense of self-reliance among his people. However, Gandhi's journey wasn't without controversy. His methods were often questioned, and his views on subjects like caste and race have been scrutinized. Yet his influence remains undeniable. From Martin Luther King Jr. to Nelson Mandela, Gandhi's non-violent resistance has shaped countless freedom struggles across the globe. As we conclude our journey through Gandhi's life and philosophy, remember this: Gandhi wasn't a saint or a superhuman. He was an ordinary man with an extraordinary conviction. His life serves as a testament to the power of principles and the potential of the human spirit. In the words of Gandhi himself, "In a gentle way, you can shake the world." So carry this message forward. Learn from his life, reflect on his philosophy, and perhaps you too can become a catalyst for change. Thank you for joining us on this journey through history. If you found this video insightful, we invite you to like, comment, and subscribe for more such content. Until next time, remember the power of peace and the strength of the human spirit. What if I told you that one of the most influential figures in shaping the world as we know it was a once humble university professor, a man who led America through one of its most tumultuous times, and a Nobel laureate? This man is none other than Thomas Woodrow Wilson, the 28th President of the United States. Born in the year 1856, Wilson was destined for a life in academia. The son of a Presbyterian minister, Wilson spent his formative years in the South, witnessing the American Civil War and the subsequent Reconstruction era. These experiences would shape his political views and his understanding of the American society. After excelling in his studies, he eventually became a professor of political science and the president of Princeton University. But academia was only the beginning for Wilson. His intellectual prowess and leadership skills caught the attention of the Democratic Party, which led to his election as the governor of New Jersey in 1910. Just 2 years later, Wilson found himself in the highest office in the land, becoming the President of the United States in 1912. Wilson's presidency was marked by a series of progressive reforms under the banner of New Freedom. This included the establishment of the Federal Reserve, a central banking system designed to provide the nation with a safer, more flexible monetary and financial system. He also championed for the Clayton Antitrust Act to promote competition among American industries and protect consumers from corporate abuses. However, Wilson's presidency is perhaps most remembered for his role in the First World War. Initially advocating for neutrality, Wilson was forced to lead America into the war in 1917, following a series of provocations. His vision for a post-war world, outlined in the famous 14 points, played a significant role in shaping the Treaty of Versailles and the League of Nations, a precursor to the United Nations. Yet, despite his many accomplishments, Wilson's presidency was not without controversy. His policies on racial segregation and civil liberties have been widely criticized, showing us that even the most influential figures in history are not without their flaws. Wilson's life ended in 1924, but his legacy continues to shape the world. His vision for a global cooperative to maintain peace was realized in the United Nations, while his domestic policies laid the groundwork for future social and economic reforms in the United States. In the grand tapestry of history, Woodrow Wilson stands as a testament to the power of ideas and the impact one determined individual can have on the world. Despite his humble beginnings and the challenges he faced, Wilson's life and presidency serve as a powerful reminder of the potential within us all to shape the world for the better. In the end, Woodrow Wilson was not just a president, but a scholar, a visionary, and a leader. His life and achievements remind us that with conviction and courage, anyone can leave a lasting imprint on the course of history. In the vast universe of classical music, one star shines brighter than the rest: Johann Sebastian Bach. Born in the late 17th century, Bach's life was steeped in music from the very beginning. From a tender age, he was introduced to the world of notes, chords, and harmonies, a world he would come to rule and redefine. Today, we delve into the life and legacy of this musical genius, uncovering the man behind the music. Johann Sebastian Bach was born in a small German town called Eisenach in 1685. He belonged to a family of musicians, a lineage that stretched back for generations. This musical heritage would play a significant role in shaping Bach's life and career. The first section of our journey takes us through Bach's early life and musical education. Orphaned at a tender age, Bach moved in with his brother, who took up the task of educating him. He mastered the organ and violin and began his career as a church organist. His talent was undeniable, and soon he was creating compositions that would echo through the halls of time. The second part of our journey focuses on Bach's illustrious career. From his role as a court musician to his tenure as the director of music in Leipzig, Bach's professional life was as diverse as his compositions. He penned over 1,000 compositions, each a testament to his unparalleled ability to blend technical prowess with raw emotion. The third and final part of our journey explores Bach's lasting legacy. Despite his death in 1750, Bach's influence on classical music is as profound today as it was over 2 centuries ago. His works, such as the Well-Tempered Clavier, are considered cornerstones of Western music, studied and admired by scholars and enthusiasts alike. To summarize, Johann Sebastian Bach was more than just a composer. He was a musical visionary, a man who pushed the boundaries of what was considered possible in music. His life was a symphony, filled with high notes of success and low notes of struggle. But through it all, his love for music remained steadfast, a constant melody amidst the changing chords of life. Thank you for joining on this journey through the life and legacy of Johann Sebastian Bach. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up, share it with fellow music lovers, and don't forget to subscribe for more fascinating insights into the world of classical music. Until next time, keep the music playing. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, one name stands out as a luminary beacon, guiding us through the mysteries of the universe. Galileo Galilei, a man whose legacy continues to shape our understanding of the world and beyond. Born in the heart of the Italian Renaissance in the city of Pisa on February 15, 1564, Galileo's life was destined to be anything but ordinary. He was the oldest of 6 children, born into a family of musicians. However, his melody was different. It resonated with the rhythm of the stars. Galileo's journey into the realms of science began at the University of Pisa, where he initially enrolled to become a doctor, following his father's wishes. However, the allure of mathematics and natural philosophy was too strong to resist, and he soon deviated from his original path. His early work revolved around the concept of motion and falling bodies, challenging the Aristotelian belief of the time. This marked the first of many instances where Galileo would confront established thought, demonstrating his unwavering commitment to the pursuit of truth. In 1609, Galileo's life took a celestial turn when he heard about a device that could see far distances. Inspired, he crafted his own version, which we now know as the telescope. This device became his portal to the universe, leading to discoveries that would forever change our understanding of the cosmos. Through his telescope, Galileo discovered the rough, crater-filled surface of the moon, contradicting the belief of a perfectly smooth sphere. He observed the 4 large moons of Jupiter, now known as the Galilean moons. He also provided crucial support for the Copernican model of the solar system, affirming that the Earth and other planets revolve around the Sun, a contentious claim at the time that led to his trial and house arrest. Yet even under house arrest, Galileo's spirit of inquiry remained undimmed. His final contribution to science came in the form of his work on the discipline of kinematics and the strength of materials. His scientific method, which emphasized observation and experimental investigation, set the foundations for the principles of the modern scientific method. Galileo's life was a symphony of discovery, each note striking a chord in the evolution of scientific thought. His courage in challenging established beliefs, his relentless pursuit of truth, and his invaluable contributions to science continue to resonate in the world today. In the 7 minutes we shared, we journeyed through Galileo's life and achievements. We explored his early life and education, his groundbreaking work on motion, his celestial discoveries made possible through his telescope, and his enduring contributions to the scientific method. Galileo Galilei, a man from the Renaissance, continues to redefine our world in the 21st century. His story serves as a timeless reminder of the power of curiosity, the pursuit of truth, and the endless possibilities that lie beyond the horizon. Thank you for joining us on this cosmic journey. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more enlightening content. Until next time, keep looking up. And remember, the universe is always waiting to be discovered. Ever wondered how a farmer's son could rise to become the de facto ruler of a kingdom? Dive with us into the tumultuous world of 17th century England as we unravel the life and times of Oliver Cromwell, the Lord Protector of England. Oliver Cromwell, born in 1599, was not born into nobility. He hailed from Huntingdon, a small town in England, and was the only surviving son of Robert Cromwell, a farmer and minor landowner. Yet destiny had larger plans for this farmer's son. In the early 1640s, England was on the brink of civil war. The monarchy under King Charles I and the Parliament were at loggerheads over issues of power, religion, and governance. This was the setting in which Oliver Cromwell, a member of Parliament from Cambridge, began to make his mark. As the English Civil War broke out in 1642, Cromwell emerged as a key military leader. He led the parliamentary forces known as the Roundheads against the Royalists or the Cavaliers. His leadership in battles such as Marston Moor and Naseby was instrumental in securing victories for the parliamentarians. Cromwell's role wasn't just confined to the battlefield. In the political arena, he was one of the key players in the trial and execution of King Charles I in 1649. This marked the end of monarchy in England and the start of the Republican Commonwealth, with Cromwell at its helm. In 1653, Cromwell was appointed as the Lord Protector of England, Scotland, and Ireland. This essentially made him the ruler of these lands, a position he held until his death in 1658. During his rule, he made significant changes to the English constitution and governance. However, Cromwell's rule was not without controversy. His treatment of the Irish and Scottish people, his imposition of Puritan morality, and his role in regicide have made him a polarizing figure in history. Now let's recap. We journeyed from the humble beginnings of Oliver Cromwell in Huntingdon, through the throes of the English Civil War, to his rise as the Lord Protector. We examined his significant contributions to English governance, as well as the controversies that made him a divisive figure in history. And there you have it, the life and times of Oliver Cromwell, a farmer's son who rose to the pinnacle of power in 17th century England. Thank you for joining us on this historical journey. If you found it intriguing, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe for more fascinating explorations into history. Until next time, keep the curiosity alive. Did you know that the shortest president of the United States was also the one who faced one of its tallest orders? Standing at just 5 feet 4 inches, James Madison, the fourth president of the United States, was a towering figure in American history, not for his height, but for his indomitable spirit and his pivotal role in the War of 1812. Our journey today takes us back to the birth of the United States, a time when the fledgling nation was finding its feet and defining its identity. We delve into the life and times of James Madison, a man who, despite his small stature, had a giant impact on the course of American history. Section 1. The early life of James Madison. Born in 1751, James Madison grew up in a Virginia plantation, a setting that would shape his views and values. He was a voracious reader, a trait that would serve him well in his later years. Section 2. Madison as a founding father. Madison was a key player in the drafting of the United States Constitution. His intellectual prowess and political acumen earned him the nickname Father of the Constitution. He was instrumental in the creation of the Bill of Rights, a testament to his belief in the power of individual liberty. Section 3, Madison and the War of 1812. The War of 1812, often considered the Second War of Independence, was a defining moment in Madison's presidency. Faced with British aggression, Madison made the bold decision to declare war, a decision that would test the mettle of the young nation. Section 4, Legacy of James Madison. Madison's legacy is one of resilience and courage. His leadership during the War of 1812, his contributions to the Constitution, and his unwavering belief in the power of democracy have left an indelible mark on American history. In summary, James Madison, the fourth President of the United States, was a man of small stature but with a towering legacy. His leadership during the War of 1812, his instrumental role in drafting the Constitution, and his steadfast belief in democracy have left a lasting impact on the United States. As we journey through history, it's important to remember figures like Madison, who against all odds, helped shape the nation we know today. History is filled with stories of courage, resilience, and determination, and the story of James Madison is a shining example of this. We invite you to dive deeper into the fascinating world of history to understand the events and figures that have shaped our world. Don't forget to hit that like button, leave a comment, and subscribe to our channel for more engaging content. Thank you for joining us on this journey, exploring the life and legacy of James Madison. Until next time, keep learning, keep exploring, and keep questioning. In the vast expanse of human history, few figures stand out as brightly as Gautama Buddha, the spiritual sage who founded Buddhism in the 6th century BC. Born into luxury, he would abandon it all in a quest for enlightenment that would reshape the world. This video delves into the fascinating life and teachings of Gautama Buddha. Our journey begins with a prince. Born Siddhartha Gautama in the foothills of the Himalayas, he was a prince of the Shakya clan, living a life of opulence. Yet beneath the glitter of wealth, a profound question troubled him. Why do human beings suffer? This question would spur his quest for enlightenment and ultimately lead to the birth of Buddhism. Siddhartha's journey took him on a path of extreme asceticism, severe self-deprivation, in pursuit of spiritual clarity. However, he soon realized that such extremities were not the answer. It was then that he discovered the middle way, a path of moderation away from the extremes of self-indulgence and self-mortification. Sitting beneath a Bodhi tree, Siddhartha entered a deep state of meditation. After many days, he finally achieved enlightenment, becoming the Buddha, the awakened one. He spent the rest of his life teaching others about the path to enlightenment, the Four Noble Truths, and the Eightfold Path, the core principles of what would become Buddhism. Buddha's teachings spread far and wide, transcending borders and cultures. His philosophy of peace, compassion, and wisdom resonates even today, with millions of followers worldwide. Buddhism, as a religion and a philosophy, continues to provide a spiritual compass for many, guiding them towards a path of inner peace and enlightenment. To summarize, Gautama Buddha, once a prince, embarked on a profound spiritual journey to understand the root of human suffering. He discovered the middle way, achieved enlightenment, and shared his teachings, which became the foundation of Buddhism. His philosophy continues to influence millions around the world, offering a path to peace and wisdom. Thank you for joining us on this exploration of Gautama Buddha's life and teachings. We appreciate your time and interest. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up, leave a comment, and don't forget to subscribe for more enlightening content. Until next time, may your path be filled with wisdom and peace. Have you ever wondered what made Mark Twain, the author of Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, one of the most influential figures in American literature? His life and works are a testament to his wit, humor, and keen observation of human nature. Today we delve into the life and times of Samuel Clemens, famously known as Mark Twain. Born in the small river town of Florida, Missouri, in the winter of 1835, Twain was the sixth of 7 children. His childhood years, marked by the stark realities of frontier life, offered the raw material for his later literary masterpieces. After his father's death in 1847, Twain quit school to become a printer's apprentice. His journey into the world of words had begun. In the following years, he would find himself steering a riverboat down the Mississippi, mining for gold in Nevada, and penning stories for newspapers. The year 1865 was a turning point for Twain. His short story, The Celebrated Jumping Frog of Calaveras County, gained national acclaim, With this, Twain began his ascent in the literary world, and his unique blend of humor, satire, and social criticism resonated with readers across the nation. His most enduring works, The Adventures of Tom Sawyer, published in 1876, and its sequel, Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, published in 1884, continue to captivate readers with their evocative depiction of life along the Mississippi River. Twain's keen observation of social norms and racial issues, presented through the innocent eyes of his characters, made these novels groundbreaking. But Twain's life was not without tragedy. The death of his wife and two of his children, coupled with financial difficulties, cast a shadow over his later years. However, he continued to write and lecture, his wit and humor undiminished. Twain's death in 1910 marked the end of an era. His legacy, however, lives on through his works, which continue to inspire and entertain readers across the globe. His unique blend of humor, social criticism, and keen observation of human nature has earned him a place of honor in the pantheon of American literature. In summary, Mark Twain's life journey, from a printer's apprentice to one of the most revered authors in American literature, is as fascinating as his literary works. His enduring novels, such as Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, offer a profound and humorous critique of society, making him a timeless figure in literature. We hope this journey through Mark Twain's life and works has been enlightening. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, share it with your fellow literature enthusiasts, and subscribe to our channel for more intriguing insights into the lives of great literary figures. Thank you for your time, and remember, as Mark Twain said, the secret of getting ahead is getting started. So, get started on your literary adventures today. In the dimly lit chambers of American literature, no figure casts a longer, more mysterious shadow than Edgar Allan Poe. A master of suspense, a craftsman of horror, and a pioneer of detective fiction, Poe's influence continues to reverberate through the halls of literary history. Today we delve into the life, the works, and the enduring legacy of this remarkable figure. Born in Boston in 1809, Poe's life was marred by tragedy from a young age. Orphaned before his third birthday, he was taken in by a wealthy tobacco merchant named John Allen. Yet this semblance of stability would prove ephemeral. Poe's early life was a tumultuous one, marked by a tempestuous relationship with his foster father, struggles with addiction, and the loss of his young bride to tuberculosis. Amid this personal turmoil, Poe crafted some of the most enduring works of American literature. In 1845, Poe published The Raven, a poem that would catapult him to national fame. With its haunting refrain of nevermore, The Raven embodies the melancholy and despair that pervade much of Poe's work. Yet Poe was more than a writer of the macabre. He was also a trailblazer in the genre of detective fiction. With the creation of C. Auguste Dupin, Poe laid the groundwork for the likes of Sherlock Holmes and Hercule Poirot. Despite his literary accomplishments, Poe's life was cut tragically short. He died under mysterious circumstances in 1849 at the age of 40. His death, much like his life, remains shrouded in mystery. Poe's legacy, however, endures. His tales of psychological horror have become staples of American literature, while his detective stories have inspired generations of writers. In examining the life and works of Edgar Allan Poe, we see a portrait of a deeply troubled man who, despite his personal demons, managed to create works of profound psychological insight and imaginative power. His stories and poems continue to captivate readers, revealing the depths of human despair, the fragility of sanity, and the enduring power of the human imagination. In closing, remember that Poe's life, much like his stories, is a testament to the power of the human spirit in the face of adversity. His works, born of personal tragedy and hardship, continue to captivate and inspire, reminding us of the power of literature to illuminate the darkest corners of the human experience. Thank you for joining this exploration into the life and legacy of Edgar Allan Poe. If you found this journey intriguing, don't forget to subscribe and share. Until next time, keep exploring the rich tapestry of literary history.
Can you imagine a farm boy in the early 19th century becoming the founder of a new religious movement that today boasts millions of members worldwide? This is the intriguing story of Joseph Smith, the founder of Mormonism. Born on December 23, 1805 in Sharon, Vermont, Smith was the fifth of 11 children. His family moved to Palmyra, New York when he was 10. It was here that his religious journey began. In the spring of 1820, at the tender age of 14, Smith claimed to have had a vision.
This vision, often referred to as the first vision, marked the beginning of the Latter-day Saint movement. Smith said he saw two personages whom he identified as God the Father and Jesus Christ, who told him that all churches were false. 3 years later, Smith claimed that an angel named Moroni visited him, revealing the location of an ancient record written on golden plates. It took another 4 years before Smith could retrieve these plates, and it wasn't until 1830 that he published an English translation of these records as the Book of Mormon. The publication of the Book of Mormon was a significant milestone. It marked the establishment of the Church of Christ, later renamed the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, a church that Smith led as a prophet. Smith continued to receive revelations throughout his life, which he compiled in a book known as The Doctrine and Covenants. These revelations guided the growth and development of the church, including its controversial practice of polygamy, which Smith introduced in 1843. Smith's teachings and practices were not without opposition, and he faced multiple charges of fraud and other crimes throughout his life. His controversial life ended in violence when an angry mob stormed the jail where he and his brother Hiram were held, killing them both on June 27, 1844. Despite his untimely death, Smith's influence continues to be felt today. His church has grown from a small group of followers in the 1830s to a global religion with millions of members. In this video, we have explored the life and works of Joseph Smith, from his humble beginnings as a farm boy to his rise as the founder of a major religious movement. We have followed his journey, exploring his visions, the creation of the Book of Mormon, the establishment of his church, and his controversial teachings and practices. Joseph Smith's life and his role in founding Mormonism offer a fascinating insight into the religious history of America. His story is a testament to the power of belief and the impact one individual can have on the world. Thank you for joining on this historical journey. If you found this video interesting, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Until next time, keep exploring, keep questioning, and keep learning.
Welcome to a journey back in time, to an era where powdered wigs were the height of fashion and the Industrial Revolution was just beginning to rev its engines. This was the 18th century, the age of enlightenment, where reason took the driver's seat and the pursuit of knowledge was the order of the day. Among the many notable figures of this time, one man stands out for his profound impact on economic theory: Adam Smith. Born in the small Scottish town of Kirkcaldy in 1723, Adam Smith was a curious child who developed an interest in the world's workings from a young age. His intellectual prowess led him to the University of Glasgow and later to Oxford, where he delved deep into the realms of philosophy, ethics, and economics. Smith's first notable work, The Theory of Moral Sentiments, was published in 1759. This book explored the foundation of human morality, arguing that sympathy, rather than self-interest, guides human behavior. However, it was his second major work that would etch his name permanently in the annals of economic thought. In 1776, Smith published An Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations, a book that would become the bedrock of modern economic theory. Smith introduced the concept of the invisible hand, suggesting that self-interest and competition in a free market would lead to economic prosperity. This groundbreaking idea would later form the basis of capitalism as we know it today. Smith's life was a testament to his belief in the power of education. He served as the rector of the University of Glasgow and contributed significantly to the Scottish Enlightenment. He passed away in 1790, leaving behind a legacy that continues to shape economic policies and theories to this very day. The story of Adam Smith is a story of intellectual curiosity, groundbreaking ideas, and an unwavering belief in the power of free markets. He gave us the concept of the invisible hand, which paved the way for capitalism. He emphasized the importance of education and made significant contributions to the Scottish Enlightenment. In the grand tapestry of history, Adam Smith's work stands out as a beacon that guided the course of economic thought. His ideas continue to influence economists and policymakers, shaping the way we understand and navigate the complex world of economics. Thank you for joining this journey into the life and work of Adam Smith. If you enjoyed this video, please don't hesitate to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. There's a wealth of knowledge waiting to be explored, So stay curious, keep learning, and until the next video, farewell. In the annals of history, few figures stand as tall as King David, the biblical king of Israel, who reigned from 1040 to 970 BC. The echoes of his story reverberate through time, not just as a religious figure but as a historical one too. His reign is a cornerstone of Jewish, Christian, and Islamic tradition, and his establishment of Jerusalem as a capital city has shaped the course of global history. In the next 7 minutes we will delve into the life of this legendary figure, exploring his journey from shepherd boy to king, his trials, triumphs, and the legacy he left behind. Firstly, we'll take a look at David's early life. Born in Bethlehem, David was the youngest of 8 sons. It was in these early years that David first demonstrated his courage and skill, notably when he defeated the giant warrior Goliath, armed only with a slingshot and his faith. From here, we move on to David's ascension to the throne. After the death of King Saul, David was anointed king of Judah and later, all of Israel. His rule, which lasted 40 years, was marked by numerous military victories, political successes, and the establishment of Jerusalem as his capital. However, David's reign was not without its controversies. From the infamous incident with Bathsheba to the rebellion of his son Absalom, David's personal life often made as much history as his kingly duties. Our journey doesn't end with David's death. We'll explore the legacy he left behind, from the lineage of kings who succeeded him, to the city of Jerusalem, to the Psalms attributed to him in the Bible. David's influence reaches far beyond his lifetime, shaping religious and cultural narratives to this day. In conclusion, the story of King David is more than just a tale from the past. It is a narrative that has influenced religious thought, political landscapes, and cultural narratives for over 3,000 years. From a humble shepherd to a powerful king, his life was marked by triumphs and failures, making him a remarkably human character in the annals of history. So there we have it, a glimpse into the life and legacy of King David. A king, a warrior, a poet, a prophet. David was all these and more. His story is a testament to human resilience, faith, and the indomitable spirit of leadership. Thank you for spending this time with us. If you found this journey through history enlightening, do show your appreciation by giving a thumbs up, and don't forget to subscribe for more historical deep dives.
Have you ever wondered how a king, sitting on his throne in England, could ignite a revolution thousands of miles away in America? This is the story of George III, the King of Great Britain during the American Revolution. A monarch whose reign was marked by global conflicts, personal struggles, and a shifting world order. Firstly, a bit of context. Born in 1738, George III ascended the throne in 1760 during an era of global change. His reign was marked by a series of military conflicts, mainly the 7 Years' War and the American Revolution, which had a profound impact on his kingdom and the world. Section 1. George III and the 7 Years' War. The 7 Years' War, often considered the first global conflict, was a significant event in George III's early reign. The war ended in 1763 with the Treaty of Paris, which had significant implications for Britain, notably the massive national debt. This debt led to the imposition of taxes on the colonies in America, setting the stage for the American Revolution. Section 2. The American Revolution and George III. This period marked a significant shift in George III's reign. The American colonies' discontent with taxation without representation led to the outbreak of the American Revolution in 1775. George III was seen as a tyrant, his policies and actions fueling the flames of revolution across the Atlantic. Although he was far from the battlefield, his decisions had a profound impact on the events unfolding in America. Section 3. The Aftermath of the Revolution. Despite the loss of the American colonies, George III's reign did not end with the American Revolution. The monarch went on to navigate other global conflicts, including the French Revolutionary Wars. However, the American Revolution marked a significant shift in global power with the emergence of the United States as a new republic. So what can we take away from the story of George III? His reign was marked by significant global conflicts, including the American Revolution, which changed the course of history. His policies and decisions had a profound impact on his kingdom and the world, leading to the emergence of a new republic and a shift in global power. In conclusion, The story of George III is a lesson in the power of decisions and the ripple effects they can have across the globe. It's a testament to an era of change, a time when a king on a throne in England could ignite a revolution thousands of miles away. Thank you for joining this historical journey. If you enjoyed this video and found it enlightening, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe for more fascinating stories from history. Remember, history is not just about the past, it's about understanding the world we live in today. Until next time, keep exploring, keep learning.
Born in the small Prussian city of Königsberg, a man named Immanuel Kant would grow to become one of the most influential philosophers in human history. His profound thoughts and theories have shaped our understanding of the world and continue to influence a wide range of academic disciplines. Kant's life was one of routine and discipline. He was known to follow a strict schedule that hardly varied throughout his lifetime. This level of discipline was reflected in his work, which was meticulous, detailed, and often complex. Kant was a thinker who sought to challenge the status quo, to question the accepted truths of his time, and in doing so, he revolutionized the world of philosophy. Kant's philosophical journey is best understood in three key stages: his pre-critical period, his critical period, and his post-critical period. During the pre-critical period, Kant was heavily influenced by the empirical tradition, which emphasized the role of experience in shaping our understanding of the world. However, Kant began to question this, leading to his critical period, where he wrote his most famous work, Critique of Pure Reason. Here, Kant proposed that our knowledge is shaped by both experience and our innate capacities of understanding. In the post-critical period, Kant further developed his ideas, emphasizing the importance of practical reason, ethics, and the concept of freedom. His moral philosophy, often known as Kantian ethics, has had a profound influence on our understanding of morality and ethics. Kant's philosophy is not easy to understand, but it's worth the effort. His ideas challenge us to think critically about our perceptions, our experiences, and the world around us. They encourage us to question, to seek understanding, and to strive for knowledge. Kant's philosophy can be seen as a journey of questioning and understanding. He challenged the empirical tradition, proposed a synthesis of experience and innate understanding, and emphasized the importance of practical reason and ethics. His work continues to influence a wide range of disciplines, from philosophy and psychology to physics and computer science. Kant's philosophy is a testament to the power of critical thinking and the pursuit of knowledge. It's a testament to the human capacity for understanding and the never-ending quest for truth. In the words of Kant himself, "Dare to know, have courage to use your own understanding." Thank you for spending these precious minutes with us. If this content was enlightening, please give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel for more insightful content. Until next time, keep pondering the mysteries of life and dare to know. Did you know that the man who discovered Hawaii and Australia was a British explorer named James Cook? This fascinating figure from history is the focus of our exploration today. Born in the humble village of Marton in Yorkshire, England, on November 7, 1728, James Cook was destined for greatness. His journey to becoming a renowned explorer commenced at sea, where he started as a merchant navy apprentice and gradually climbed the ranks to command his own vessel. Cook's first major voyage began in 1768, when he was commissioned by the British Royal Navy to observe the transit of Venus across the sun. This scientific endeavor, however, was a front for a more secretive mission: the search for the legendary Terra Australis Incognita, or the unknown southern land. Embarking on the HMS Endeavour, Cook sailed into uncharted waters. His journey took him across the Pacific, where he first set foot in New Zealand, meticulously mapping its coastline. He then ventured west, and in 1770, Cook's crew became the first Europeans to land on the eastern coast of Australia. The following year, Cook was tasked with a second voyage. This time he sailed further south, dispelling once and for all the myth of a vast southern continent. His travels took him to the Antarctic Circle, a feat no other European had achieved before. His third and final voyage, starting in 1776, led him to the discovery of the Hawaiian Islands. Cook was initially welcomed by the natives, but relations quickly soured, leading to his untimely death in 1779. James Cook's contributions to history are manifold. He mapped lands from New Zealand to Hawaii in the Pacific Ocean in greater detail, and on a scale not previously achieved. He also brought back detailed accounts of the indigenous peoples and wildlife he encountered, shedding light on cultures and ecosystems that had been unknown to Europeans. Furthermore, Cook's voyages pushed the boundaries of navigation and cartography. He implemented a diet that included fresh fruit, combating the deadly scurvy that had claimed the lives of many sailors on long voyages. In conclusion, James Cook was not just an explorer, he was a pioneer, a scientist, and a cartographer. His discoveries altered the course of history, filling in the blanks on the map of the world and broadening our understanding of the globe. Thank you for joining us on this journey through the life and discoveries of James Cook. If you enjoyed this video and want to learn more about history's greatest explorers, subscribe to the channel. Your likes and comments are always appreciated. Until next time, keep exploring. John Adams was born on October 30, 1735 in Braintree, Massachusetts. He was an intelligent and driven individual whose passion for justice and law led him to Harvard University, where he graduated at the age of 20. His early career saw him practicing law in Boston, where he gained a reputation for his keen intellect and persuasive oratory. However, it was in the political realm that Adams truly made his mark. He was one of the earliest voices calling for independence from Britain, and his writings, such as the Thoughts on Government, were instrumental in shaping the political philosophy of the nascent United States. John Adams's contributions to the American Revolution were not limited to his pen. He also served as a diplomat in Europe, securing vital support from France for the American cause. These diplomatic successes were a testament to his skill and determination, and they played a crucial role in the ultimate victory of the American forces. In 1789, John Adams was elected as the first Vice President of the United States, serving under George Washington. His tenure as Vice President was marked by his commitment to the Constitution and his efforts to establish a stable and effective government. 4 years later, Adams ascended to the presidency, becoming the second President of the United States. His presidency was marked by his steadfast commitment to peace and diplomacy, even in the face of significant opposition. John Adams' life and contributions are a testament to his profound influence on the shaping of America. His unwavering dedication to the principles of democracy and his tireless efforts to establish a stable government laid the foundation for the United States we know today. In this video, we've explored the remarkable life of John Adams, his early years, his contributions to the American Revolution, his time as Vice President, and his presidency. We've delved into his philosophy, his successes, and his struggles, painting a picture of a man whose influence on America is immeasurable. So if you found this journey through John Adams' life intriguing, please do give this video a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more historical insights. And remember, history is not just about the past, it's about understanding the foundations of our present. Thank you for joining us on this exploration of one of America's founding fathers, John Adams. In the symphony of life, where do the harmonious strains of classical music find their place? A question of relevance, of timelessness, and of the enduring legacy of a genre that has shaped the soundscape of humanity for centuries. Among the maestros who have etched their name in the annals of music history, one name rings out: Richard Wagner, the German composer, celebrated as the creator of Der Ring des Nibelungen. The life of Wagner is a composition in itself, a symphony of highs and lows, of triumphs and trials. His journey, much like his music, is a testament to the enduring power of passion and perseverance. Born in 1813, Richard Wagner embarked on a path that would forever change the course of music. His early years were spent in Leipzig, a city with a vibrant musical scene. This exposure to music at a young age sparked a fire in Wagner, a fire that would burn bright and illuminate the world of classical music for generations to come. The second phase of Wagner's life was marked by his move to Dresden. Here, he composed some of his most iconic works, including Tannhauser and Lohengrin. However, his radical political beliefs and involvement in the Dresden Uprising led to his exile. It was during this period of exile that Wagner produced Der Ring des Nibelungen, a masterpiece that encapsulates the essence of his genius. The final phase of Wagner's life was characterized by his return to Germany and the construction of the Bayreuth Festival Theater. This was a platform for the performance of his own works, cementing his legacy as a pioneer of classical music. Wagner's life ended in 1883, but his influence continues to reverberate through the corridors of music history. The relevance of Wagner's work in today's world is undeniable. His compositions, imbued with deep emotion and intricate complexity, speak to the human condition in a language that transcends time and space. His music serves as a conduit for expression, allowing us to delve into the depths of our own emotions and emerge with a greater understanding of ourselves and the world around us. It's important to remember that understanding Wagner is not simply about appreciating his music. It's about understanding his journey, his struggles, and his triumphs. It's about recognizing the impact he had on the world of music and the legacy he left behind. There is a certain magic in the music of Wagner, a magic that continues to captivate audiences to this day. So, engage with the music, immerse yourself in the symphony of Wagner's life, and discover the timeless beauty that lies within. As the final notes of this video fade away, we invite you to delve deeper into the world of classical music, to explore the works of other maestros, and to continue your journey of musical discovery. If you found value in this video, do express it by liking, commenting, and subscribing to our channel. Thank you for your time, for your curiosity, and for your appreciation of the timeless beauty of classical music. Remember, the symphony of life is an endless composition, and each of us has a part to play. So play on, and let the music guide you. In the heart of the 19th century, a time of great change and great turmoil, a man was born who would shape the course of music forever. This was an era where the world was rapidly modernizing, where nations were rising and falling, where art and culture were shifting and evolving. Amidst this whirlwind of change, Pyotr Ilyich Tchaikovsky emerged, a composer who would capture the spirit of his time and immortalize it in music. Born in 1840 in Votkinsk, a small town in Russia, Tchaikovsky was the second of 6 children. His parents, both of whom came from families with military backgrounds, recognized his musical talents early on. At the tender age of 5, Tchaikovsky began piano lessons, showing an innate ability to hear and recreate complex musical compositions. In 1859, Tchaikovsky was appointed to a clerkship at the Ministry of Justice, a position that was as far removed from his musical aspirations as possible. Yet fate had different plans. In 1862, Tchaikovsky enrolled in the newly founded St. Petersburg Conservatory, marking the beginning of his formal journey into music. His career as a composer took off with his first symphony, titled Winter Daydreams, which premiered in 1868. Over the next 2 decades, he would compose some of the most iconic pieces of music ever written. These include the 1812 Overture, an audacious piece composed in 1880 to commemorate Russia's defense against Napoleon's invading Grande Armée in 1812, and the ballets Swan Lake, The Nutcracker, and Sleeping Beauty, which continue to enchant audiences worldwide. Tchaikovsky's life, much like his music, was filled with high notes and low notes. His personal life was fraught with turmoil and his relationships often complicated. Yet, it was from this well of emotional depth that he drew inspiration for his music. In 1893, at the age of 53, Tchaikovsky met with an untimely death. The cause remains a topic of debate, with theories ranging from cholera to suicide. His death, however, did not mark the end of his influence. His works live on, echoing through concert halls and ballet theaters, captivating audiences with their depth, their beauty, and their emotion. In the span of this video, we journeyed through the life and works of Pyotr Ilyich Tchaikovsky. From his humble beginnings in Votkinsk to his rise as one of the most influential composers in history, Tchaikovsky's story is a testament to the power of passion and persistence. We explored his most iconic works, each a masterpiece in its own right, and delved into the rich tapestry of his personal life, which served as a wellspring of inspiration for his compositions. Tchaikovsky's life and music are a testament to the enduring power of art to capture the human spirit, to evoke emotion, and to transcend time. Thank you for joining us on this journey. If you found it as fascinating as we did, do show your support by liking this video and subscribing to our channel. We look forward to exploring more such fascinating stories with you. Until next time, stay curious and keep exploring. Welcome to A Journey Through Time, as we delve into the life and works of Voltaire, the French Enlightenment philosopher and author of the famed novel Candide. The resonance of Voltaire's ideas, his wit, and his dedication to reason and tolerance are as relevant in today's world as they were in the 18th century. Born François-Marie Arouet in Paris in the year 1694, Voltaire was a man who would become a beacon of the Enlightenment. He was a prolific writer, poet, and philosopher, but his path was not always smooth. His sharp wit and unabashed criticism of the establishment frequently landed him in hot water, even leading to prison and exile. This did not deter him. Instead, it fueled his resolve to champion freedom of speech, religious tolerance, and separation of church and state. Despite the backlash, Voltaire's ideas gradually permeated society, shaping the French Revolution and laying the groundwork for modern democratic values. Voltaire's most famous work, Candide, is a biting satire that critiques blind optimism, a popular philosophical belief of his time. It follows the naive protagonist Candide through a series of absurd and horrific events, all the while maintaining an unfounded optimism. Through this narrative, Voltaire challenges the notion that all is for the best, in the best of all possible worlds. Beyond his literary contributions, Voltaire's impact is deeply felt in the realms of philosophy and social reform. He was a strong advocate for civil liberties, and his criticisms of institutions like the Catholic Church were instrumental in promoting religious tolerance. Voltaire's legacy is vast and enduring. His ideas, once considered radical, are now foundational principles of many societies. His works continue to be studied, and his philosophic thoughts continue to inspire. To summarize, Voltaire was more than just a writer and philosopher. He was a beacon of the Enlightenment, a champion of civil liberties and religious tolerance, and a critic of blind optimism. His works, most notably Candide, continue to resonate today, challenging us to question and engage with the world around us. Thank you for joining us on this journey through the life and works of Voltaire. If you found this enlightening, please give this video a thumbs up, and don't forget to subscribe for more historical insights. In the grand panorama of history, certain names stand out, carving their own unique space in the annals of time. One such name is Saint Peter, a figure whose life and teachings have shaped the course of human civilization. Today we delve into the life of this early Christian leader, exploring his journey from humble fisherman to the rock upon which an entire faith was built. First, we must journey back to the ancient lands of Galilee, where Saint Peter, then known as Simon, spent his early years. Born in the 1st century AD, Simon was a fisherman by trade, living a simple, unassuming life. It was a life that would change forever upon a fateful encounter with a man named Jesus of Nazareth. Jesus, a charismatic preacher, saw something in Simon. He saw a man of faith, a man who could help him in his mission. Simon was renamed Peter, a name derived from the Greek Petros, meaning rock. It was a fitting name for the man who would become a steadfast disciple and play a crucial role in the early Christian church. Peter's faith was tested time and again, but he remained unwavering even in the face of persecution. It was this unshakable belief that led Jesus to declare Peter as the rock upon which he would build his church. This declaration laid the foundation for Peter's role as the first pope of the Christian church. Peter's journey culminated in Rome, where he met a martyr's death around 67 AD. Despite his death, his legacy lived on. His teachings, his faith, and his leadership continue to influence Christian thought and practice even today. To summarize, St. Peter's life is a narrative of faith and devotion. From his humble beginnings as a fisherman in Galilee, through his discipleship under Jesus, to his role as the rock of the Christian church and his eventual martyrdom, St. Peter's journey is a testament to the power of faith. In the grand scheme of history, St. Peter's legacy is a beacon of unwavering faith and steadfast leadership. It serves as a reminder of the enduring power of belief and the profound impact one individual can have on the course of human history. Thank you for joining us on this exploration of St. Peter's life. Your time and engagement are deeply appreciated. If you found this journey enlightening, please like this video, subscribe to our channel, and join us again as we continue to delve into the fascinating corners of history. Until then, stay curious, stay inspired. Born on March 15, 1767, Andrew Jackson's early life was marked with hardship. Orphaned at the tender age of 14 during the American Revolutionary War, Jackson developed a staunch patriotism and a fiery temper that would define him for the rest of his life. Fast forward to 1828, Jackson, a war hero from the Battle of New Orleans, was elected as the 7th President of the United States. His presidency marked a new era known as the Jacksonian democracy, a movement towards greater democracy for the common man. Jackson was a man of the people, a stark contrast to his aristocratic predecessors. During his presidency, Jackson made several key decisions that shaped the nation. One of his most controversial was the Indian Removal Act of 1830, leading to the forcible displacement of Native Americans, known as the Trail of Tears. This dark chapter in American history is one of the many that cast a long shadow over Jackson's legacy. Yet Jackson's presidency wasn't just marked by controversy. He was also responsible for the dismantling of the Second Bank of the United States, a move that he believed would prevent economic elitism. Moreover, he was the first president to use the veto power extensively, forever altering the balance of powers in the American government. In 1835, Jackson survived the first assassination attempt on a U.S. president. Richard Lawrence, an unemployed house painter, tried to shoot Jackson, but both of his pistols misfired. Historians often attribute Jackson's survival to his fiery temper and strong will. After serving 2 terms, Jackson retired to his plantation, the Hermitage, in Tennessee. He passed away on June 8, 1845, leaving behind a complex and controversial legacy. To sum up, Andrew Jackson's life and presidency were a blend of triumphs and tribulations. From his humble beginnings, his rise to the presidency, to his controversial policies and the legacy he left behind, Jackson's life is a fascinating chapter in American history. His story serves as a reminder of the complexities and contradictions that often come with power and leadership. Whether you admire him for his staunch defense of the common man, or criticize him for his policies towards Native Americans, there's no denying that Andrew Jackson left an indelible mark on the fabric of America. Thank you for joining this historical journey. If you enjoyed this video and would like to delve deeper into the lives of other historical figures, please hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. Remember, history is a vast ocean, and there's always more to explore. Until next time, keep the curiosity alive. In the realm of human history, few names have echoed through the ages with as much resonance as Constantine the Great. Born in the tumultuous crucible of the late Roman Empire, Constantine's life and reign were a watershed moment for the world. This tale begins at the dawn of the 4th century, in a time when Rome held sway over vast territories. Born in 272 AD in the city of Nisus, in what is now modern-day Serbia, Constantine was the son of a military officer named Constantius. His early life was steeped in the military and political intrigues of the empire, a training ground that would serve him well in the years to come. When his father ascended to the rank of Caesar, or junior emperor, in 293 AD, Constantine's world was upended. He was sent to the court of the senior emperor Diocletian in Nicomedia, where he remained for the next decade. Here, Constantine was exposed to the brutal realities of power, witnessing firsthand the Diocletian persecutions, a violent crackdown on Christians. In 306 AD, Constantine's father died, and the young man was proclaimed emperor by his father's troops. It was a tenuous claim, disputed by others, and it plunged Constantine into a series of civil wars that would last for 20 years. But Constantine was not a man to back down from a challenge. His greatest triumph came in 312 AD, at the Battle of the Milvian Bridge. On the eve of the battle, Constantine had a vision of a cross in the sky accompanied by the words, "In this sign, conquer." He ordered his troops to inscribe the Christian symbol on their shields, and the next day they were victorious. Following his victory, Constantine enacted the Edict of Milan in 313 AD, granting religious freedom throughout the empire and effectively ending the persecution of Christians. This marked a significant shift, making Constantine the first Roman emperor to convert to Christianity. His reign saw the construction of the new imperial capital, Constantinople, now Istanbul, and the convening of the First Council of Nicaea in 325 AD. This council was a pivotal moment in Christian history, leading to the establishment of key doctrines still held by the Church today. Constantine's death in 337 AD marked the end of an era. His legacy, however, lived on. He had transformed the Roman Empire, shifting its religious and political landscape and setting the stage for the Byzantine Empire. To summarize, Constantine's life was a journey from a young prince in a turbulent empire to a transformative emperor. His vision on the eve of the Milvian Bridge marked a turning point, not just in his life, but in the history of the world. His endorsement of Christianity changed the religious landscape of the empire, and his political reforms had lasting impacts that echoed through the centuries. The story of Constantine the Great serves as a reminder that one person, with the courage to follow their convictions, can change the world. It's a tale of power, faith, and transformation that still captivates us today, nearly 17 centuries later. Thank you for dedicating your time to this journey into history. Your support is greatly appreciated. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to stay tuned for more historical insights. Until next time, keep exploring, keep learning, and keep questioning. In the winding labyrinth of human history, few figures shine as brightly as the Greek philosopher Socrates. Born into a world of marble and myth, Socrates spent his life questioning everything, a trait that would both define him and lead to his tragic end. Today we delve into the life, philosophy, and legacy of this remarkable figure, whose influence echoes through the ages. The first chapter of our journey takes us to ancient Athens in the 5th century BC. The city-state was in the throes of a golden age, a period of unprecedented intellectual and artistic growth. It was here that Socrates was born, not into aristocracy, but to a stonemason and a midwife. Despite his humble beginnings, Socrates would become one of the city's most renowned citizens. The philosophy of Socrates is a cornerstone of our exploration. Unlike many of his contemporaries, Socrates did not concern himself with the cosmos or the natural world. Instead, he focused on the human condition, seeking to unravel the complexities of ethics and morality. His method of inquiry, known as the Socratic method, challenged individuals to question their beliefs, a practice that often led to more questions than answers. The trial and death of Socrates is our third point of discussion. Accused of corrupting the youth and impiety, Socrates was brought to trial. His refusal to renounce his beliefs and his acceptance of the death sentence is a testament to his unwavering commitment to truth and morality. His death by consuming a cup of poison hemlock is one of the most famous suicides in history. We conclude our voyage with a reflection on Socrates' legacy. Despite leaving no written works, the teachings of Socrates have been immortalized by his students, most notably Plato. His influence permeates Western philosophy, shaping the thoughts of countless philosophers who came after him. In summary, Socrates was a man of humble beginnings who rose to prominence through his relentless pursuit of wisdom. His philosophy, centered on morality and ethics, challenged the status quo and laid the groundwork for critical thinking. His commitment to his beliefs cost him his life, but his legacy lives on, influencing Western thought for over 2 millennia. Thank you for spending time with us today. We hope this journey into the life and philosophy of Socrates has been enlightening. If you enjoyed the content, please like this video and subscribe to our channel for more insightful historical content. Until next time, keep questioning just like Socrates. In the mid-20th century, a cultural revolution was brewing in the United States. Post-war prosperity was on the rise, teenagers were emerging as a distinct demographic, and a new sound was echoing across the airwaves: rock and roll. Enter Elvis Aaron Presley, a young man from Tupelo, Mississippi, who would go on to be known as the King of Rock and Roll. Born on January 8, 1935, Elvis was the surviving half of a pair of twins. His family was poor, but rich in musical influences. Gospel music, country, and rhythm and blues all played a part in shaping his unique sound. At the age of 10, Elvis won a school talent show, hinting at his future stardom. In 1954, Elvis began his singing career with the legendary Sun Records label in Memphis. His blend of country and rhythm and blues, coupled with a unique performing style, quickly gained popularity. That's All Right, his first single, was an instant hit. A year later, Elvis signed with RCA Records, a deal arranged by his manager, Colonel Tom Parker. In 1956, he released Heartbreak Hotel, and it became a #1 hit in the United States. His first album, Elvis Presley, also topped the charts. Elvis was on his way to becoming a national sensation. Yet, it wasn't just his voice that made Elvis a sensation. His energetic and provocative performances were unlike anything the public had seen before. His appearances on television shows such as The Ed Sullivan Show drew massive audiences and stirred controversy. Elvis's career was put on pause when he was drafted into the U.S. Army in 1958. He served for 2 years, during which he met his future wife, Priscilla Beaulieu. After his discharge, Elvis returned to music and also launched an acting career, starring in a string of successful films. However, the 1970s brought challenges for the King of Rock and Roll. Personal struggles and health issues began to impact his career. Despite this, he continued to perform and produce hits. His last studio album, Moody Blue, was released in 1977, the year of his untimely death at the age of 42. To summarize, Elvis Presley's rise to fame occurred during a time of great cultural change. His unique blend of musical influences, electrifying performances, and charismatic persona earned him the title King of Rock and Roll. From his humble beginnings to his untimely death, Elvis's life was a roller coaster of triumphs and challenges. His influence on music and popular culture remains evident today, over 4 decades after his passing. His records continue to sell, his home Graceland is a major tourist attraction, and his image is instantly recognizable worldwide. Elvis Presley, the King of Rock and Roll, long may his music reign. Thank you for spending your time with us today. If you enjoyed this journey through the life and career of Elvis Presley, please do give this video a thumbs up, and don't forget to subscribe for more fascinating insights into the lives of iconic figures.
Welcome to an exploration of a pivotal figure in history, William the Conqueror, the man who forever changed the course of England's story. Born in 1027, amidst a Europe rife with power struggles, William's life was set against the backdrop of medieval times when knights, castles, and monarchies defined the era. William, known initially as William the Bastard due to his illegitimate birth, was a formidable force from a young age. As the Duke of Normandy, he ruled with an iron fist, but his ambition didn't stop there. The English crown was his for the taking, and take it he did. In 1066, following the death of Edward the Confessor, England's throne was left vacant. This set the stage for the historic Battle of Hastings, a turning point in English history. William, leading an army of Normans, emerged victorious against the English King Harold, forever stamping his influence on the nation. Now, as the King of England, William's reign was marked by significant changes. The introduction of the feudal system, where land was exchanged for military service, reshaped the English society structure. The Domesday Book, a survey of his kingdom's wealth, was another of his significant contributions, offering a comprehensive look at life during his time. William's reign was not without controversy. His rule was often brutal, and his desire to maintain control led to the infamous harrowing of the North, a dark chapter in his reign that saw vast regions of northern England devastated. Fast forward to 1087, and William's reign came to an end. His legacy, however, lived on. The changes he implemented during his rule laid the groundwork for the England we know today. His descendants continued to rule England for many generations, shaping the nation's history. In summary, William the Conqueror was a figure of monumental importance. His ascension to the English throne marked a significant shift in the country's history, forever altering its social, political, and cultural landscape. His reign saw the introduction of the feudal system and the creation of the Domesday Book, both of which had lasting impacts. Despite the controversy and brutality that marked his rule, his legacy is undeniable. So, there you have it, the life and reign of William the Conqueror, a man who left an indelible mark on history. An illegitimate child who rose to become a king, his story is a testament to the unpredictable and often brutal nature of medieval times. If you found this journey through history intriguing, don't forget to give a thumbs up and subscribe for more fascinating historical narratives. Your support fuels our dedication to bringing history to life. Thank you for your time, and until next time, keep exploring the past to understand the present.
Imagine a world on the brink of nuclear war, a world where 2 superpowers are locked in a deadly face-off. This was the reality during the Cuban Missile Crisis, one of the most tense moments of the Cold War. The man at the helm of the United States during this critical time was none other than John F. Kennedy, the 35th President of the United States. Born in May of 1917, Kennedy hailed from a politically active family in Massachusetts. His early life was marked by both privilege and hardship, with his wealthy background contrasted by numerous health challenges. Yet, these tribulations did not deter him, and he went on to serve with distinction in the Second World War. Upon returning from the war, Kennedy turned his sights to politics. His charismatic personality and eloquent speeches quickly propelled him into the national spotlight. In 1960, he secured the Democratic nomination for president and went on to win the election, becoming the youngest person to be elected president in U.S. history. Kennedy's presidency was marked by numerous significant events, from the civil rights movement to the space race. But perhaps the most notable was the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962. For 13 days the world held its breath as Kennedy navigated this perilous situation with the Soviet Union. Through strategic diplomacy and a steady hand, he managed to de-escalate the crisis and avoid a nuclear war. This video has taken us on a journey through the life of John F. Kennedy, from his early years to his presidency. His legacy remains a prominent part of American history, reminding us of a time when the world teetered on the brink of nuclear war, and a young president led with courage and determination. So whether you're a history buff, a student, or just someone who enjoys a good story, it's hard not to be captivated by the life and legacy of John F. Kennedy. His story is a testament to the power of leadership, the importance of diplomacy, and the indomitable spirit of humanity. As we conclude this video, take a moment to reflect on the lessons that can be learned from Kennedy's life. His resilience in the face of adversity, his unwavering commitment to his country, and his ability to lead in times of crisis are qualities that are as relevant today as they were over half a century ago. Thank you for taking the time to learn more about this pivotal figure in U.S. history. Your curiosity and engagement are what make this channel thrive. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe for more fascinating historical content. Until next time, keep exploring, keep learning, and always stay curious. A ripple in time takes us back to the late 4th century. In the North African city of Hippo Regius, a man wrestles with questions of faith, philosophy, and the nature of good and evil. This man is none other than Augustine of Hippo, a towering figure in the history of Christian thought. Augustine of Hippo, born in the mid-4th century in what is now Algeria, stands as one of the great minds of early Christianity. His theological insights and philosophical musings have shaped Christian doctrine for over a millennium and a half, and continue to resonate in theological and philosophical discourses today. Dive into the life of Augustine, divided into key sections: his early life and conversion to Christianity, his theological teachings, and his enduring legacy. In the first part, we delve into Augustine's early life. Born to a Christian mother and a pagan father, Augustine's spiritual journey was anything but straightforward. An ambitious young man, he sought knowledge in the schools of Carthage, only to find them lacking. It was a reading of the letters of Paul that catalyzed his conversion to Christianity, leading him to renounce his secular career and dedicate his life to God. Moving on to Augustine's theological teachings, he is perhaps best known for his writings on original sin and divine grace. In his view, humanity was fundamentally flawed by original sin, and only through God's grace could one hope for salvation. His work, The City of God, stands as a monumental achievement, articulating a vision of a Christian society that stands in stark contrast to the earthly city dominated by sinful desires. Finally, we explore Augustine's enduring legacy. His influence on subsequent Christian thought is profound. His ideas about faith, reason, and the nature of God have shaped the intellectual landscape of Christianity. His writings continue to be studied and debated, testimony to the enduring power of his insights. In summary, Augustine of Hippo, through his complex spiritual journey, his profound theological insights, and his enduring legacy, stands as a pillar in the history of Christian thought. His life and works serve as a testament to the power of faith and the pursuit of truth. Thank you for joining this journey into the life and legacy of Augustine of Hippo. If this exploration has sparked your curiosity, feel free to delve deeper into the world of early Christian thought. Remember to like this video and subscribe to the channel to keep the historical adventure alive. Imagine a world where artists broke away from the constraints of realism, where color and form took precedence over the exact replication of the subject. Welcome to the post-impressionist era. This was a time of artistic exploration and innovation, a period that marked a distinct departure from the traditional art styles of the past. The post-impressionist era was characterized by its emphasis on vivid, often unnatural colors, distinctive brushstrokes, and the artist's emotional connection to the subject. Key artists of this era, like Paul Gauguin, Paul Cézanne, and Georges Seurat, dared to push the boundaries of artistic expression, creating works that were deeply personal and highly subjective. Their bold and experimental techniques would pave the way for future art movements and inspire generations of artists to come. In the midst of this artistic revolution, a name emerged that would forever change the face of art. Enter Vincent van Gogh. Born in 1853 in a small Dutch village, Vincent van Gogh was destined for a life that would shake the foundations of art. Nurtured under the wings of a pastor father and an artistically inclined mother, Van Gogh's early years were steeped in a blend of spirituality and creativity. However, his journey was not without trials. Struggling with mental health issues, Van Gogh navigated through life with a relentless pursuit of self-expression. Despite these challenges, or perhaps because of them, Van Gogh embarked on an artistic journey that would redefine the boundaries of art. His work was not an instant hit. In fact, he sold only one painting in his lifetime. Yet, his passion never wavered. Van Gogh's art was his refuge, his solace, his voice. From the sun-drenched landscapes of Arles to the star-speckled skies of Saint-Remy, Van Gogh's palette captured the beauty and the melancholy of the world around him. His unique style, characterized by bold colors and dramatic impulsive brushwork, brought a new depth of emotion and meaning to his subjects. Two of his most iconic works, The Starry Night and Sunflowers, are prime examples of his masterful artistry. The Starry Night, with its swirling skies and radiant stars, is a testament to Van Gogh's ability to transform his inner turmoil into a mesmerizing spectacle of beauty. Sunflowers, on the other hand, with its vibrant yellows and stark simplicity, is a celebration of life and nature's resilience. Van Gogh's art was a mirror to his soul, reflecting his joys, his sorrows, his fears, and his hopes. His works, brimming with raw emotion, invite us into his world, allowing us to see through his eyes, to feel what he felt, and perhaps to understand a bit more about the human condition. Despite a life fraught with personal turmoil, Van Gogh left behind a legacy of art that continues to inspire and captivate. His story, his struggle, and his art serve as a poignant reminder that beauty can indeed be born out of chaos. Van Gogh's work, characterized by bold colors, emotional honesty, and dramatic, impulsive, and expressive brushwork, has left an indelible mark on the world of art. His paintings, like the deeply moving Starry Night, remain as vibrant and impactful today as they were over a century ago. Van Gogh's work has been a source of inspiration for countless artists, fostering a new wave of expressionism that dared to delve into the depths of human emotion. His art is celebrated worldwide, not just for its aesthetic appeal, but also for its profound emotional resonance. The story of Van Gogh's life, marked by passion, struggle, and unyielding dedication to his craft, has only amplified the allure of his work. His journey, as much as his art, has become a symbol of resilience, of the power of creativity to endure against all odds. In the world of art, Vincent van Gogh stands as a beacon of creativity, resilience, and unfiltered emotional expression. Welcome to a journey back in time, to the era of the Renaissance, a period of great intellectual awakening and scientific discovery. One of the luminaries of this time was Nicholas Copernicus, a man whose theories revolutionized not just astronomy, but our very understanding of our place in the universe. Born in 1473, in the city of Torun, in what is now Poland, Copernicus was the youngest of 4 children. His father was a wealthy merchant who passed away when Copernicus was just 10 years old. Following his father's death, his maternal uncle, a bishop, took him under his wing and ensured he received a good education. Copernicus studied Latin, mathematics, and astronomy at the University of Krakow. His interest in the stars was kindled here, and it was a flame that would burn brightly throughout his life. After leaving Krakow, he went on to study canon law at the University of Bologna in Italy, but his love for astronomy never waned. The prevailing understanding of the universe at that time was based on the geocentric model, which placed the Earth at the center of the universe with the sun and the stars revolving around it. This was the model endorsed by the powerful Catholic Church and the great philosopher Aristotle. Yet, Copernicus dared to think differently. He began developing his own model of the universe, one that placed the sun at its center. This heliocentric model suggested that the Earth and other planets revolved around the sun, a theory that was both revolutionary and controversial. Despite the potential for backlash, Copernicus continued his work, compiling his theories into a book called De Revolutionibus Orbium Coelestium, or On the Revolutions of the Heavenly Spheres. Published in 1543, the year of his death, this book is often regarded as the starting point of modern astronomy and the defining epiphany that began the scientific revolution. Copernicus's heliocentric model faced significant opposition and wasn't widely accepted during his lifetime. However, It laid the foundation for future astronomers like Galileo and Kepler. His courage to challenge established beliefs and his dedication to the pursuit of knowledge transformed our understanding of the universe forever. To sum up, Nicholas Copernicus, the Renaissance astronomer, took a bold stand against the established geocentric model of the universe. He proposed a heliocentric model, placing the sun at the center and suggesting that the Earth and other planets revolved around it. Though his theories faced opposition, his work heralded the beginning of the scientific revolution and forever changed our understanding of the cosmos. We hope this journey through the life of Nicholas Copernicus has been enlightening. Do hit the like button if you found this video informative and interesting. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel for more such fascinating insights into history and science. Thank you for joining us on this journey through time and space. Born in 1870, Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, better known by his revolutionary pseudonym, Lenin, hailed from Simbirsk, Russia. His early life was steeped in an atmosphere of political fervor and dissent, which ignited his path towards becoming a revolutionary. Lenin's revolutionary journey began earnestly following the execution of his older brother Alexander, a radical who had plotted against the Tsar. Lenin became an influential figure within the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, leading its radical Bolshevik faction. His political writings, particularly What Is to Be Done, played a pivotal role in shaping the party's ideological direction. Lenin's leadership of the Bolshevik Revolution in 1917 was a turning point in world history. His strategic acumen and ideological conviction led to the overthrow of the provisional government and the establishment of the world's first socialist state, fundamentally altering the global political landscape. As the premier of the Soviet Union, Lenin implemented policies that have had far-reaching implications. The new economic policy, for instance, was a key economic reform that sought to rebuild the Soviet economy in the aftermath of the Civil War. His tenure, however, was not without controversy, with policies such as the Red Terror marking a dark chapter in his leadership. Lenin's legacy is a subject of intense debate. To many, he is a champion of the proletariat, a figure who dared to challenge the status quo and envision a world free from exploitation. To others, he is a dictator, whose policies led to widespread suffering and repression. In conclusion, Vladimir Lenin's life and achievements have had an enduring impact on our world. His leadership of the Bolshevik Revolution and tenure as the premier of the Soviet Union marked a significant shift in global politics. His policies, both lauded and criticized, continue to shape discussions on governance, economy, and human rights. Thank you for spending these 8 minutes with us exploring the life and legacy of Vladimir Lenin. Don't forget to like this video, comment with your thoughts, and subscribe to our channel for more insightful content. Did you know that Robert E. Lee, the famous Confederate general during the U.S. Civil War, never owned a single slave? This fact may seem surprising, given his association with the Confederate cause, but it's just one of many intriguing aspects of this complex historical figure. Robert E. Lee was born in 1807 in Stratford, Virginia, into one of the most distinguished families in the state. His father was a Revolutionary War hero, and his mother was a cousin of George Washington. Despite his family's prominence, Lee grew up in relative poverty due to his father's financial troubles. This early experience of hardship played a significant role in shaping Lee's character and his approach to leadership. In 1829, Lee graduated second in his class from the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. He then embarked on a long and distinguished military career, serving in various capacities in the U.S. Army for over 30 years. He was known for his strategic genius, his dedication to duty, and his deep sense of honor. When the U.S. Civil War broke out in 1861, Lee faced a profound dilemma. Although he was opposed to secession, he felt a strong loyalty to his home state of Virginia. After much soul-searching, he decided to resign from the U.S. Army and offer his services to the Confederacy. For the next 4 years, he served as the commander of the Confederate Army of Northern Virginia, leading his troops in many of the war's most significant battles. Lee's military strategies during the Civil War have been the subject of much debate among historians. Some have criticized him for his aggressive tactics, which often resulted in heavy casualties. Others, however, have praised his strategic acumen and his ability to keep the Confederate cause alive despite overwhelming odds. After the war, Lee became the president of Washington College in Lexington, Virginia. He spent the last 5 years of his life working to educate the next generation of Southern leaders, promoting reconciliation between the North and South, and advocating for the education of freed slaves. He died in 1870, leaving behind a complex legacy that continues to be studied and debated to this day. In conclusion, Robert E. Lee was a man of many contradictions. He was a Confederate general who never owned a slave, a military genius whose tactics have been both praised and criticized, and a Southern leader who worked for reconciliation after the war. His life and career offer a fascinating window into one of the most tumultuous periods in American history. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the life and legacy of Robert E. Lee. If you found this video informative and interesting, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to our channel for more compelling historical content. In the city of Dublin, on the 16th of October 1854, a child was born who would grow up to become one of the most celebrated literary figures of his time. His name was Oscar Fingal O'Flaherty Wills Wilde. Known for his biting wit, flamboyant dress, and glittering conversation, Wilde became one of the best-known personalities of his day. His only novel, The Picture of Dorian Gray, as well as his numerous plays and essays, continue to inspire and intrigue readers with their sophistication and depth. Oscar Wilde's life can be divided into 3 main sections: his early life and education, his literary career, and his downfall and death. The first section of his life, which spans from his birth until the late 1870s, is marked by a rich education and an early fascination with literature and art. Raised by intellectual parents, Wilde was exposed to the classics at an early age. As a student at Trinity College in Dublin and later at Oxford University in England, Wilde became known for his outstanding scholarship, particularly in the classics and literature. The second chapter of Wilde's life, the height of his literary career, saw him produce some of his most well-known works. He published his first collection of poems in 1881, and his only novel, The Picture of Dorian Gray, in 1890. His plays, including The Importance of Being Earnest and An Ideal Husband, were performed on stages across London and were known for their satirical wit and social commentary. The third and final chapter of Wilde's life was marked by scandal and downfall. In 1895, Wilde was convicted of gross indecency due to his homosexual relationships, which were considered illegal at the time. He was sentenced to 2 years of hard labor and was released in 1897. This period of his life was filled with hardship and heartbreak, and Wilde passed away only a few years later in 1900, at the age of 46. In summary, Oscar Wilde's life was a complex tapestry of brilliance and tragedy. His early life was marked by education and intellectual growth, his midlife by literary success and societal acclaim, and his later years by legal trouble, imprisonment, and early death. Yet throughout it all, Wilde's sharp wit, unique perspective, and deep understanding of human nature shone through in his works, making him a beloved figure in literature. Thank you for taking the time to learn about the life and works of Oscar Wilde. If you found this video informative and engaging, do show your appreciation by hitting the like button. Subscribe to the channel for more such insights into the lives and works of great literary figures. Until next time, keep exploring, keep learning. To set the stage, Charles II's reign followed the tumultuous period of the English Civil War and the interregnum under Oliver Cromwell. Born in 1630, Charles II was the son of Charles I, who was executed in 1649. After a decade of exile, Charles II ascended the throne in 1660, ushering in the Restoration era. Chronologically, Charles II's reign is divided into distinct phases. The initial years were marked by the joyous restoration of the monarchy. The monarchy, the House of Lords, and the Anglican Church were all restored to their former glory. The theaters reopened, Christmas was celebrated openly, and the people rejoiced. The mid-1660s brought a series of calamities. The Great Plague of 1665, followed by the Great Fire of London in 1666, ravaged the city, causing immense suffering and loss. Yet Charles II showcased remarkable resilience, leading efforts towards rebuilding and recovery. In the ensuing years, Charles II's reign was characterized by political maneuvering, both at home and abroad. He navigated through conflicts with the Dutch, managed political factions, and dealt with religious tensions. His secret Treaty of Dover with Louis XIV of France was a masterstroke of diplomacy, although it would have far-reaching consequences. Charles II's reign ended in 1685, but his impact on England was lasting. He was known as the Merry Monarch for his love of arts, sciences, and sports. He founded the Royal Observatory and supported the Royal Society, contributing to the scientific revolution. His reign also saw the passage of the Habeas Corpus Act, a cornerstone of civil liberties. Now, to summarize, Charles II's reign began with the Restoration, bringing joy to the people. This was followed by a period of calamities, including the Great Plague and the Great Fire of London. Despite these challenges, Charles II led the nation towards recovery. His reign was also marked by political and diplomatic achievements as well as contributions to arts and sciences. In essence, Charles II's reign, a blend of joy, calamity, resilience, and enlightenment, shaped England's history in ways that resonate even today. Before we conclude, remember to subscribe and leave your comments below. We appreciate your time and engagement. Thank you for joining us on this historical journey. Stay curious and keep exploring the fascinating tapestry of our shared past. In a world that was rapidly changing, an era that saw the rise and fall of many great personalities, one man stood out: Cicero. Born in the year 106 before the Common Era, Cicero shaped the course of history with his eloquence and his political acumen. During Cicero's lifetime, Rome was experiencing a period of immense transformation. It was the time of the late Roman Republic, an era marked by political unrest, social upheaval, and the clash of powerful personalities. The stage was set for a man like Cicero, a man of words and wisdom, to rise. Marcus Tullius Cicero was born in Arpinum, a hill town 100 miles southeast of Rome. He came from a wealthy municipal family of the equestrian order and was one of the best orators and prose stylists of his time. Cicero's career as an orator began in earnest when he successfully defended a man in court against a charge of patricide. His eloquent speech not only saved the man's life but also established Cicero as a formidable orator. In the year 63 before the Common Era, Cicero was elected consul, the highest office in the Roman Republic. His tenure was marked by his successful thwarting of the Catilinarian conspiracy, an attempt by a group of aristocratic revolutionaries to overthrow the Roman Republic. Cicero's decisive action, coupled with his powerful oratory, saved the Republic and cemented his reputation as a statesman. Cicero, however, was not just a politician and an orator. He was a philosopher, a man who sought wisdom and truth. His philosophical works, such as On the Republic, have had a profound impact on Western philosophy. These works, written in a time of political crisis, reflect Cicero's beliefs in the supremacy of moral duty and the value of human reason. Cicero's life was not without tragedy. His adherence to republican principles put him at odds with the rising tide of autocracy. In the year 43 before the Common Era, Cicero was assassinated on the orders of Mark Antony, one of the triumvirs in power following the death of Julius Caesar. In conclusion, Cicero was a man of many talents, an orator, a statesman, and a philosopher. He lived in a time of great change and left an indelible mark on the course of history. His eloquence, his wisdom, and his belief in the Republic have made him a figure of enduring relevance. Cicero's life is a testament to the power of words and the importance of standing up for one's beliefs. His writings continue to inspire, and his legacy continues to shape the world we live in. Thank you for taking the time to delve into the life of one of history's most influential figures. If you enjoyed this journey through time and would like to explore more such historical figures, do subscribe to the channel. Remember, every like, comment, and share helps us bring more such engaging content your way. In the words of Cicero himself, the life of the dead is placed in the memory of the living. Let's keep the memory of Cicero alive by continuing to learn, question, and explore. Until next time, keep the spirit of inquiry alive. In the annals of intellectual history, few figures loom as large as Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Born in the early 18th century, Rousseau's ideas have shaped our world in profound ways, impacting everything from political theory to education, from the arts to our understanding of humanity itself. Our journey begins in the city of Geneva, where Rousseau was born in 1712. His mother died shortly after his birth, a tragedy that would cast a long shadow over Rousseau's life and work. Early on, he developed a love for nature, music, and literature, passions that would deeply influence his later philosophy. Rousseau's life took a dramatic turn when he moved to Paris in 1742. Here he found himself amid the intellectual ferment of the Enlightenment. It was in this stimulating environment that Rousseau penned his first major work, Discourse on the Arts and Sciences, a provocative critique of civilization that earned him both fame and notoriety. But it was On the Social Contract that would become Rousseau's most famous and enduring work. Published in 1762, this groundbreaking treatise introduced the concept of the general will, a collective decision-making process that serves the common good. This was a radical departure from traditional notions of governance and has deeply influenced modern political thought. Rousseau's ideas extended beyond politics. He also made significant contributions to education, as seen in his work Émile, or On Education. Here, Rousseau advocated for a natural education that allows a child's innate curiosity to guide their learning. This has had a lasting impact on pedagogical theories and practices. Rousseau's philosophy was not without controversy. His ideas challenged established norms and provoked intense backlash. Yet, despite the controversy, Rousseau's influence on Western thought is undeniable. His ideas on democracy, education, and the nature of humanity continue to resonate today. In summary, Jean-Jacques Rousseau was a revolutionary thinker whose ideas have shaped our world in profound ways. From his critique of civilization in Discourse on the Arts and Sciences, to his groundbreaking ideas on governance in On the Social Contract, to his innovative approach to education in Émile, or On Education, Rousseau's influence is felt across a broad spectrum of human endeavor. Thank you for joining us on this exploration of Jean-Jacques Rousseau's life and philosophy. We appreciate your time and hope you found this journey as fascinating as we did. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to our channel for more insightful content. Your support keeps us going and helps us produce more videos like this one. Francis Bacon was born in the year 1561 in London, into a prominent and wealthy family. His father, Sir Nicholas Bacon, was a trusted advisor to Queen Elizabeth I. Bacon's intellectual prowess was evident from a young age. His education began at Trinity College, Cambridge, when he was just 12 years old. He later studied law and became a member of Parliament, where he proved to be an influential statesman. Bacon was deeply dissatisfied with the intellectual methods of his time. He believed that knowledge was derived from observation, not just received wisdom. This led him to develop what we now know as the scientific method. He proposed that scientific knowledge should be built by systematic observation, measurement, experiment, and the formulation, testing, and modification of hypotheses. This was a revolutionary shift in thought, a departure from the rigid scholastic methods of the Middle Ages. Francis Bacon's scientific method transformed the way we perceive the world. It laid the foundation for modern scientific inquiry and has been instrumental in countless scientific advances. His method encourages critical thinking, skepticism, and objectivity, shaping the rational and empirical approach we see in science today. The scientific method is universal, applicable to all fields of science, from physics to psychology, and has become a fundamental aspect of scientific literacy. Despite his significant contributions, Bacon's life was not without controversy. He was accused of bribery in 1621 and spent a brief period in prison. After his release, he spent his remaining years in retirement, focusing on his scientific and philosophical works. Francis Bacon passed away in 1626, leaving behind a legacy that continues to influence the scientific world. In conclusion, Francis Bacon is a pivotal figure in the history of science. His introduction of the scientific method marked a turning point in scientific thought, fostering a culture of empirical observation and critical thinking that remains at the core of scientific inquiry. Just take a moment to imagine a world without the scientific method. Would we have made the same leaps and bounds in understanding the universe, biology, physics, or any other field of science? The work of Francis Bacon echoes through the centuries, reminding us of the power of observation, skepticism, and the relentless pursuit of truth. We hope you've enjoyed this journey into the life and legacy of Francis Bacon. Your time and attention are much appreciated. If you enjoyed this video, do give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more insightful content. In the grand narrative of American history, few figures stand as prominently controversial as Richard Milhous Nixon, the 37th President of the United States. His presidency, marked by triumphs in foreign policy and a booming economy, was tragically overshadowed by the infamous Watergate scandal, an event that shook the nation and forever altered the public's trust in the government. Born on January 9, 1913, in the small town of Yorba Linda, California, young Nixon lived a life of hardship. Despite these adversities, he rose to prominence through his intelligence and determination, earning a full scholarship to Duke University Law School. His political career began in 1946 when he was elected to the House of Representatives, and by 1952, he was Dwight D. Eisenhower's vice president. Fast forward to 1969, Nixon assumed the presidency, inheriting a nation deeply divided by the Vietnam War. His administration achieved significant accomplishments, including the establishment of the Environmental Protection Agency and groundbreaking diplomatic relations with China. Nixon's presidency was also marked by the Apollo moon landing, a moment that united the country in awe and pride. However, the defining moment of Nixon's presidency came in the form of the Watergate scandal. In June 1972, 5 men were arrested for breaking into the Democratic National Committee headquarters at the Watergate office complex. As investigators probed deeper, they revealed a web of deceit, corruption, and misuse of power that traced back to Nixon's re-election campaign. The release of the White House tapes, secretly recorded conversations that implicated Nixon in the cover-up, was the final straw. Facing almost certain impeachment, Nixon announced his resignation on August 8, 1974, marking the first and only time a U.S. president has resigned from office. The Watergate scandal was a stark reminder of the potential for misuse of power even in democratic institutions. In this chronicle of Richard Nixon's life and presidency, we've journeyed from his humble beginnings through his rise to power and his eventual downfall. We've examined the complexities of his presidency, his achievements overshadowed by the specter of Watergate that still looms large in the American psyche. In conclusion, Richard Nixon's presidency, a blend of triumph and tragedy, serves as a cautionary tale. His story reminds us of the importance of transparency, integrity, and accountability in leadership. Thank you for investing your time in this exploration of history. If you found this content enriching, do consider subscribing for more historical deep dives. Your likes, comments, and shares help in keeping these narratives alive. Until next time, stay curious and keep learning. Ever wondered how a king, born into opulence and power, could end up at the blade of a guillotine? Welcome, history enthusiasts, to an exploration of the life and death of Louis XVI, the last king of France before the fall of the monarchy during the French Revolution. Born Louis Auguste in Versailles, France in August of 1754, our subject was the third son of the Dauphin Louis and his consort Maria Josepha. Louis Auguste was not expected to ascend to the throne, yet destiny had other plans. After the death of both his father and elder brother at the tender age of 11, he found himself next in line to the throne. In 1774, Louis XVI ascended to the throne amidst a nation plagued by debt and civil discontent. His reign, fraught with political challenges, was a turbulent one. The young king, though thoughtful and well-intentioned, lacked the assertiveness and decisiveness of a strong leader. Louis XVI's reign was marked by attempts at reform, yet his efforts were often blocked by the privileged classes. His decision to aid the American colonies in their war of independence against Britain further plunged France into economic turmoil. The mounting economic crisis, along with the growing public outrage against the monarchy's extravagant lifestyle, sparked the French Revolution in 1789. Louis XVI, initially resistant to the revolutionary movement, was forced to accept a constitutional monarchy. However, his attempt to flee France in 1791 was viewed as treasonous, further fueling the revolutionary fervor. The king's fate was sealed on January 21, 1793, when he was executed by guillotine in Paris's Place de la Révolution. Louis XVI's death marked the end of more than 1,000 years of continuous French monarchy and the beginning of the radical phase of the revolution. To summarize, Louis XVI's life was a series of paradoxes. A king born into immense privilege yet unable to wield his power effectively, a man of gentle character thrust into a time of unprecedented violence. His reign, marked by attempts at reform yet ending in the dissolution of the monarchy. And finally, his death, a symbol of the people's rage against a system that had oppressed them for centuries. In the grand tapestry of history, Louis XVI serves as a stark reminder of the consequences of political ineptitude and the power of the people's voice. A king he was by birth, but his inability to adapt to the changing tide of public sentiment led to his downfall. Thank you for taking this journey through the life and times of Louis XVI. If you found this exploration engaging, do like this video and subscribe to our channel for more enlightening dives into history. As always, your time and curiosity are greatly appreciated. Until next time, keep questioning, keep learning. In the early 16th century, an era of great turbulence and change, Europe was in the throes of the Counter-Reformation, a period of Catholic resurgence in response to the Protestant Reformation. At the helm of this tumultuous time was Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor, a figure whose life and reign have left an indelible mark on history. Born in the year 1500, Charles V inherited a realm that spanned Europe and the Americas. His birthright was an empire where the sun never set, a reality that came with its unique challenges and responsibilities. As a young man, Charles was thrust into a world of political intrigue and religious unrest. His reign, which began in 1519, was marked by constant conflict. The Ottoman Empire, led by Suleiman the Magnificent, was expanding its territorial reach, posing a significant threat to Charles's rule. Additionally, the Protestant Reformation, sparked by Martin Luther in 1517, was rapidly spreading throughout Europe, threatening the Catholic Church's dominance. Charles V, a devout Catholic, was a staunch defender of the faith. As the Counter-Reformation gained momentum, he was at its forefront, navigating the complex politics of the time to uphold the Catholic Church's authority. His efforts culminated in the Council of Trent, which began in 1545, a critical event in the Counter-Reformation that sought to address the issues raised by the Protestants and reform the Church from within. However, the strains of ruling an empire were immense. Charles V, weary and in poor health, took a decision that was unheard of at the time. In 1556 he abdicated, dividing his extensive territories between his brother Ferdinand and his son Philip. He spent the last 2 years of his life in a monastery, where he passed away in 1558. The life and reign of Charles V were marked by constant warfare, political intrigue and religious conflict. His role in the Counter-Reformation was significant, as he sought to uphold the Catholic Church's authority during a time of great upheaval. His decision to abdicate, a move that was unprecedented for a ruler of his stature, speaks volumes about the pressures of ruling an empire. To recap, Charles V's reign was marked by conflict, both religious and political. His leadership during the Counter-Reformation and his decision to abdicate are key aspects of his legacy. His life offers a fascinating glimpse into a turbulent time in history, marked by significant changes that have shaped the world as we know it today. Thank you for your time and attention. If you found this video insightful and wish to delve deeper into the annals of history, do subscribe to the channel. Your support helps in creating more such engaging content. Remember, every empire has a story and every story has a lesson. Until the next tale of history unfolds, stay curious. In the annals of British history, few figures have been as celebrated, scrutinized, and mythologized as King Arthur. He's a figure shrouded in mystery, a character who straddles the line between historical fact and folklore. This legendary king, often depicted with his round table of noble knights, his trusted wizard Merlin, and his magical sword Excalibur, is a cornerstone of British literature and a symbol of chivalry and virtue. But who was King Arthur really? Was he a real historical figure or merely a myth? Scene script. To unravel this, we delve into 3 key sections: the historical evidence, the Arthurian legend, and the modern interpretation. Section 1. The historical evidence. The historical record of 6th century Britain is fragmented at best. Roman control had waned, and the island was in a state of flux, with various Celtic and Germanic tribes vying for control. In this turbulent era, it is said, King Arthur emerged as a unifying force. Chronicles from later centuries speak of a warrior king who won 12 battles against the invading Saxons. Yet no contemporary records mention Arthur by name, leading many historians to question his existence. Section 2. The Arthurian legend. Despite the lack of clear historical evidence, the legend of King Arthur flourished. It was in the Middle Ages, hundreds of years after Arthur supposedly lived, that the Arthur we recognize today began to take shape. Chroniclers like Geoffrey of Monmouth and Thomas Malory wove tales of Arthur's heroic deeds, his noble knights, and his tragic love triangle with Queen Guinevere and Sir Lancelot. These stories, with their themes of chivalry, honor, and betrayal, captured the imagination of the public and cemented Arthur's place in literary history. Section 3. The Modern Interpretation. Today, King Arthur remains a potent symbol. His legend has been adapted countless times, from Tennyson's Idylls of the King to the Broadway musical Camelot to the blockbuster film Excalibur. His story resonates with modern audiences because it grapples with timeless themes: the struggle for power, the quest for justice, the nature of leadership, and the tragedy of human frailty. In conclusion, King Arthur, whether real or mythical, continues to be a compelling figure. His story, a blend of history and legend, has been told and retold across centuries, each interpretation reflecting the era's values and concerns. His enduring appeal lies in this adaptability, this ability to be both a mirror of the times and a beacon of timeless virtues. Thank you for joining us on this journey through the life and legend of King Arthur. If you enjoyed this exploration, please give the video a thumbs up and subscribe to our channel for more compelling historical content. Until next time, remember, history is not just about the past, it's about understanding our present and shaping our future. Did you know that Michelangelo, the legendary Italian artist, was only 24 years old when he sculpted the iconic statue of David? A prodigy in his era, Michelangelo's influence extended far beyond his lifetime, shaping the course of Western art and culture. Born in the small town of Caprese in 1475, Michelangelo Buonarroti was destined for greatness. His passion for art was evident early on, leading him to the culturally rich city of Florence at the tender age of 13. There he honed his skills under the guidance of the renowned painter Domenico Ghirlandaio. Shifting to Michelangelo's major works, they are nothing short of breathtaking. His most famous sculpture, David, is a testament to his extraordinary ability to breathe life into stone. It stands tall as a symbol of human potential and power. Michelangelo's other masterpiece, the Sistine Chapel ceiling, is a marvel of fresco painting. The vivid scenes from the Book of Genesis, including the iconic creation of Adam, have captivated audiences for centuries. Michelangelo's impact on the Renaissance was profound. His innovative techniques and unique artistic vision played a significant role in defining the aesthetic standards of the era. His work embodied the spirit of humanism, a key element of the Renaissance, celebrating the potential and dignity of the individual. To summarize, Michelangelo was a luminary of his time. His early exposure to art in Florence laid the foundation for his future masterpieces, such as David and the Sistine Chapel ceiling. His exceptional talent and pioneering vision significantly influenced the course of the Renaissance, leaving a lasting legacy in the world of art. Thank you for joining us on this journey through the life and works of Michelangelo. We hope you've enjoyed this exploration of one of history's greatest artists. If you found this video enlightening, please give it a thumbs up, leave a comment, and don't forget to subscribe for more insightful content. Until next time, continue to explore and appreciate the beauty of art in its myriad forms. Have you ever wondered what spurred the creation of one of the most formidable naval fleets in history, the Spanish Armada? Or pondered over the man who dared to challenge the might of England, King Philip II of Spain? Our tale begins in the year 1527, with the birth of Philip II. Born into the powerful Habsburg dynasty, he was destined for greatness. Philip inherited the Spanish crown in 1556, marking the start of a reign that would last over 40 years, a period filled with wars, revolts, and religious conflicts. Philip II's reign was marked by his unwavering commitment to the Catholic faith. He saw himself as the defender of Catholicism against the Protestant Reformation sweeping across Europe. This religious zeal fueled many of his decisions, including the organization of the Spanish Armada. The Spanish Armada, a fleet of 130 ships manned by over 27,000 men, was no ordinary naval force. It was a symbol of Spanish power, a testament to the wealth and influence of the Spanish crown. But why was such a formidable force assembled? The answer lies in Philip's complex relationship with England. England, under the rule of Queen Elizabeth I, was a Protestant nation. The tension between Catholic Spain and Protestant England had been simmering for years, culminating in the execution of Mary, Queen of Scots, a Catholic, in 1587. This act was seen as a direct affront to Catholicism, and it was this event that led Philip II to organize the Spanish Armada with the aim of invading England and restoring Catholic rule. The Armada set sail in 1588, but the mission was far from successful. Despite the size and power of the Spanish fleet, they were defeated by the English navy and adverse weather conditions. The defeat marked a turning point in Philip II's reign and in European history, signaling the decline of Spanish power and the rise of England as a global naval force. So, what can we take away from the story of Philip II and the Spanish Armada? Firstly, it provides a glimpse into the religious tensions that shaped Europe during the 16th century. Secondly, it serves as a reminder of the power and influence of the Spanish crown under Philip II. Lastly, it illustrates the dangers of overconfidence and the unpredictable nature of warfare. In summary, the story of Philip II and the Spanish Armada is a tale of ambition, religious zeal, and ultimately, defeat. It serves as a powerful reminder of a pivotal period in European history and the man who dared to challenge the might of England. Thank you for delving into history with us today. If you found this journey through time intriguing, do show your support by hitting the like button and subscribing to our channel. Until next time, keep exploring, keep questioning. As Johann Wolfgang von Goethe once said, "Knowing is not enough, we must apply. Willing is not enough, we must do." This profound thought was born in the mind of a boy from Frankfurt, Germany, in the year 1749. Born into affluence, the young Goethe was raised amidst the opulence of a wealthy family, where the spark of his genius was kindled early on. His mother's captivating storytelling and his structured education nurtured a deep-seated love for literature in him. As he pursued law at Leipzig University, the allure of literature and philosophy proved irresistible, compelling him to deviate from his original path. Little did young Johann know, his early fascination with words would soon make him one of the world's greatest literary figures. Goethe once said, "A man sees in the world what he carries in his heart." For Goethe, that was a world filled with poetry and prose. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe was a man who carried a world of literature in his heart. His first novel, The Sorrows of Young Werther, became an overnight sensation across Europe. This tale of unrequited love and emotional turmoil resonated deeply with readers, catapulting Goethe to the status of a literary giant at a young age. But Goethe's story didn't end there. He moved to Weimar, where he spent most of his life. Not only did he pen incredible works of literature, but he also dabbled in fields as diverse as science and politics. His curiosity and intellect knew no bounds. Among his many accomplishments, his magnum opus, Faust, stands out. This dramatic poem, a masterpiece of German literature, continues to impact the literary world with its exploration of human desires and ambitions. Goethe's works continue to be celebrated for their depth and insight, a testament to his genius. In the words of Goethe, "One ought every day at least to hear a little song, read a good poem, see a fine picture, and, if it were possible, to speak a few reasonable words." As we delve into the legacy of Goethe, we find echoes of his wisdom reverberating through the ages. The profound impact of his work on world literature is undeniable. He was not just a writer, he was a philosopher, a scientist, a polymath who left an indelible mark on various fields of knowledge. Renowned for his literary prowess, Goethe's influence transcends borders, cultures, and languages. His magnum opus, Faust, continues to be a cornerstone of world literature, studied and celebrated across the globe. His legacy is also preserved in the Goethe Institute, an institution dedicated to promoting the study of German language and culture. With branches in over 90 countries, the institute serves as a testament to Goethe's enduring influence. Goethe's words, ideas, and insights continue to inspire, challenge, and captivate us. His legacy is a testament to the power of the human spirit, the beauty of language, and the boundless potential of the human mind. As we bid adieu, remember Goethe's words, "Whatever you can do or dream you can, begin it. Boldness has genius, power, and magic in it. Begin it now." Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to our channel for more intriguing insights into historical figures. Thank you for watching. In the vast tapestry of human history, few figures shine as luminously as Ali ibn Abi Talib, the fourth caliph of Islam and a central pillar of Sufism. Born in the city of Mecca in modern-day Saudi Arabia, in the year 598, his life and teachings continue to resonate today, over a millennium later. In the early part of the 7th century, a new spiritual and political movement was emerging in the Arabian Peninsula. This movement, known as Islam, was led by the Prophet Muhammad, and Ali, his cousin and son-in-law, would prove to be one of its most influential figures. From his birth inside the sacred precinct of the Kaaba in Mecca, Ali's life was steeped in the spiritual. He was the first male to accept Islam, and his unwavering devotion to the Prophet and the faith would define his life. As the fourth caliph, or leader of the Muslim community, Ali's reign was marked by his commitment to justice and equality. His letters and sermons, collected in the book Nahjul Balagha, are considered a masterpiece of Arabic literature and Islamic philosophy, offering timeless wisdom on everything from governance to spirituality. But Ali's influence extends beyond his political and military achievements. He is also a foundational figure in Sufism, the mystical branch of Islam. His teachings on love, unity, and the pursuit of truth have inspired countless Sufi saints and poets such as Rumi and Hafiz, who often refer to Ali as the king of the saints. Despite the challenges and controversies that marked his life and reign, Ali's unwavering commitment to his principles has made him a timeless symbol of justice, wisdom, and spiritual transcendence. His life offers us a window into a pivotal moment in history, and his teachings continue to inspire millions around the world. To summarize, we've journeyed through the life of Ali, from his birth in the sacred city of Mecca, to his pivotal role in the early Islamic community, his reign as the fourth caliph, and his profound influence on Sufism. We've explored his enduring legacy, which transcends borders and generations, offering timeless wisdom and inspiration. We hope this exploration of Ali's life and teachings has offered a deeper understanding of this remarkable figure. If you found this video enlightening, we invite you to hit the like button, leave a comment below with your thoughts, and don't forget to subscribe for more historical deep dives. Thank you for spending your time with us today. Stay curious, stay informed, and as always, keep exploring the rich tapestry of our shared human history. In the heartland of Italy, in the year 1225, a child was born who would grow to become one of the most influential figures in Christian theology. Named Thomas Aquinas, this child was destined for intellectual greatness. Born into a noble family, Thomas broke away from the expected path, choosing instead to join the Dominican order, a decision that would set him on a path of profound philosophical and theological exploration. Thomas Aquinas' work, most notably his masterpiece Summa Theologiae, delves into the complex relationship between faith and reason. This monumental work, comprised of 3 parts, covers a vast range of topics from the existence of God to the moral and ethical conduct of man. Aquinas' innovative thinking bridged the gap between the religious and secular realms, marking a significant turning point in the history of Western thought. However, Aquinas' journey was not without challenges. His ideas, though revolutionary, were met with opposition, and he faced numerous trials throughout his life. Yet, his unfaltering dedication to his work and his faith saw him through, and today, his ideas continue to shape the way we perceive the world. One of the key aspects of Aquinas' philosophy is his argument for the existence of God, known as the 5 ways. With an approach grounded in logic and observation, Aquinas sought to prove God's existence through the natural world, laying the groundwork for many theological debates that continue to this day. Another significant contribution of Aquinas lies in his moral philosophy. He proposed that virtues, both moral and intellectual, are habits that enable us to act according to reason and faith. This understanding of morality has had far-reaching implications, influencing our legal systems, ethical codes, and personal conduct. In the later years of his life, Aquinas experienced a mystical revelation that led him to cease writing, declaring all his work as straw. Yet despite this dramatic turn, his existing body of work continues to resonate, offering insights into the mysteries of existence, morality, and the divine. To summarize, Thomas Aquinas, a 13th-century Italian theologian, has left an indelible mark on the world with his philosophical and theological ideas. His teachings, encapsulated in his magnum opus, Summa Theologiae, continue to shape our understanding of faith, reason, and morality. Despite facing opposition and trials, Aquinas' dedication to his work and faith has ensured his enduring relevance and influence. As we navigate the complexities of the modern world, the wisdom of Thomas Aquinas offers a beacon of light, guiding us through the interplay of faith and reason, and illuminating the path towards a virtuous life. Thank you for lending your time to delve into the life and works of Thomas Aquinas. If you found this journey enlightening, do like, comment, and subscribe. Your engagement fuels our motivation to bring more such intriguing content to you. Until next time, keep exploring and keep learning. Karol Józef Wojtyła's journey began in a small Polish town, where he experienced the struggles of life under Nazi occupation. Despite the hardships, he pursued his education and developed a deep spiritual connection that would guide his life. In 1978, Wojtyla was elected as the first non-Italian pope in more than 400 years, taking the name John Paul II. His papacy, spanning over 26 years, was marked by his tireless efforts to promote peace, social justice, and interfaith dialogue. One of the most significant chapters in Pope John Paul II's papacy was his support for the Solidarity movement in Poland. His moral backing played a crucial role in the movement's eventual success, marking the beginning of the end for communist rule in Eastern Europe. As we look back on the life of Pope John Paul II, his legacy stands as a testament to the power of faith, resilience, and the pursuit of peace. He was a beacon of hope for millions, not just within the Catholic Church, but across the world. In conclusion, Pope John Paul II was more than just a religious leader. He was a symbol of resistance, a beacon of hope, and a champion for peace and human rights. His life and legacy continue to inspire millions around the world, reminding us of the power of faith and the strength of the human spirit. Thank you for taking the time to delve into the life and legacy of Pope John Paul II with us today. If you found this video informative and engaging, do give it a thumbs up and subscribe for more insightful content. Until next time, keep exploring the pages of history and the fascinating stories they hold. Welcome to a journey back in time, to the late 16th century. The world was a place of exploration and discovery, from the geographical to the scientific. The Renaissance was giving way to the Age of Enlightenment. It was during this pivotal time that René Descartes, a man who would become a foundational figure in Western philosophy, was born. Descartes was born on March 31, 1596, in La Haye-en-Touraine, France. He was a child of privilege, educated at the Jesuit College of La Flèche, and later studied law at the University of Poitiers. But his thirst for knowledge was not satiated by traditional education. Descartes sought a deeper, more profound understanding of the world. This quest led him to the philosophy that would make him famous. Descartes is perhaps best known for his philosophical statement, "I think, therefore I am." This statement, part of his larger work, Meditations on First Philosophy, was a radical departure from the philosophical thinking of the time. Descartes proposed that the only thing that could not be doubted was the existence of one's own mind. This thinking laid the groundwork for much of the philosophy and science that followed. Descartes' philosophy was not without controversy. His ideas were revolutionary, challenging the accepted wisdom of the time. Yet Descartes was undeterred. He continued to write and publish, developing his theories on metaphysics, epistemology, and the mind-body problem. His works, such as Discourse on the Method and Principles of Philosophy, remain foundational texts in the study of philosophy. Descartes' life and philosophy were intertwined, a testament to his belief in the power of the mind. He died on February 11, 1650, in Stockholm, Sweden. But his legacy lives on, his ideas resonating through the centuries. In summary, René Descartes was a man of his time, yet far ahead of it. He dared to question, to doubt, and in doing so, created a philosophy that has shaped our understanding of the world. From his famous statement, "I think, therefore I am," to his contributions to metaphysics and epistemology, Descartes' impact on philosophy is undeniable. So the next time you ponder the nature of existence or the power of the mind, remember René Descartes. His philosophy challenges us to think, to question, and to seek truth in our understanding of the world. Thank you for joining this journey through time and philosophy. If you found this engaging and enlightening, please consider subscribing for more explorations into the lives and philosophies of history's most influential thinkers. Until next time, keep questioning, keep thinking, and keep exploring the depths of your mind. In the grand tapestry of human history, certain figures stand out, their contributions so fundamental that they shape the course of our collective journey. One such individual was Nikola Tesla, a man of immense intellect and relentless curiosity who forever changed the way we understand and harness electricity. Born in 1856 in a small village in what is now Croatia, Tesla's early life was marked by loss and hardship. Yet from these humble beginnings, he would rise to become one of the most influential inventors of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Today, we explore the life and legacy of this remarkable man. Tesla's journey began in the rural landscapes of Europe. His father, a Serbian Orthodox priest, and his mother, an inventor in her own right, nurtured his inquisitive mind. Tesla's fascination with electricity took root during his studies at the Austrian Polytechnic in Graz. His obsession with alternating current, a revolutionary concept at the time, was born here. Tesla's arrival in America in 1884 marked the beginning of a fascinating period known as the War of the Currents. Here, Tesla's alternating current, AC system was pitted against Thomas Edison's direct current, DC system. Despite facing considerable opposition, Tesla's AC ultimately emerged victorious, providing a safer and more efficient means of transmitting electricity over long distances. Tesla's contributions were not limited to the field of electricity. His creative genius gave birth to numerous inventions, including the Tesla coil, a device essential to sending and receiving radio waves. He also conceptualized the idea of wireless communication, a concept that forms the basis of our modern world. Despite his monumental contributions, Tesla's final years were marked by financial difficulties and obscurity. He died in 1943, alone in a New York City hotel room. Yet, his legacy lives on, with his inventions and ideas continuing to shape our world. To summarize, Nikola Tesla, a beacon of innovation, gave us the alternating current system, the Tesla coil, and the concept of wireless communication. His life, while marked by struggle and hardship, serves as a testament to the power of perseverance and the relentless pursuit of knowledge. In the grand scheme of human progress, Tesla's contributions stand tall, reminding us that the pursuit of knowledge and the desire to improve the human condition can transcend the barriers of time and space. As we conclude this journey into the life and legacy of Nikola Tesla, we express gratitude for your time spent exploring this fascinating chapter of human history. If you found this video enlightening, do consider liking and subscribing to our channel. Until next time, keep questioning, keep learning, and never cease to marvel at the wonders of our shared human journey. In the tapestry of American history, few figures stand as prominently as Harry S. Truman. Born in Missouri in 1884, Truman's life journey would lead him to the highest office in the United States, the presidency. As a young man, Truman was no stranger to hardship. His family was poor, and he spent his early years working on the family farm. Despite these humble beginnings, Truman harbored a deep love for learning. He was particularly fascinated by history and politics, a passion that would serve him well in the years to come. In the early 1900s, Truman served in World War I, an experience that shaped his understanding of international relations. Fast forward to 1945, and Truman, then vice president, found himself thrust into the presidency following the death of Franklin D. Roosevelt. Truman's presidency was marked by significant events that shaped the course of American history. One of the most notable aspects of his presidency was his role in ending World War II. Truman made the controversial decision to drop atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, effectively ending the war. Yet Truman's role in international affairs did not end with World War II. He also played a significant role in the Korean War. Truman's decision to intervene in Korea was a pivotal moment in the Cold War, marking the first military action of the conflict. Truman's presidency was not without controversy. His decision to drop the atomic bombs and his intervention in Korea were heavily criticized. However, his presidency was also marked by significant achievements. Truman oversaw the implementation of the Marshall Plan, which helped to rebuild Europe after World War II, and he played a crucial role in establishing the United Nations. In conclusion, Truman's impact as a president can still be felt today. His decisions shaped the course of American history and continue to influence international relations. From his humble beginnings in Missouri to his presidency, Truman's life serves as a testament to the power of determination and a deep understanding of history and politics. Whether you admire or critique his decisions, one thing is clear. Harry S. Truman was a man of conviction, who stood by his beliefs, even in the face of adversity. His life and presidency serve as a fascinating chapter in the annals of American history, one that continues to spark debate and discussion. Thank you for taking the time to delve into the life of Harry S. Truman. If you found this journey through history intriguing, please like, comment, and subscribe for more historical deep dives. We appreciate your time and look forward to exploring more of history's fascinating figures with you. In the annals of history, few figures are as compelling and formidable as Joan of Arc. Born to a peasant family in northeastern France in the early 15th century, She would rise from obscurity to lead the French army to several significant victories during the Hundred Years' War. Her legacy is a fascinating blend of military prowess, religious devotion, and the enduring mystery surrounding her trial and execution. Joan of Arc's life can be divided into three key sections: her early life, her military career, and her trial. Born around 1412, Joan was the daughter of Jacques d'Arc and Isabelle Romée in Domremy, a village which was then in the Duchy of Bar. Her world was one of farming and faith, but it would soon be upended by a series of visions and voices she claimed were from saints, instructing her to support Charles VII and recover France from English domination. Her military career began in earnest in 1429. Despite her youth and gender, Joan was given command of an army by Charles VII. Under her leadership, the French army enjoyed a series of victories, the most notable of which was the lifting of the siege of Orléans. Her strategies and tenacity on the battlefield turned the tide of the war in favor of France. However, Joan's success was not to last. Captured by the Burgundians, she was sold to the English and put on trial for a variety of charges, including heresy and cross-dressing. Despite a spirited defense, Joan was found guilty and burned at the stake in 1431 at the age of only 19. Joan of Arc's life is a story of faith, courage, and determination. She was a woman who defied the conventions of her time, leading an army to victory in a male-dominated world. Despite her tragic end, Joan's legacy lives on. She was canonized as a saint by the Catholic Church in 1920, and is today one of France's most enduring symbols. In conclusion, Joan of Arc was a formidable military leader, a deeply religious woman, and a symbol of French resistance against English domination. Her story is as fascinating as it is tragic, and serves as a testament to the power of faith and the human spirit. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this video and want to learn more about historical figures and events, please subscribe to the channel and hit the bell to get notified of new content. Your support helps keep the channel going. Remember, history is not just a collection of dates and facts, it's a tapestry of human experiences, full of stories like Joan of Arc's waiting to be told and remembered. Have you ever pondered what it would be like to journey through hell, purgatory, and paradise? Dante Alighieri, the famed Italian poet, did just that in his epic masterpiece, The Divine Comedy. Born in the year 1265 in the heart of Florence, Dante's life was as captivating as the verses he penned. The son of Alighiero di Bellinzione and Bella, he was immersed in the city's political turmoil from a young age. His family was part of the Guelphs who supported the papacy in the ongoing papal and imperial conflict. Dante's literary journey began in his youth. His first known work, La Vita Nuova, was a tribute to his beloved Beatrice, whom he met when he was just 9 years old. This collection of love poems set in a narrative framework is considered one of the most profound expressions of courtly love. And then, in the year 1300, Dante embarked on an imaginative journey that would immortalize his name in the annals of literature. The Divine Comedy, a three-part epic, is a vivid chronicle of Dante's journey through hell, purgatory, and heaven. In Inferno, Dante, guided by the ancient Roman poet Virgil, traverses the terrifying circles of hell, each representing a specific sin and its corresponding punishment. The vivid imagery and poignant tales of the damned are as haunting as they are engrossing. Purgatorio depicts Dante's ascent up the mountain of purgatory, where souls purge their sins to prepare for their entry into paradise. The climb is a metaphor for the soul's journey towards God, a theme that resonates throughout the epic. Finally, in Paradiso, Dante experiences the celestial spheres of heaven, culminating in a divine vision of God. Beatrice, now his heavenly guide, illuminates the nature of divine love and justice, providing profound insights into medieval Christian thought. Dante's Divine Comedy is not just an extraordinary literary masterpiece, it is a mirror reflecting the intellectual and social fabric of the Middle Ages, its politics, philosophy, and religion. Dante's imaginative vision of the afterlife continues to inspire, terrify, and enlighten readers, even 7 centuries after its creation. Dante's life, much like his epic journey, was fraught with trials. He was exiled from his beloved Florence due to political machinations, yet his spirit remained undaunted. He continued to write, producing significant works like De Monarchia, advocating for a universal monarchy. Dante Alighieri passed away in 1321, but his legacy is undying. His works continue to be a source of inspiration and study, imbued with timeless lessons and unforgettable imagery. To summarize, Dante Alighieri, born in Florence in 1265, is one of the greatest poets in human history. His works, especially the Divine Comedy, provide a profound exploration of morality, justice, and the human condition. Despite his political exile, Dante's enduring spirit continues to inspire us today. Has it ever crossed your mind how one man's vision could shape an entire nation? Today, we delve into the tumultuous narrative of Otto von Bismarck, the man who stood at the crux of Germany's unification. Otto Eduard Leopold von Bismarck was born on April 1, 1815, into a noble family in the Kingdom of Prussia. His early years, infused with rigorous schooling, shaped his fierce determination and sharp intellect. Fast forward to 1847, Bismarck entered the political arena as a representative in the newly formed Prussian legislature, the Vereinigter Landtag. He demonstrated an uncanny ability to navigate the treacherous waters of politics, rapidly ascending the ranks of power. In the decade that followed, Bismarck's political acumen shone brightly. He was appointed Prime Minister of Prussia in 1862. It was during this time that he made his famous Iron and Blood speech, asserting his belief that power, not diplomacy, would unify Germany. Bismarck masterfully manipulated European rivalries to benefit Prussia. The Danish War in 1864, the Austro-Prussian War in 1866, and the Franco-Prussian War in 1870 all played into his grand scheme of a unified Germany. By 1871, Bismarck's dream took form with the proclamation of a united German Empire, with King Wilhelm I of Prussia as its Kaiser. Bismarck himself became the first chancellor, effectively the architect of modern Germany. But Bismarck's story doesn't end with unification. He implemented policies such as the anti-socialist laws and the Kulturkampf, aimed at consolidating power and quelling opposition. He also introduced progressive social reforms, including health insurance, accident insurance, and old age pensions, which were revolutionary at the time. In 1890, Bismarck was dismissed by Kaiser Wilhelm II, marking the end of his political career. He spent his final years penning his memoirs, providing us with a unique insight into his complex character and his times. In summary, Otto von Bismarck's legacy lies not just in his unification of Germany, but also in his realpolitik approach to governance and his pioneering social reforms. His journey is a testament to the power of vision, strategy, and unswerving determination. As we draw this narrative to a close, we hope you've enjoyed this exploration of Otto von Bismarck's life and his indelible mark on history. If you found this intriguing, do like, comment, and subscribe to our channel for more compelling historical narratives. Thank you for your time. Until next time, immerse yourself in the fascinating world of history. Did you know that Grover Cleveland served 2 non-consecutive terms as President of the United States, making him the only person to do so? That's right, Cleveland was both the 22nd and 24th president, his tenures separated by the presidency of Benjamin Harrison. This fascinating fact is merely the tip of the iceberg when it comes to Grover Cleveland's intriguing life and political career. We begin by delving into his early life. Born on March 18, 1837 in Caldwell, New Jersey, Stephen Grover Cleveland was one of 9 children. His father was a Presbyterian minister, and his mother was the daughter of a bookseller. The family moved to New York when Cleveland was a child, and it was there that he began his journey to the presidency. Now let's move on to Cleveland's political career. Initially, he held various positions in Buffalo, New York, including sheriff and mayor. His reputation for honesty and integrity caught the attention of Democratic Party leaders who nominated him for governor of New York. He won this election and later was nominated for the presidency. Cleveland's first presidential term from 1885 to 1889 was marked by his dedication to political reform and fiscal conservatism. His steadfast belief in limited government checks and balances and the veto power earned him both praise and criticism. However, Cleveland's second term, from 1893 to 1897, was fraught with economic crisis. The Panic of 1893, a severe economic depression, began just months into his term. Despite the crisis, Cleveland remained committed to the gold standard, a controversial decision that split the Democratic Party. Grover Cleveland's personal life was also filled with intriguing events. In 1886, during his first term, he married Frances Folsom, becoming the only president to marry in the White House. The couple had 5 children, and their youngest daughter, Esther, is the only child of a president to be born in the White House. In conclusion, Grover Cleveland's life and presidency were characterized by his unwavering commitment to principles, even in the face of criticism and crisis. His unique status as the only president to serve 2 non-consecutive terms, his marriage in the White House, and his handling of the economic crisis during his second term are key aspects of his legacy. Thank you for taking the time to learn about Grover Cleveland. In the heart of the 16th century, the world was in the throes of an intellectual and spiritual revolution. The Renaissance was changing the way people thought about art, science, and human potential. Yet, amid this cultural upheaval, one of the most significant transformations was taking place in the realm of religion. This was the Age of Reformation, a time that saw the birth of Protestantism through figures like Martin Luther, and our protagonist today, John Calvin, the founder of Calvinism. John Calvin, born in July 1509, was a French theologian, pastor, and reformer in Geneva during the Protestant Reformation. He was a principal figure in the development of the system of Christian theology, later called Calvinism. Aspects of it include the doctrines of predestination and of God's absolute sovereignty in the salvation of the human soul from death and eternal damnation. Raised in a staunch Roman Catholic family, Calvin had intended to dedicate his life to the Church. However, his religious journey took a dramatic turn when he converted to Protestantism in the early 1530s. His conversion was not just a personal turning point but a moment that would significantly shape the course of European and world history. In 1536, Calvin published the first edition of his seminal work, The Institutes of the Christian Religion, an ambitious yet meticulous exposition of Protestant faith. This work laid the foundation for what would become known as Calvinism. Calvin's teachings emphasized the absolute sovereignty of God, the sinful nature of humanity, and the doctrine of predestination. Calvinism soon spread beyond the borders of Switzerland, finding followers in Germany, France, the Netherlands, England, Scotland, and even as far as Hungary and Poland. This was largely due to Calvin's extensive network of correspondence and the proliferation of his writings. The impact of Calvin and Calvinism is far-reaching. It has influenced various theological traditions and has played a significant role in shaping the religious, moral, and social fabric of many societies across the world. Moreover, Calvinism's influence extends beyond religious doctrines. It has played a crucial role in shaping political thought, particularly in the realm of civil governance and social ethics. The Calvinist emphasis on the moral and social responsibilities of the individual has contributed to the development of democratic principles and the promotion of social justice. In conclusion, John Calvin wasn't just a theologian, he was a catalyst for change, a force that helped shape the contours of the modern world. His teachings, encapsulated in Calvinism, have left an indelible mark on history, influencing the course of nations and the lives of millions. We hope this journey into the life and impact of John Calvin and his doctrine of Calvinism has been enlightening. If you appreciate this deep dive into history, do consider liking, commenting, and subscribing to our channel for more insightful content. Thank you for investing your time with us today, delving into the fascinating world of the past. Until next time, keep exploring, keep learning, and keep questioning. History, after all, is not just about the past. It's about understanding our present and shaping our future. Welcome to a journey back in time to the 17th century, a time of great intellectual ferment, known as the Age of Enlightenment. In this era, a man named John Locke emerged, whose profound thoughts and theories would forever change the way we understand human nature and government. Firstly, who was John Locke? Born in the year 1632, he was an English philosopher and physician, widely regarded as one of the most influential Enlightenment thinkers and commonly known as the father of liberalism. His work heavily influenced modern political thinking and provided the groundwork for democratic governance. Let's delve into Locke's life. Brought up during the tumultuous time of the English Civil War, Locke was a keen observer of human behavior and society. His experiences shaped his belief that government should serve the people, not the other way around. His writings, particularly the 2 treatises of government, outlined his revolutionary ideas about power, governance, and human rights. Now, let's turn to one of Locke's most well-known theories, the concept of tabula rasa, or blank slate. Locke proposed that at birth, the human mind is a blank canvas, and knowledge is gained through experience and perception. This theory contradicted the prevailing belief in innate ideas and had a profound impact on education, psychology, and philosophy. Locke's influence wasn't confined to his era. His philosophical ideas about life, liberty, and property were later echoed in the American Declaration of Independence, and his belief in the separation of powers influenced the formation of the American Constitution. To this day, Locke's theories remain foundational in understanding individual rights and democratic governance. In conclusion, John Locke was a philosopher of the people, a man whose ideas about human nature, government, and knowledge have shaped centuries of political and philosophical thought. His belief in the tabula rasa theory challenged prevailing ideas and changed how we understand human nature. His theories on government laid the foundation for modern democracy and individual rights. So, remember John Locke, not just as a 17th century philosopher but as a man whose revolutionary ideas continue to resonate in our world today, influencing our understanding of human nature, education, and the very essence of democracy. Thank you for sharing this journey through time and thought. If you found this exploration of John Locke and his theories enlightening, do subscribe for more enlightening content. Until next time, keep seeking, keep learning.